Chapter 1. Game clear. I fucking did it. Those words burst from my mouth, my arms jettisoning upwards in triumph. Clear was the glaring message blazing across the computer screen in front of me. I had triumphed over the ultimate trial in the game. Damn right. I fucking did it. I crushed this goddamn game. Overwhelmed, a single tear made its way down my face. Considering the brutal 6 months it took to conquer this game, I couldn't help but be overcome with emotion. Tower defense and dungeon attack RPG, protect their empire. This was an old-school game, a classic that had stood the test of over 10 years. In it, you drafted and trained heroes to protect the city, plunging headlong into the dungeons beyond to secure victory. All the while you were strategizing in a turn-based RPG. You positioned your characters on the map and commanded them individually. If a hero that you'd poured time and effort into was killed, they were gone for good, establishing the game's notorious difficulty. The game was a global sensation in its prime, but now it's just an old classic. So why am I only now claiming victory? Firstly, nobody had ever conquered it on the highest difficulty. That difficulty, hell, combined with Ironman mode, where progress was saved automatically. This combination, known as Hell's Ironman, had remained unbeaten. The game kept every player's victory data on its server and ranked it. However, Hell Ironman had remained unbeaten. Some had beaten the game on legendary difficulty in Ironman mode, and others had turned off Ironman mode to beat Hell difficulty. But Hell's Ironman had seen no victor until now. But today, 10 years after the game was launched, a champion has emerged. Me, challenging the impossible is human instinct, like surmounting a peak that no one has yet scaled. So I took it on. And the second reason. Damn, Retro Addict finally did it. Congrats. Elmau, gotta respect the persistence of the Retro Addict. First in the world, well done. Thanks for the grueling work over the past 6 months. Chat messages came pouring into the chat window on a second monitor next to my game screen. Seeing the chat log, I could only smile. I fucking told you all, didn't I? No matter how damn hard it is. Games are made to be beaten. I am a game streamer, specifically a streamer who plays challenging classic games. My ID is Retro Addict. As for the number of viewers, it's surprisingly large. Nostalgia always draws a crowd. Watching a battle of high difficulty is always gripping content. I typically pull in around 3,000 viewers, but as I approached the final stage, that number climbed past 10,000, and with the news of my victory, more viewers were flocking in. Mission Fairy has donated 100,000 won. You can brag all you want today. As promised, I am sending the donation. One by one, regular viewers who had pledged to donate upon my victory started to follow through. Shitty Game Connoisseur has gifted 50,000 won. Damn, now what am I supposed to watch for the next 6 months if you've already smashed it? Black Box has gifted 10,000 won. Thought I was investing in a sure thing when I bet you couldn't beat the game. Damn, you played me. Dog Barks at Boring Streams has gifted 30,000 won. Can't bark at you today, good job. Ah, thanks everyone for the donations. I'll keep giving it my all. As the generosity flowed, I thanked my viewers, echoed their comments, and they responded with palpable joy, their chat messages ricocheting off each other. The chat room was a party. For the first time in a decade, a player had crushed a level no one else had. Could there be a more illustrious accomplishment for a gamer? My viewers, having accompanied me on this odyssey, reveled in the victory as if it were their own. Such a damn shame the Holy Maiden fell in the final battle. She was only an R grade, but she carried us all this way. He had no other choice. If he hadn't distracted the boss with the second squad, he wouldn't have even gotten this far. I yelled when the third squad got wiped out. They were a team of SSR heroes, his strongest, but they didn't make it. I was freaking out when everyone, except our main man Lucas from the first squad, bit the dust. The viewers had become emotionally invested in the characters over the last half year and mourned those I lost in the final battle. In this game, you pull and develop heroes using in-game currency. Based on a combination of luck and grades, heroes are picked from categories such as SSR and then cultivated. Every viewer had a favorite, watching the stream through the lens of their chosen hero. From the badass SSR-grade powerhouses to the N-grade underdogs who punched above their weight. In the end, they all fell. I allowed a wry smile. The sheer brutality of the game didn't afford progress without sacrifice. Despite my best efforts to keep everyone alive until the final stage, All but the main character fell during the climactic boss battle. Well, my objective wasn't everyone's survival, but reaching the ending. Hey, you freaking did it. You saved the Empire. Here's the link to the moment our hero Lucas took down the boss solo here. Holy shit. So epic. This is YouTube gold. Now, that's a protagonist I too. Click the linked video and rewatch the scene with my viewers. Our hero Lucas, his blonde hair whipped back, swung his sword with lethal precision, and down fell the final boss, the Sleepless Lake Princess, once thought invincible. When I exited the video and returned to the game, Lucas was still standing. Last stage clear, stage MVP Lucas, SSR, behind the victory screen that had rolled down. In front of the felled boss, atop a heap of fallen comrades and enemies, Lucas stood, unflinching. For some reason, though he was but a game character, he appeared strangely lonely. Achievement unlocked. Hell difficulty and Iron mode conquered. Hell's Ironman. Special privileges granted for your accomplishment. Calculating clear ranking. Clear ranking updated. World ranking first, player retro addict. The rankings refreshed, and just as expected, I was #1 on the global scoreboard. My viewers celebrated anew. I quietly snapped a screenshot. Click. Next, the ending cutscene kicked in and the credits began to roll. I made a point not to skip it. I wanted to bask in the moment. Shouldn't the game creators gift Retro Addict something? About halfway through the credits, a viewer proposed. They set an unbeatable difficulty, and he showed them up. They owe him something seriously right. If it wasn't for Retro Addict, this game would never have been beaten. Is the game company still in business? Someone should drop them a line, I chuckled quietly. Nah, no need for the developers to gift me anything. Just sharing the fun with you all for the past 6 months was reward enough. But Retro Addict's eyes scream greed. He's playing coy. But this sneaky bastard would love a reward. Hang on, did the company go under? There's no official website. Did they flop? No new releases for a decade. They must be bust, so who's keeping the clear data servers up and running? As my viewers speculated wildly, I stared at the dwindling roll of credits, relishing the moment. The unique satisfaction of completing a game, a curious cocktail of achievement, and a tinge of emptiness filled me. That's when it hit. Hello, Retro Addict. I am the director of Protect the Empire. Out of the blue, this message popped up in the chat. The chat room exploded. What? Is it legit? Come on, it's a scam. You lot are so gullible. That user has been a regular viewer since he started playing Protect the Empire. Could it be the actual director? Director, please launch Protect the Empire 2. We want to see Retro Addict squirm more. Surprised, I checked the user's chat history. They've been tuning into my streams ever since I started playing Protect the Empire half a year back, but they'd never posted anything until now. And this person chose to break their silence right after I completed the Hell's Ironman difficulty. I need to thank you. Honestly, I had given up. I never thought anyone could do it. The alleged director continued. But you did it, and I can't tell you how relieved I am. Thank you so much. No, you don't need to thank me. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. Whether or not this was the actual director, it felt nice. I never imagined he'd be thanked for beating a game. It gives me hope that there's still a chance for us. I blinked, puzzled. Hope? What kind of absurdity was that? Oh right, rumor had it that the company was broke. So they were on the brink of giving up, but my relentless gameplay inspired them. Was that the idea? You have proven your worth and capabilities. Please come to us and lend a hand. Well, could they be working on a sequel to Protect their empire? Do they need me to beta test it? Is that why they're extending an invitation to their studio? Just as I was about to probe into the mysterious message. Ha! The world around me started to spin, everything blurred. Must be dizziness from playing non-stop. True, I hadn't eaten or had a drink since the final stage. It must have been a good few hours to clear. The lights from the dual monitors scattered. The spinning wasn't just mild, it was downright violent. The chatter in the chat box and the scrolling credits on the pitch-black screen meshed into one. I must have overdone it. I was about to black out while gaming. Well, if I did faint, my viewers would likely dial 911 for me, right? With that comforting thought, I succumbed. The last thing that grabbed my attention before everything went black was, "Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing Protect their Empire." That message marked the end of the credit roll. And then I descended into the void. To see next Chapter 2, Stage 0, commencing the tutorial boom. As my eyes flickered open, a deluge of bricks tumbled down before me with a resounding crash. Ha! This puzzled exclamation slipped out as a figure from behind propelled me forcefully onto my stomach. What the hell? I attempted to swivel my head to identify my assailant, but boom! Before I managed, another explosion, trailed by a massive tremor, engulfed me. It felt as though a bomb had detonated just inches from my face. Startled, I flattened myself even more against the ground. Soon, the tremors dwindled, and the ringing in my ears began to abate. I gingerly raised my head to examine my surroundings. What was going on? Before me stretched a colossal brick fortification. Fires raged sporadically with plumes of smoke billowing out, cries and screams echoing all around. The fortification wall adjacent to me was dissolving, as if liquefied by intense heat. Evidently, something akin to a bomb had gone off. What on earth is happening? With a fearful mutter, I scanned the scene. Individuals, donned in blood-drenched armor, scurried in all directions. Cannons mounted on the fortification walls spewed fire in repetitive salvos, while people frantically brandished swords and loosed arrows over the walls. What threat lay beyond those walls warranting such desperate retaliation? Hesitantly, I craned my neck to see. And beyond the walls were monsters, scree, beasts resembling gargantuan spiders, significantly larger than humans, swarmed over the fortifications in a relentless wave, their chilling cries reverberating in the air. There had to be hundreds, no, thousands of them. Incredulous, I stood frozen. What on earth is this? Is this some sort of dream, or a hallucination triggered by something I ate? You can deny the reality all you want, but isn't that a bit click, Your Highness? A grumbling voice emerged from behind me. It must belong to the person who had pushed me to the ground. I spun around, dazed. There he was, a familiar young man. A remarkably handsome face looming close to mine in the midst of this horrifying battlefield only added to my disorientation. The proximity was too overwhelming. I wished he'd give me some breathing room. Beneath his shimmering blonde hair, his bright blue eyes sparkled. His muscular frame was evident beneath his leather armor. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a protagonist. Yes, just like a protagonist, but hold on. Lucas. Unconsciously, I found myself pointing at the striking man. The resemblance was uncanny. He looked exactly like Lucas, the protagonist of Protect the Empire, the game I had been engrossed in just a little while ago. The blonde young man looked taken aback. So, you finally remembered my name, and here I thought you'd forgotten me, despite my faithful service as your night escort. Ah, what? Really, Lucas? Wait a moment if that's true. Does this mean I am in? Boom. Once more, something careened in, causing a section of the fortification to crumble. I let out a scream and rolled on the ground. Somebody, please save me. My screams of agony echoed in the air as I writhed on the ground. Please, someone save me. Lucas, his teeth clenched, rushed over and hoisted me up with force. Since you've likely forgotten again, let me remind you. We're up against the Black Spider Legion, 200 heavily armored siege units and 900 close combat assault units. Our forward base is on the brink of collapse. Ah, ooh. I was so overwhelmed I could barely articulate a response. The Black Spider Legion was a breed of monster from Defend the Empire. They were notorious for ruthlessly tormenting players from mid-game onwards. Lucas issued a growl as his gaze swept over the fortress wall. But these damn creatures don't function at sunset. The sun will set in about 30 minutes. How many times have I told you to remain inside the base buildings then? It dawned on me then that the bombardment we were enduring was the siege attack from the Black Spider Legion. Boom, crash. Sparks flew in every direction, walls melted away, and the soldiers on the ramparts fell one after another, blood spraying everywhere. Damn it, this way. Lucas practically hoisted me up and dragged me into the base. Despite the scorched and crumbling buildings within the base, it was a stark improvement from the nightmare outside. After gently setting me down indoors, Lucas bellowed, "Stay here until sunset. Don't you dare step outside." Understood. Ah, yeah. I somehow managed a response. Thanks, Lucas. Lucas shot me a puzzled glance before darting back toward the wall. What was with him? Was a simple thank you really that strange? What exactly was our relationship? I brushed off the dirt from my waist, a result of all the rolling, and looked around. I needed to understand the situation at hand. Ugh, it hurts so much. The base buildings were teeming with injured soldiers. Their bodies were tightly bound with blood-soaked bandages, and their groans of pain filled the air. Each time the monsters' cries echoed from outside, they squirmed in terror, but something seemed to instill greater fear in the soldiers than the monsters. Yikes! Your Highness! It was me. As I approached the wounded soldiers, they recoiled in unison, laying flat on the ground. We're sorry, we have nothing to say. We're despicable for resting with such minor injuries. Well, return to the battlefield. Please spare us the execution. Execution? What on earth were they talking about? I frantically waved my hands. No, you all seem hurt. I just wanted to help. Do you intend to end our suffering by killing us? These injuries are nothing. Well, return to the front lines immediately. Ah! Before I could utter a response, the injured soldiers made their way toward the fortress walls. Dumbfounded, I stood there, surveying the suddenly vacant building. What the hell? First things first, stay calm. Whether this is a dream or reality, I need to maintain composure. The vacant room housed a lone chair. Without much thought, I flopped into it, massaging my throbbing forehead. I needed to organize my thoughts. Firstly, as preposterous as it may sound, I was trapped within the world of Protect the Empire. Yes, the very same game that I had recently conquered on the most challenging level. The existence of the protagonist, Lucas, and the signature monsters, the Black Spider Legion, left no room for doubt. I had no inkling of how I wound up here, but that was the current reality. So then, who am I in this place? I wasn't the retro addict who earned a living by live streaming games in the real world. That detail seemed irrelevant now. Are you feeling any better, Your Highness? The people here addressed me as such. Lucas, who had poked his head into the building from outside, asked me. I offered a weak nod. Ah, I think I'm okay. The sunset has started. The Black Spider Legion is beginning to withdraw. They'll likely set up a blockade soon. Lucas, wiping the blood smeared on his cheek, let out a sigh. Somehow, we've survived yet another day. Who can predict what tomorrow brings? My eyes settled on Lucas' face. Observing him in the flesh, as opposed to the pixelated figure on my computer screen, felt both astounding and peculiar. But there were matters of greater importance than scrutinizing a man's face. I slowly rose from the chair. Lucas, what about the wounded? Ha! I mean, the wounded soldiers who were in this room. They all scattered when I walked in. Where are they now? They all ran out at your entrance, so they're stationed at the wall now. The color drained from Lucas' face. Your Highness, did the soldiers offend you in some way? No, it's not that. Please pardon them. Any soldier capable of wielding a weapon is invaluable right now. We can only maintain morale by executing soldiers up to a certain extent. No, I said I won't execute them. I won't take their lives. Why does everyone perceive me as a murderous tyrant who slays people as easily as swatting flies? At my outburst, Luca's eyes bulged as though he had just experienced an epiphany. Cold sweat trickled down my back. Was it really true? Was I that type of person, the kind who guillotines subordinates for amusement? Listen, I won't harm them. Let them rest here. Lucas looked at me, confusion etched on his face. Ha! Sunset is nearing. It will get cold soon. Light the stove and let the injured rest here. They need to recuperate if they are to fight tomorrow. Ah, okay. And you, we need to talk. As I stepped outside, Luca's voice trembled as he spoke to me. Your Highness, perhaps. Will you be executing me instead of the soldiers? No, I won't kill anyone. I've told you already. Just who on earth had I been? The gusts howling across the city walls were frigid. They swept across my face, a bone-chilling winter wind, and the wind of the night. Coldness was expected, but there was an additional element. Gradually, I took in my surroundings. Death was ubiquitous. Monster carcasses were piled beneath the wall, and human bodies strewn on top. The aura of death radiated a cold far sharper than the winter or night. Lucas, what's the time now, and where are we? I asked, standing at the edge of the wall, struggling to suppress the nausea brought on by the overpowering stench of blood. Lucas, stationed behind me, appeared confused by my question, but he responded distinctly. It is the final day of February in the year 649 of the Empire. We are at the forward base of the fortress city of Crossroad. So tomorrow will be the first day of March 649. That's correct. I gritted my teeth. Year 649 of the Empire, March 1st. Monster frontline base. A very familiar time and place. Why wouldn't it be? Over the last 6 months, while engrossed in Protect the Empire, I had to play the tutorial at this time and place hundreds of times. So that's why the situation felt so eerily familiar. I had conquered Protect the Empire on Hell mode with Ironman mode activated. Ironman mode permitted only a single save slot throughout the game, and the game automatically overwrote progress onto that slot. This meant that save scumming was out of the question. But what if the entire game situation became an insurmountable challenge? You had to abandon the current game and begin anew. Viewers nicknamed this process of restarting from the beginning a new Earth or a new empire. I maintained a tally of the number of restarts, and the time I completed the game was on the 742nd Earth, which meant I had failed 741 times and replayed the tutorial map 742 times. I couldn't help but know the tutorial like the back of my hand. Tomorrow, the prologue of Protect the Empire, the tutorial stage kicks off. The tutorial is straightforward. It introduces the world and the game's control system, and everyone except Lucas meets their end. I had glossed over the storyline hundreds of times, but recalling it now, I remembered everything. Simultaneously, I also recognized who I was. So I am Ash. Pardon me. My name, Ash. Ash-born hater Everblack. Lucas gazed at me as though I was stating something self-evident, but I was deadly serious. I gritted my teeth and tugged at my hair. Why did it have to be this despicable character of all people? The Empire's maniac, the third prince. The most incompetent leader who foolishly dragged the majority of the fortress city's forces to the forward base, leading to their complete wipeout, and the character who endures the most horrifying end in the tutorial. Ash-born hater Everblack. In the main game, he's a minor character, a throwaway extra who dies as soon as he appears. I was yanked into this game world, and of all people I have to be this bastard. That was the exact moment I grasped the identity of myself. Ding! A familiar, albeit cheap, sound effect echoed, and a transparent window materialized before my eyes. Stage 0, objective. Survive the monster onslaught reward. It was a system window I had seen countless times before. Indeed, it was identical to the interface of Protect the Empire, the game I was immersed in just moments ago. That's when it truly hit me. I had indeed been thrust into the world of the game, and this game was an absolute piece of shit. Ah, Your Highness. Are you okay? Lucas gazed at me with concern as I blankly stared into the void. Lucas. Yes, Your Highness. I rigidly turned my head towards Lucas, and I whispered in a hushed tone. It was a sentence delivered with passion, sincerity, and intensity. We're fucked, fuck. Chapter 3. Stage 0. Even under the crumbling sky, the forward outpost of the fortress city, Crossroad. Headquarters reserved for the commander. I was locked in a fierce staring match with the mirror. Reflecting back at me was a striking man, adorned with jet-black hair and eyes that gleamed like the night sky, as if he were a figure plucked straight from a masterpiece painting. The third prince of the Everblack Empire, Ash-born hater Everblack. It seems this pretty boy was the one id inexplicably inhabited. Have I finally lost it? It was a bitter pill to swallow. It not only stepped into a game world, but also become a dispensable character destined to die in the tutorial. As sunrise greeted the dawn of the new day, the dreaded tutorial would commence. Why, of all people, did it have to be this bastard? I groaned, running both hands down my face in exasperation. Hovering in front of me was a translucent system window detailing a comprehensive character profile of Ash. Character summary, Ash-born hater Everblack. It was almost as detailed as a short story, but to summarize. Ash, the youngest son of the Everblack Empire, the third prince. Plagued by madness since childhood, Ash was known for his volatile and cruel nature. From a young age, he'd been indulged with everything he wanted and was quick to discard anything he found displeasing. His palace was a breeding ground for constant calamities and mishaps. As he matured into adulthood, his days were consumed by lascivious escapades with noble daughters, his profligate lifestyle draining the national treasury, and his flagrant disrespect towards bureaucrats and knights causing mayhem. As his reign of terror escalated and grievances within the capital proliferated, the emperor was left with no choice but to take severe action. Ash, I hereby assign you as the lord and commander of the fortress city, Crossroad. Dedicate yourself to ensuring the Empire's tranquility by combating the monsters at bay. While it sounded like a commendable appointment, it was effectively an exile and demotion. The fortress city, Crossroad, was situated at the southernmost tip of the world. From the colossal southern lake, monsters emerged relentlessly. With a staggering average of thousands of casualties each year, it was the most formidable monster frontline in the world. Being tasked to combat monsters here was akin to a life sentence, a never-ending struggle. And Ash was an outright lunatic. On his inaugural day, he rallied the Imperial soldiers who'd accompanied him from the capital, along with the mercenaries stationed in the fortress city, and ventured southward. If we obliterate the root of these monsters, our troubles will be over. In essence, Ash's approach wasn't entirely flawed. The mission to exterminate that origin was precisely the premise of this game: protect the Empire. The predicament arose due to timing. The day Ash led his forces to march coincided with the day the dormant monsters of the past decades sprang into action. Upon their arrival at the forward base, Ash and his soldiers were ambushed by the sudden emergence of the Black Spider Legion, and they waged a blood-soaked battle around the clock for 3 consecutive days. On the fourth day, the forward base fell. Their deployed forces were annihilated. Lucas, the protagonist and Ash's personal knight, managed to escape the carnage with Ash, but Ash didn't survive the escape. Ultimately, Lucas was the sole survivor, making his way back to Crossroad. As the deputy commander, Lucas held the fort at Crossroad, all while initiating an assault on the dungeon's source of the monstrous outbreak. This was the opening narrative of the game Protect Their Empire, but damn it, that wasn't the pressing issue right now. Shit. I wiped the cold sweat coursing down my face with my hand. Ash, you dumb fuck. You should have holed up in the fortress city. Why did you barge out? Why? I was certain that regardless of when I was plunged into the game, I could carve a path to survival. I was the only person who had completed the game at its harshest difficulty setting. Except for this one time, this accursed tutorial phase alone. It's unbeatable. This stage is designed to be lost. In the game, this tutorial was crafted to guarantee defeat, regardless of the strategy employed. We were vastly outnumbered, and the monsters, equipped with higher levels and superior specifications, far eclipsed our own soldiers. During the 3-year run of this game, the Black Spider Legion monsters only became viable targets midway through the second year. Confronted by hundreds of those bastards right from the get-go, victory seemed an impossible dream. Ultimately, even in the final tutorial, only Lucas managed to escape. No, pull yourself together, retro addict. I sought to regain my composure, delivering a few sharp slaps to my own cheeks. Games are made to be beaten. If this situation is a challenge thrown at me, there must be a solution. Yes, even though this place was undoubtedly reality, it also mirrored the game id conquered. I had a greater understanding of this game, Protect the Empire, than anyone else in the world. If I could harness all my knowledge and experience, I should be able to devise a plan, even when the sky seemed to be falling. First, let's catalogue what cards I and the enemy hold. With a calm demeanor, I began to dissect what resources both my enemies and I possessed. Firstly, the enemy's hand. I could access the enemy's information via the system window. They were surprisingly generous with their intel. Let's see. Enemy information, Stage 0. LV, Black Spider Queen. 1 LV-60 Black Spider Siege Soldier. 196 LV-55 Black Spider Assault Soldier. 912, the Queen, given the swarm-like structure of the Black Spider Legion, may tag along but possesses no combat abilities. The Queen isn't the concern. The real issue lay in the level and quantity of these spider bastards. What? LV-55, LV-60, and why are there so many? Over 1,000. They're really crossing the line here. Damn it, oh my God. I cradled my head in despair once more. It seemed hopeless. No matter which angle I viewed it from, it seemed a lost cause. How was I to triumph against such odds? No, calm down. Let's evaluate what we've got as well. I summoned the Allied information window. A stream of various information began to populate the screen. The durability of the wall. It's listed at the bottom. Everything was depleted arrows, shells, food, medicine, morale. What in the hell wasn't drained? The only viable asset left is this mana cannon. Artifact, Ancient Mana Cannon, SR. A colossal cannon stationed at the apex of the forward base. The weapon with the most formidable firepower in this base. It discharged concentrated magical energy, utilizing archaic technology. In the original tutorial, this mana cannon was the key to our escape. When the soldiers were annihilated and the fall of the forward base was inevitable, the thinnest part of the Black Spider Legion's encirclement was obliterated by the cannon, and Lucas, carrying Ash, fled through the resulting breach. In the midst of their escape, Lucas attempted to safeguard Ash to the very end, but in a cruel twist of fate, Ash was captured by the Black Spiders, brutally torn to shreds by their claws, and killed. The scene of Lucas fleeing in tears, abandoning Ash to his horrific screams, was the closing scene of the tutorial. I can't die like that. The thought of being seized by the colossal spiders and devoured alive was revolting. Are there other escape routes? I contemplated various strategies, like mobilizing the entire army under the veil of night for a massive escape, but soon discarded the idea. Those damn spiders, though they loathed being active at sunset, could easily adapt. They would immediately tighten their encirclement and strike. On open ground, the velocity of the Black Spider Legion was on par with that of a warhorse. Abandoning the fortress would be a death sentence. Survival isn't impossible, but the odds are incredibly slim. I need to find a strategy with better odds. Numerous plans popped into his mind one after the other. His initial state of chaos slowly morphed into calm. I coolly evaluated my options. Playing the game in Ironman mode meant no save scumming could be used. A single mistake could lead to game over. Therefore, every moment was spent searching for the optimal move. From 6 months of rigorous training, I had learned one thing. There was always a smart move, always a chance of survival. A slightly higher probability, a slightly more certain method. I needed to find it. A sudden idea sparked in my mind, and I swiftly manipulated the system window. Soon, the screen I was seeking popped up. The party screen. Main party 5/5. LV1 Ash X. LV25 Lucas, SSR. LV15 Lily, R. LV15 Ken, N. LV10 Damien, N. I swallowed hard. This is it. Protect the Empire was a game where you trained hundreds of heroes and dispatched them onto the battlefield. Heroes were organized into parties, with one party consisting of 5 members. The tutorial followed the same structure of members. Even if I could forget the storyline, I won't forget the tutorial party members. They were merely pitiful characters, destined to die after teaching me the game mechanics, but as I had pushed the game to its brink, I knew them well. Out of these 5, 4 excluding Lucasair fated to die. Given the inevitable death of these characters, the game developers seem to have inserted a little joke for these 4. A joke that was non-functional in the game, serving solely as a quirky detail. If this is genuinely a world within a game, then that joke should still exist. And if that joke could be exploited, then there were potential strategies. The plan was as fragile as a spider's web, yet it held a certainty. Lucas, I thrust the door open and stuck my head out. Lucas, who had been dozing on his feet while on guard duty, jumped and turned to face me. Yes, Your Highness. What's the issue? Summon my personal party immediately. Lucas blinked, taken aback. A party? Do you mean your personal guard unit, Your Highness? You've never summoned them before, why the sudden? Enough with the questions. Just bring them here. I pointed a firm finger at Lucas, a confident grin on my face. Because I've figured a way out of this mess. Moments later, the corridor outside my room teemed with all 5 members of the tutorial party. Myself, Lucas, and 3 new faces. Lily, Ken, Damien. I swiftly scanned their eerily familiar faces, and it made sense. The number of times I'd witnessed their death events was beyond counting. Lily was a woman with fiery red hair cascading from beneath her mage's robe. Ken was a hulking man, bald head gleaming, clutching a shield. And Damien, why is he all huddled up like that? He was a boy with curly brown hair and glasses, adorned in a priest's robe. He looked fine, yet he was sobbing in a corner of the room. What was happening? Damien lost a comrade today. Please understand. Lily managed a pained smile and requested my understanding. Damien, one of the last healers in the unit, appeared to have been tending to the wounded shortly before. A dear comrade of his had succumbed to injuries just recently. Sniff. Sob. Damien couldn't stem his tears. His pristine priest robe was stained with the blood of his comrades. Lily, seated next to Damien, tenderly rubbed his back. Now that I think back on it, that's how it was in the game tutorial. Damien was always the first to die, perpetually suffering from some fear or confusion debuff. I recall him being a critical healer, but he was utterly unhelpful. Come on, Damien. I know you're grieving, but you need to get up. Losing a comrade is heartbreaking, but you must survive, right? I patted Damien's shoulder, but he continued to sob. Ken, the towering knight, glared at me with a look of dissatisfaction. You must survive. Are you for real, Prince? Ha! As I looked at Ken, he spat out his words, his voice brimming with resentment. Are you actually saying that, Your Highness, after leading us into this death trap with your pitiful command? What do you mean, have to survive? We're all damned to die because of you, damn it. That felt unjust. I was not to blame. This damned Ash made this mess, and then I was handed the problem. That defense surged to the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed it. Who would believe such an unbelievable tale? More crucially, I could totally empathize with Ken's feelings. A commander abruptly descended from the capital and threw the entire army into the enemy's lap. It was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Yes, it was maddening, but Ken, I couldn't let that sway me. Are you challenging me, the son of the Emperor and the supreme commander of the front line here? As my voice dropped to a whisper, Ken recoiled. He finally seemed to grasp that the prince standing before him was utterly unhinged. With a smug grin, I allowed one corner of my mouth to twitch upward into a dangerous smile. Once I lost control, it was game over. The plans I was about to implement were outrageously reckless. I needed them to follow me without hesitation. Lucas, so I, behead this insolent fool who has insulted the royal family and the supreme commander right away. Decided to lean into my already well-established role of a madman. Chapter 4, Stage 0. There's a hole I can spring up through, off with his head, this disrespectful child who insulted the royal family and the supreme commander, immediately. Upon hearing my command for Ken's execution, Lucas' face drained of color. But Your Highness, Ken is a valiant knight of the Empire, momentarily out of his senses due to exhaustion from consecutive battles. He fought most bravely in our recent confrontation. I beg you, show mercy. It seems you've ignored my order, Lucas. Of course, I had no intention of killing Ken. How could I? In these dire circumstances, every party member, every knight, every soldier was precious. Besides, I was not a madman killing people left and right. Right here, right now, execute Ken. That's an order. But above all, it was essential to firmly establish my authority here. Ash, the man whose role I had inherited, was a colossal failure. The situation was so critical that this place might fall by tomorrow, and I had no hope of earning my subordinates' trust in just one night. In the end, there was only one way to make them follow me: fear. It was a crude strategy, a malevolent move, but there was no other choice. Ken! Seeing that I was not backing down, a frantic Lucas turned to Ken. What are you waiting for? Apologize to His Highness immediately. Cuck! Ken, hurry, show your respect as an Empire Knight and apologize to the Prince. Ken, who had been trembling, slowly bowed his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I let my emotions get the better of me. Please forgive my impertinence. Ken, I offered him a cold, sarcastic smile. You were thinking this, weren't you? We're all going to die here anyway, so what does it matter if we die by my sword or a spider's claw? As if hit by a pointed accusation, Ken's shoulders shook violently. I continued to grin ominously. But there is a difference. The two are worlds apart. If you die battling the spiders, you'll remain a knight, but if you die defying me, you'll go down as a traitor. I pointed towards the end of the corridor. Looking in that direction, Ken's face turned ghostly white. At the end of the corridor was a cage housing doves, carrier pigeons. These were the doves that had been tirelessly sending letters pleading for reinforcements over the past few days. The Black Spider Legion didn't bother with birds in the sky, so the carrier pigeons were still operational, though it seemed we would be wiped out before any reinforcements arrived. Anyway, my point was, if you die a dishonorable death, your family back home will be left in shame. Mess with me, and it won't just end with your death. It'll make sure your disgrace is known back in your homeland, and your families will bear the repercussions. I was openly threatening him. I already knew from the character directory that Ken had a large family to look after. Now, Ken's face was not just pale, but deathly pale. I whispered softly to him, Death isn't the end, Ken. Consider what comes after. I deeply apologize, Your Highness the Prince. Ken was now prostrate on the ground. Please, I beg your mercy. Directly insulting the royal family, you certainly earned a beheading, however. I gave a casual shrug. Given the tough situation we find ourselves in and your past bravery, I'll let this one pass. Thank you, Your Highness. I feared Ken might rebel out of bitterness, but fortunately, he only continued to kneel in obedience. Thank heavens he fell in line. Inwardly, I exhaled a sigh of relief, hidden from the eyes of others. It didn't matter if it was a perilous balancing act. It didn't matter if it was desperate. This place was a high-stakes gamble. One wrong move and we'd all perish. Luckily, my initial show of force seemed to have taken root. Now, that being said, I scanned my party members, nodding my head. Wouldn't we all rather survive together than die together? It was such a self-evident statement, there was no need for confirmation. The party members nodded, their faces a mix of bewilderment and relief. I extended my hand before them, the carrot after the stick. I won't make excuses. Due to my severe misjudgment, our troops are on the brink of obliteration. Everyone's eyes widened. Perhaps they were startled to see this erratic prince admit his faults for the first time. But now is not the moment to brood over past errors. We need to figure out how to survive against those spider bastards. I studied each of their faces in turn. Lucas, Lily, Ken, and Damien, still huddled and weeping in the corner. The faces of those fated to die the next day, yet ready to stand with me in defiance. And I have a plan to repel those bastards of the Black Spider Legion. At my words, Lucas' eyes grew wide. Really, is that true, Your Highness? Yes, it's a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. A ripple of shock spread among the party members. Whether it was the surprise at the notion of a possible victory or disbelief at the ramblings of a deranged prince, I couldn't discern, but one fact was clear. Just once, won't you put your trust in me and follow? The reality was, if they didn't want to face death, they had to follow, after setting the tone. From now on, I will explain the roles each of you will assume in tomorrow's battle. I had the party members gather and started the briefing. First, Lily. Yes, Your Highness the Prince. Lily watched attentively, as if hanging on my every word, but her face turned grave at my next words. You will act as the shield in our group. As the main tank, it's your job to block the spider's assaults. Excuse me, taken aback, Lily queried. Your Highness the Prince, I am a magician, specifically a fire mage. Disregarding Lily's incredulous reply, I shifted my gaze to Ken. And Ken? Yes, sir. Ya'll covertly penetrate the enemy camp and wreak havoc. Ken, mirroring Lily's astonishment, gestured at himself. Me, stealth, sabotage. Next, Damien. Brushing aside his reaction, I swiveled to the next member. The most crucial and yet the most anxious one of our team, the cleric Damien. You will be the sniper of our party. Ya'll focus on striking the enemy's most critical targets. Damien, barely holding back tears, looked stupefied at my proclamation, his eyes wide as saucers. Lastly, Lucas, Ya'll take charge of the remaining soldiers and secure the front lines. Lucas' mouth was agape, stunned by the absurd role allocations. Well, the reactions were precisely as anticipated. Amidst the silence, Lily carefully aired her thoughts. So, if I comprehend Your Highness' instructions, I, a fire mage, will be tanking on the front lines. Precisely. Ken, the shield-bearing knight towering over 2 meters, will infiltrate the enemy base and perform sabotage. Exactly. And Damien, who has never held a bow in his life, he'll be sniping. Yes, you've got it, Lily. May I voice a query, Your Highness, with all due respect? Lily gazed up at me, concern etched on her face. Have you, perchance, taken a blow to your head during today's battle? It was clear they were all thinking along the same lines. My orders definitely sounded like gibberish. A mage turned tank, a shield knight turned infiltrator, and a cleric turned sniper. But this was a scenario that defied conventional solutions. So wasn't the only way to tackle it was with mad audacity. Your skepticism is warranted. Merely hearing these instructions would make it seem like yet another lunatic act of a mad prince. Everyone winced in unison, affirming they indeed harbored the same thoughts. But you all possess the capabilities to execute the roles I've assigned, don't you? I gave a sly grin and scanned each member's face. Am I mistaken? At my words, Lily, Ken, and Damien shared befuddled looks. Earlier, before convening the party members in my quarters, I was perusing the stat window of my team members. First up, my bodyguard and the hero of this game, Lucas. Lucas, SSR, level 25 title, Prince's bodyguard / hero profession. Intermediate knight strength 25, agility 25, intelligence 10, stamina 25, magic power 10. Oh my, what splendid stats. All his knightly requirements maxed out at 25, the level cap. Even his intelligence and magic power weren't too shabby. He's not the hero and an SSR rank for nothing. Let's delve into his abilities now. Held abilities passive. Man of Steel ability 1, Soul Strike ability 2. Unveils post-secondary profession, ultimate. Unveils post-tertiary profession, the passive ability Man of Steel enhances base defense and once per stage nullifies lethal damage. Considering the precarious mortality rate in this game, this passive could be deemed top tier. It seemed like a lifeline tossed in, perhaps owing to his protagonist status. The initial ability, Soul Strike, was an extravagantly overpowered skill, apt for a main character. Each enemy slain permanently augmented its effect. In essence, each kill boosted the damage inflicted. As the game evolved into its third year, the potency of this singular ability escalated to rival the ultimate abilities of other heroes. What an undeniable cheat. It's regrettable that the second ability and ultimate remain concealed. Even at the tutorial level, his might was considerable. He truly was the protagonist. Having analyzed Lucas, next up is, How About Me? I toggled the display. Ash X, level 1, title, Mad Third Prince Profession. Novice Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Stamina 1, Magic Power 1. What is this scrap? The ludicrousness momentarily petrified me. But upon rubbing my eyes and inspecting again, I realized I hadn't misread. What? Primarily, why is my level 1? Wasn't the minimum level in this game 5? And weren't the base stats also minimum 5? Why is everything adjusted to 1? Also, what's with this X rating? It was a ranking I hadn't encountered before. Wasn't the default rating N? The character ratings in this game were sorted as SSRSRN. I was baffled, having never come across the X rank, even after mastering the game's intricacies. In this game, Ash, or me, has morphed into a different entity. It was baffling. But even so, any change could harbor potential. Who knows? This unexpected slot machine might tilt the scales in this dire situation. I eagerly browsed my abilities. Let's examine. Held abilities, none. No, maintain composure. Inhale deeply. It's merely because I am level 1 now. As the level advances and I transition professions, ill accrue abilities and my stats will surge. I clung onto optimism, fueling my hopes. Closing the ability tab, I opened the traits tab. Traits, distinct from abilities, are the idiosyncrasies or habits that a character acquires during their development process, which can influence their stats. While there are no bounds to acquiring traits, only up to 3 can be activated at once. Upon opening the Traits tab, one trait surfaced. Active Traits 1/3, Map Making. Ah, there it is. Luckily, the trait that Ash possessed during the game had remained. Map Making. It wasn't the literal ability to draft a map, but rather, Map Making LV1 allows you to comprehend the full scope of the battlefield in the form of a dotted minimap. Can be activated once per day for 5 minutes. That was the essence of the trait. It appeared to be a capability that a player ought to have, but why was it possessed by a character? I wondered. Was this ability granted in anticipation of a player, like myself, taking over the character? Well, it wasn't the moment to dwell on that. Firstly, I needed to tackle the imminent crisis before I could indulge in such musings. Having verified the existence of the map-making trait, I hastily shut my stats window. I didn't want to confront those dismal numbers anymore. Now, it was time to scrutinize the remaining trio stat windows. They're all fairly standard. Lily, Ken, and Damien were as run-of-the-mill as you'd anticipate from characters of their rank. There was nothing else to investigate. At most, Lily was an R-ranked mage with satisfactory stats. Ken, an N-ranked knight, and Damien, an N-ranked priest, had stats typical of their N-rank. If these visible stats were all that existed, I would have relinquished strategizing a while ago. It would have been unfeasible. However, Lily, Ken, and Damien had something exceptional about them. It was the joke that the developers had embedded in the tutorial characters, something that couldn't be utilized in the game. Chapter 5. Stage 0. There's a hole I can spring up through too. First on the list, the magician Lily. I quickly skimmed over the mediocre stat window and launched Lily's trait tab. Lily R. Equipped trait 1/3. Flame Skin, there it was. Just as anticipated, straight from the game. Flame Skin. Flame Skin. A trait evolved from an extreme fear of being touched, transforms your body into flames to evade physical attacks, depletes MP with each dodge. It was a commendable defensive trait. A fine trait, but the hitch was that Lily was the primary damage dealer of this party, and she was a fire mage with a significantly high mana consumption. The moment Lily begins taking physical blows, it signals the party teetering on the brink of annihilation. And in such a predicament, instead of triggering this trait, one should attempt to wring out the remaining mana to conjure an offensive spell. That would be the tactic in a typical game. But the current scenario was extraordinarily unique. I was scheming to actively exploit this trait. Next, the shield-bearing knight, Ken. I opened the trait tab in Ken's stat window. Ken N, equipped trait 1/3, Urchin's survival method, there it was. The Urchin's survival method. Urchin's survival method. A habit nurtured during your urchin days. When danger is sensed, you drastically diminish your presence, escaping the attention of those around you. Drains a considerable amount of HP with each use. Again, an impressive trait. If only Ken wasn't a shield knight. Ken was a shield knight who goaded enemies from the front line, grabbing their attention and bearing the hits with his physique. But a stealth trait, and it drains a significant amount of HP. It would make sense for a rogue class or another melee damage dealer, but for Ken, a shield knight, it was a clashing combination. But I needed to exploit it. Since orthodox methods are futile right now, I have to harness every variable within my reach. And finally, Damien. Swallowing my parched saliva, I opened Damien's stat window. Please, let it be there, please. The traits of the other characters were merely supplementary, just extra gimmicks we could utilize. But Damien's trait was, throughout this entire game, the most disruptive factor. It was absolutely indispensable for strategizing. And Damien N, equipped trait 1/3, Farsight, there it was. This insane game-wrecking trait was present here, in this reality, just as it was in the game. Farsight, a trait acquired due to the gods' blunder at birth. See what you want to see, hit what you want to hit. It was truly absurd. The description might be vague, but in the game, it was an outright insane trait that added +50 to individual field of view and +999 to accuracy. In the game mechanics, if the accuracy score exceeds 100, no matter what you shoot, it unquestionably hits. But 999, it simply means you hit, end of story. You could launch an arrow from one edge of the stage map to the other, and it would pinpoint a needle's eye. But the problem was, the one who possessed this trait was Damien, a healing priest. In the game, the system placed restrictions on gear based on character classes. Damien, being a priest healer, was only allowed to wield a staff. His skills were characteristic of an N-grade healer, nothing more than plain healing magic. Healing skills always hit their mark. They never missed. But what use was it to have an accuracy as high as 999? In the game, there was no means to take advantage of this. It was akin to a picture of a feast, a completely worthless trait. Merely a sadistic prank by the game developers. But this is reality. It could be employed, and incredibly effectively at that. Games are meant to be conquered. The thoughts in my head started falling into place, beginning to forge the only pathway to victory. Thave thrust me into a level that's unbeatable. A smirk formed on my face. Unintentionally, the corners of my mouth began to rise. Every time I discovered a strategy to breach a seemingly impervious level, I would wear this grin that made my viewers beg me to turn off the camera during broadcasts. Then I guess I have no other option but to cheat. Just hold on, you bastard who threw me into this. I'll absolutely clear this goddamn game, and grab you by the collar and assuredly give you a punch you won't forget. Back to the present moment. I cast a glance at Lily, Ken, and Damien. Lily, you were strung by a fly in your childhood, right? Lily's eyes bulged in astonishment. How? How did you know? It was a scar left by a horde of goblins that stormed the village. After that incident, you developed a phobia of flies and couldn't even handle a kitchen knife at home, correct? But you gained something as well. I fetched a dagger from my belongings and thrust it into Lily's hand. Eek! Everyone was too taken aback to react swiftly, and Lily was petrified in surprise. Thunk! The dagger passed through Lily's hand and lodged into the table. Lily's hand, pierced by the dagger, flickered with flames. After that occurrence, you gained this trait, Flame Skin. As long as you possess enough magic, you can evade all physical attacks. Am I mistaken? Lily, who was shivering, slowly nodded her head. I yanked out the dagger and stowed it back in my belongings. I apologize for demonstrating it so abruptly. No, it's okay, Your Highness. But how did you know? That's not the primary concern at the moment. I shifted the conversation and turned my gaze towards Ken. Ken, yes. Ken, assuming that I would also hurl a dagger at him, recoiled in anticipation of an attack. I chuckled and signaled him. You were a thief in your younger years, correct? You originated from a slum with quite a few family members to provide for. It must have been grueling to keep everyone fed through petty theft. Ken remained stiff and didn't respond, but his silence was confirmation enough. I nodded my head. You eked out a living through thievery until adulthood, and then immediately enrolled in the military as a volunteer. From there, you diligently worked your way up to the position of a knight. You've had a hard journey. How did you? The crux of the matter isn't how I unearthed your past. So tell me, what are you capable of? I held the gaze of Ken, whose eyes were quaking. You have the ability to vanish from sight at will, right? Fade from the perception of others and become invisible. Respond. Or do I need to offer yet another demonstration? No, that's not. Yes, I can do it. Good, then you will follow my instructions. I averted my gaze from the stunned Ken, shifting my focus to Damien, who had taken refuge in a corner. Damien, you have exceptional vision, don't you? Excessively so. Damien glanced at me, a scowl etched on his face. I crouched down to meet him at eye level. So the memory of your friend's demise is etched vividly in your mind. It's as clear as if it's playing out right before you, impossible to forget, isn't it? That's why you're constantly in tears. Damien remained silent, offering no response. I waited patiently. He was a friend from my hometown, from the same orphanage. It was after a few minutes that Damien found his voice. His tone was gruff. That orphanage was a dreadful place. When we turned 15, Ban and I fled. Ban must have been his deceased friend's name. I listened in silence. Ban was gifted with swordsmanship, and I was fortunate enough to have a talent for healing. We scraped a living as mercenaries. I was a third-tier mercenary, terrified of monsters and easily spooked at the sight of blood. Ban, already a top-tier mercenary, guided me. We toiled together, vowing to support our younger siblings back at the orphanage. Damien hid his face behind his hands. But he died, just like that. A black spider targeted me when I was drained, and Ban shielded me, taking the brunt of its attack. He was ripped apart right in front of me, all in an effort to save someone like me. The rest of the party observed the weeping Damien with uncomfortable expressions. He wasn't meant to die here. Ban had dreams and the skills to make them a reality. But here, in this place, why? Why did you summon us here, Your Highness? Why? Is there a grand purpose to all this? Or are our lives, so easily expendable, merely a source of entertainment for you? Tears flowed from Damien's parched eyes. Please resurrect Ban, my friend. I want my friend back. I quietly absorbed Damien's words, then gave a slight nod. Detest me, Damien. Harbor resentment against me if you must. I laid my hand on Damien's shaking shoulder. But remember, your friend Ban sacrificed his life to protect you. And yet, are you just going to sit here and await your end? The trembling that had gripped Damien's frame began to fade. I pushed more energy into my words. So, are you going to throw away the life your friend died protecting, simply because death is looming due to some worthless commander? Aye, you must fight. My hand squeezed Damien's shoulder a bit more. Seek vengeance. Destroy the spiders, survive this mess. Make sure I get a taste of hell, too. I wore a wicked smile. Damien, do you wish to wipe out those spider creatures? Behind the smudged lenses, his large eyes still echoed fear, but they were steadier now. Yes. Do you wish to kill me as well? At my inquiry, the other party members recoiled in surprise. Damien's inner battle was short-lived, and his response was honest. Yes. Excellent. I let go of Damien's shoulder and gestured towards myself with my thumb. Promise me this. If we survive this ordeal, no matter when that may be, your hands will be the ones to end my life. Your Highness! Lucas, caught off guard, tried to interject, but a swift hand gesture from me silenced him. If the operation falls apart, we're all destined to die anyway. But even then, it will be by your hand that I meet my end. This I promise, on the honor of the royal family. So, even if it's only for tomorrow, follow my orders. As Damien gazed up at me, the turmoil in his eyes began to ebb. I grinned, pleased with the outcome. Even animosity could be harnessed as fuel when needed, even if that animosity was directed at me, and I'd welcome it. Damien made an effort to stand, eventually finding his footing. I surveyed the 4 party members before me, a broad smile gracing my face. Finally, my plan was in place. All right, everyone. Whether my strategy turned out to be a total failure or the ultimate winning move was yet to be seen. All that remained was to make the final push. From this point forward, I'll be issuing the commands. Chapter 6. Stage 0. The decisive battle, the first light of day started to stretch across the horizon. The fortress, once bathed in the cool tranquility of night, began to glow with the onset of the morning sun. I stood atop its battlements. In the distance, I could see the horde of spiders that had encircled our forward base. The spiders, having remained as still as stones throughout the darkness, started to rouse with the daybreak. The sight of countless creatures, stretching their long limbs in unison, was a terrifying spectacle. Separated by the monitor, through the game screen, I was far removed from the terrifying dread that lay within. With a hard swallow, I forced down a dry lump. Could we really vanquish them, these monstrosities, with our depleted troops and low-level characters? Your Highness, a voice summoned me from behind. I turned to find Lucas, the blonde knight who served as my escort. I acknowledged him with a slight nod. Lucas, it's chilly out here. We should retreat inside. No, I need to understand their formation. This is how well determine our own positioning. This wasn't merely grandstanding. I was genuinely assessing their configuration. More specifically, I was trying to pinpoint the queen among them, desperate to identify her. Lucas, observing me from a distance, lightly shook his head. Your Highness is truly an enigma. Ha! Just days prior, you appeared exceedingly vulnerable. Worry marked Lucas' well-groomed visage. It was as if you were seeking your own destruction. Did I? Yes, since I began serving you. You seemed unsettled, as if yearning to self-destruct somehow. Soon, a smile tugged at Lucas' lips. But now, you're a different. Feeling awkward, I averted my gaze with an uneasy chuckle. Ha, I'm a madman afflicted with madness. Rapid mood shifts shouldn't be surprising, right? I am unsure whether your transformation is a response to the threat to your life or some other factor. Lucas murmured in a contemplative tone. I prefer you this way, Your Highness. Please continue to be like this, Your Highness. Laughing heartily, I clapped Lucas' shoulder. Let's give today our best for the sake of that future, Lucas. Yes, Your Highness, Lucas replied with enthusiasm. Having sufficiently analyzed the enemy's formations, I retreated to the base with Lucas. Lucas, strolling side by side in silence, I disrupted the quiet. If this operation fails, don't concern yourself with saving me, escape alone. Beg your pardon, you have the skills to survive. Because you're the protagonist. Even if I falter, you have to safeguard this world. With that in mind, I spoke earnestly. Your Highness, however, a knight never abandons his lord. Lucas replied with a smile. I responded with a light chuckle. Even if that lord is an incompetent madman. You've never been incompetent or mad, Your Highness. I've always held that belief. I shall now depart to rally our forces. I'll see you shortly. With a bow, Lucas sped off towards the barracks. Thank you, Lucas, to my protagonist, who'd assisted me through the Hell's Ironman difficulty, and who was still with me here. I whispered my thanks. The strategy was simple. No, it was so basic it was almost embarrassing to call it a strategy. The Black Spider Legion, there's no need for me to explain, but at this stage, we can't defeat them with regular tactics. I gathered my party members and outlined our final plan. So well have to resort to dirty and underhanded methods. With a cunning smile, I pointed towards the exterior of the fortress. Do you know the biggest weakness of those spider bastards? The party members appeared clueless. I continued to explain. These bastards act as a swarm. The individual creatures lack the ability to think, so who gives the orders? Lucas offered the answer. The Queen, right. Correct. In this monster swarm, there's an entity that gives orders, the Queen. But the Queen... I knew what Lucas was trying to express. I nodded. She stays out of reach, far away, just issuing commands to her offspring. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to hurt her. Finding her is difficult, and even if we locate her, attacking her is also tough. Snap. I clicked my fingers. But I have the ability to pinpoint the location of the Queen. The skill, map making, a skill that lets me detect the enemy's positions through a dot-style minimap. And Damien, I turned to Damien, has the capability to snipe that beast. The skill, Farsight, a skill that ensures a hit once a shot is taken. I observe, and Damien shoots. With this, I plan to snipe the queen and end this. But your highness, Lucas was sweating profusely. While the black spider queen isn't a combat entity, she's still not so weak that she can be killed with ordinary arrows. Even if he can snipe her. Mana cannon, I pointed above our heads. We use the artifact installed at the highest turret of this forward base, the mana cannon. When we first scoured the forward base for usable items, the first thing we discovered was this mana cannon, a mighty SR-grade artifact. It was certain to inflict significant damage on the queen. The mana cannon is indeed a potent artifact, but its range isn't very far. I've already factored that part in. It'll cause the mana core of the cannon to overload and increase its range. The idea was straightforward, but causing the magic core of the artifact to go haywire was essentially saying you were going to destroy the artifact. If a mana engine failed, the artifact was generally beyond repair. But did the cost of the artifact matter when we were on the brink of extinction? I was fully prepared to demolish it. So here's the plan. I locate the queen, Damien takes her down. Meanwhile, the rest of you. I glanced at Lucas, Ken, and Lily in succession. Keep those bastards at bay. All three swallowed hard. I signaled Lucas. Lucas, you're in charge of the troops. Hold them off as long as possible while keeping the front line intact. Understood. Especially the central tower where the mana cannon is positioned. It must be protected at all costs. No exceptions. I'll lay down my life for it, Lucas asserted with a determined expression. I shifted my attention to Ken, standing beside him. Ken. Yes, sir. Take this. I've gathered all the stamina potions left in the fortress. I handed a belt filled with red potions to Ken. He took it with a trembling hand. Go beyond the fortress walls, draw their attention, and then hide. Keep them off balance. The black spiders are simple-minded. They attack the closest human. I kept talking to Ken, who was turning pale. But their senses aren't very sharp. If you hide, they won't be able to locate you. Draw their attention, lure them, then hide. Repeat this process, pull as many of them away as you can, and redirect the base attack towards yourself. Can you manage it? Ken, gritting his teeth, nodded firmly. I'll give it a shot, sir. Thanks, best of luck. I patted Ken's shoulder and then turned to the next party member. Lily, yes, your highness. I'm afraid I must give you a challenging role as well. I passed her a belt filled with blue mana potions. Lily, biting her lip tightly, accepted them. There's only one entrance to the central tower, where the mana cannon is located in this forward base. If the front line falls and the spiders make it all the way to the tower, you block the entrance and hold off their attack using your flame skin. Flame skin could negate physical attacks at the cost of mana. With this many mana potions, she could hold on for a good while. Despite the difficult task of using her body as a blockade, Lily didn't flinch, as expected. Blood seeped from her tightly bitten lip. The passage at the entrance is narrow, and the spiders can't enter more than one or two at a time. All you need to do is to endure, that's all. I was asking Lily, who had obtained the flame skin ability out of fear of being bitten, to face the bites with her entire body. And Lily was resilient. She slowly nodded in acknowledgement. I'll give it my best, your highness. Excellent. I shifted my attention to the final member of our party, Damien. You with me. Damien nodded in silence. His face was etched with fear, but he didn't flee nor did he shy away from my gaze. And with that, the mission directives were over. I would have liked to issue a few more orders, but boom, boom, boom. The resonating drums from outside signaled the advance of our adversaries. The Black Spider Legion is on the move. The monsters are converging. The frantic yell of a scout reverberated. A shiver of tension coursed up my spine. This was the start, the tutorial stage that would dictate the fate of us all, at the central artillery. The technician of the mana cannon looked at me, his face slick with cold sweat. Are you absolutely sure, your highness? Don't worry, just follow instructions. Yes, sir. Gritting his teeth, the technician yanked the control sphere encircling the mana core of the cannon. Fizz, mana spewed forth from the core, sparking like electricity along the cannon's barrel. Under normal circumstances, I would have been captivated by the spectacle of mana's movement, but there was no time for such indulgence now. Grinding my teeth, I cast my gaze over the other side of the wall. Thud, 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 thud. They were converging. From all directions, the Black Spider Legion, unleashing their terrifying claws like scythes, ready to exterminate every last human. Hold the line, Lucas, positioned at the front line wall, bellowed. We need to buy as much time as possible for His Highness the Prince to defeat the Spider Queen. Yes, the soldiers' unified response echoed. Their ability to maintain their resilience and readiness for combat, even on the brink of potential collapse, was all because of Lucas. Lucas, expertly managing the deployment of the soldiers, looked back at me and gave a nod. I nodded in return. There was Ken, ready to venture beyond the wall, Lily standing firmly on the first floor of the corridor leading to the artillery, and Damien right beside me. After one last check on each of them, I cautiously activated my ability, map creation. Accompanied by a sensation of the entire area being scanned, a mini-map dotted with markers popped up in the upper right of my vision. It was a power I could only use once a day, and this was my first actual usage of it. With dry lips, I quickly surveyed the map. Where is it? Where is the Queen? But, what? I soon noticed an anomaly. The boss monster marker. It wasn't showing. The linchpin of our operation, the enemy Queen, isn't there. On the map, she was nowhere to be seen. Thud, 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 thud. The black spider horde had already swarmed up to the wall. Chapter 7. Compose yourself. A fleeting wave of panic passed over me, but I immediately cooled my mind. She must be there. The Queen was undeniably listed in the stage's enemy roster. She had to be somewhere on the map. Moreover, the goal of this stage isn't to slay a boss. It's not surprising that the boss monster marker doesn't show. I remembered the spiderweb-like formation Id observed earlier and quickly assessed the enclosing horde of creatures now in view. Despite the raging all-out assault, there would undoubtedly be a reserved force lurking in the rear. A secure backline. Escort units prepared for any eventuality. The Queen had to be there. Bang! Crash. Already at the fortress frontline, the battle between the spiders and the soldiers had erupted, and the roar of conflict reverberated throughout. The explosive sound of cannon fire, the clash of metal, the cries of pain. Where is it? Amid the chaos, I frantically surveyed the extensive map. Where is it? Where? Then my gaze landed on a point, southwest of the advanced base fortress. Distinct red dots, isolated from the main cluster, were distinctly marked on the map. Found it, I immediately cried out. Damien! Yes, it's there. Do you see it? I pointed towards the southwest. Damien squinted, furrowing his brows, and scrutinized the area I indicated. I was about to pass Damien a telescope from a rear guard, but yes, I see something. Spiders standing still. Damien confirmed this without a telescope, using just his natural vision. He could actually see them. All I discerned were vague dots. How sharp was his eyesight? Among them should be the Queen. Can you identify it? Damien, who was scanning the area, visibly flinched. By Queen, you mean a creature with a human torso and a spider's lower body. Bingo. Exactly. Yes, I see it. It looks quite terrifying. Don't be frightened. It'll soon be crushed under our cannon. Next, I instructed the artilleryman. Rotate the cannon, aim it south-southwest. Damien and I will fine-tune the alignment. Vroom. The artilleryman swung the ground device, adjusting the entire cannon's orientation. The cannon, pulsating with mana like a violent stream, pointed its head towards the distant Queen. Mana cannon ready to fire. Mana is fully charged. We can fire at any moment. Excellent. I took Damien's arm and guided him to the Mana cannon's control panel. Despite being a potent artifact, its sighting device was disappointingly rudimentary. A crude crosshair served for rough aiming, and you would pull a hefty trigger to release a shot. Hold this, I urged Damien, who stood anxiously before the trigger. Damien, slick with cold sweat, raised his trembling hand to the trigger, but he couldn't pull it. Your Highness. What? I'm not sure I can do it. Damien turned back towards me, his face twisted in anxiety. I've never been in a situation like this before. It feels too sudden to trust me with this task. Damien, I laid a comforting hand on Damien's shoulder. It's okay if you miss. What? I'll shoulder the responsibility. Even if you err, even if you fail, even if you make a mess of it all, it's fine. I'll take the brunt of it. Soldiers follow the orders of their leaders. Dealing with the aftermath, that's a commander's job. All you need to do is aim at that creature and pull the trigger. That's all that is asked of you. I tried to offer him a reassuring smile. You're seeking retribution for your friend. Retribution? For my friend? Hearing those words, a transformation overcame Damien's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Damien firmly seized the trigger, his aim fixed far into the southwest through the cannon's sight. With Damien's precise adjustment, the gun barrel shifted its tilt and direction. It took mere seconds to fine-tune the alignment. Clank! Then, with all his might, Damien squeezed the trigger. Clang! Clang! Gears ground together, setting off a series of mystical mechanisms in a chain reaction. Zap! Focused mana sparked a potent current beyond the gun barrel, and then, boom! With extraordinary force, it was discharged. The unleashed power of the mana cannon, in a state of overdrive, was beyond what even the artillerymen could fully anticipate. Caught off guard by the detonation and shockwave, the artillerymen were knocked off their feet, and I found myself covering my ears and tumbling to the ground. But my eyes stayed wide open, tracking the path of the discharged magical projectile. Hit, the glowing mana bullet blazed through the sky. Hit, across the southern horizon, right into the heart of the distantly swarming black dots. Hit, I yelled, almost without thinking. Boom, and then the strike. The plummeting mana bullet triggered a colossal explosion from a distance. The billowing cloud of dust was clearly visible even from our position. I scrambled to my feet. Did we hit? The reply came not from Damien, but from a scout who'd been watching the impact site through a telescope from afar. Direct hit, direct hit. The shot landed square in the midst of those creatures. A unified cheer erupted from the soldiers on the cannon deck. Much like the other soldiers, Damien, who'd been knocked to the ground, appeared dazed. The artillerymen swarmed around Damien, delivering hearty pats on his back. "You're incredible, lad. Was this really your first time?" "Well, aye. How did you manage to aim at something so distant? It's barely visible even with the telescope." "I don't know how I did it." Damien gazed at his own hands in astonishment. "I just did as the prince advised. The moment I held the trigger, I seemed to know what to do, and my body reacted on its own." Was this the result of in-game skill adjustments, or was it Damien's natural aptitude? There was no moment to ponder. The scout who had been scrutinizing the impact site through his telescope turned towards me, his face ghostly pale. Your Highness." His voice was shaky. A wave of dread washed over me. "What's the matter? They're on the move." "What's moving?" "The spider swarm. They've begun to mobilize." I dashed to the telescope, took the scout's place, and peered through the lens. Within seconds, the spiders, a considerable distance away, started moving in unison, forming what appeared to be a defensive formation. Damn! I clenched my teeth. The Black Spider Legion was supposed to halt once their queen was killed, as it was akin to having their brains annihilated. Yet the spiders remained flawlessly active. Not only the ones struck by the cannon, but the spiders assailing our forward base showed no signs of retreat. This could only mean. Just then, a menacing cry echoed across the battlefield. There was no need to speculate who that cry belonged to. Kirara. A terrifying shriek from the Spider Queen filled the battlefield. Despite the distance, the immense pressure from the scream made it difficult to breathe for a moment. Confused, the soldiers clutched their heads and yelled. "What's happening? What's going on? Didn't we hit the Spider Queen? Why is she still functioning?" The mana cannonball had struck accurately. The issue was the damage was not enough. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. Stay composed. Keep firing at that beast." As I yelled, the trembling soldiers turned to look at me in unison. I shouted even louder. "Load the next round." "Now, why, yes, sir." The artillerymen, shaking, clung to the mana cannon. They cooled the overheated cannon and readied the next round. Just then, Kirara, the Spider Queen, let out another horrific shriek, and the movement of the entire Black Spider Legion shifted. Kiig. The spiders attacking the forward base abruptly pivoted their attention to our artillery position. The monster's blood-red compound eyes flickered menacingly. I shuddered, drenched in cold sweat. "You're quite the quick tactician, Queen." Thud, 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 thud. The spiders, who had been evenly assaulting the entire forward base, abruptly reversed direction and started charging towards us. The scout yelled, "They're storming the artillery position. Let the soldiers below handle the defenses. You guys just load the next round. Quick," I urged the artillerymen. "We need to take out the Queen before they reach the artillery position. Reload." The artillerymen hurriedly cooled the mana cannon with magic and loaded the ammunition. In no time, the perspiration-soaked artillery captain shouted, "Reload complete. Damien, fire!" Damien, who had been narrowing his gaze to pinpoint the Black Spider Queen's location, pulled the trigger as my words rang out. Clang, zing zap zap, boom. Mana burst forth like a stream of electricity, and then a mana shell was fired. I swallowed hard, tracking the shell's trajectory with a telescope. The projectile that sliced through the sky with a graceful arc fell directly over the Spider Queen. Boom, hit. The shell landed so accurately atop the monstrous queen's head that it sent a shiver down my spine. Hit, it's a hit, right on target. An excited soldier in the rear jumped up and down. But I felt no excitement. Kiek, because the horde of spiders charging towards us didn't alter their movement one bit. Not enough. Even from a distance, where only a silhouette was visible, it was clear the queen remained alive. I clenched my teeth. If this were a typical queen from the Black Spider Legion, encountered midway through the second year, the artifact's damage could shatter her in 1 or 2 shots. The Black Spider Legion was known for their strong warriors, not a formidable queen. But this queen at the tutorial stage, there was absolutely no information on her. What if her entity value was different? What if she had a special trick up her sleeve? Or what if she was indestructible by default? What then? A succession of grim thoughts began to take shape. I hastily shook my head. I can only do what's within my power. I must hold on until the last moment, push to make a breakthrough. Your Highness, the artillery captain, who had been prepping the mana cannon for the next shot, hastily reported to me. The magic core is reaching its limit due to forced overload. The barrel damage is also serious. We can shoot fewer times than initially estimated. Enough with the reports. So how many more shots can we make? A total of 5 times. We've already fired 2, so 3 more times. 3 more chances. I was left with no other choice but to hope that the Spider Queen would be annihilated within those 3 shots. No, from the beginning. I surveyed the defensive line, enclosing the artillery. I'm not even sure if we can get off the remaining 3 shots. Thump, thud thud. The front line was giving way. The spiders, clustering together, furiously gnashed their teeth and claws, eventually crumbling the walls and starting to infiltrate. Hold them off, we must hold them off. Lucas, now covered in monster blood, wielded his sword, shouting, but the defensive line was already on the brink of collapse. Ugh! QR! One by one, the soldiers fell, their screams echoing as they met their end. The black spiders, their red eyes glowing ominously, began to pour through the broken wall. I clenched my fist, staring down at the encroaching tide of death that had come so perilously close. Chapter 8, Kairara. Monsters flooded relentlessly around the cannon, now preparing for its 3rd mana shot. Luca's defensive line was holding up for the moment, but it was clear it wouldn't last much longer. Loading complete. Damien, the artillery commander, confirmed the load was ready. Without missing a beat, I called out to Damien. Fire! Damien's eyes were streaked with red veins, possibly a side effect of using the Farsight ability, but we had no time to consider that now. Clink, already locked on his target, Damien pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, clink, clink. Whoosh, the 3rd shot. The fired mana bullet traveled a massive distance. Boom, and landed right where the Spider Queen lurked. This was nothing short of extraordinary marksmanship. Whether it was an error by the gods or a trick by the game developers, the truth remained. Damien's aim was a miracle in reality. The problem was, Kairarara. Despite everything, the Spider Queen remained upright. The Queen was no fool. Having been hit twice, she understood that she was the target and had swiftly developed a countermeasure. Her strategy was simple yet effective. Use her underlings as living shields. The mana bullets, falling in parabolic arcs, were intercepted by the spider guards. While the mana bullet penetrated all barriers, by the time it reached the queen, its potency had significantly decreased. Black Spider Queen hit confirmed, but she's still standing, the scout with the telescope reported, his voice trembling. I forced myself to shout in response, maintaining an illusion of calm. What are you all doing standing around? Do you think we have time to waste? Load the next bullet. Now, the artilleryman, drenched in sweat, hastened to cool down the cannon and load the next bullet. Yet their faces were heavy with despair. You re-up, at the heart of the forward base around the cannon. Lucas stood there, brandishing his sword with all his might, holding the last semblance of a defensive line. We must protect the cannon. We must protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Lucas fought admirably, living up to his reputation as the most formidable knight present. Despite his level being half that of the Black Spider entities, he fought tooth and nail, skillfully wielding his sword and shedding monstrous claws. The front line where Lucas held his ground didn't falter, but the rest of the soldiers, cough, ah, sir, save me, take me home. Casualties began to pile up. In the Ally information window, the number of comrades was plummeting at a terrifying speed. I couldn't bear to watch any longer and closed it. I hadn't realized. When it was just a game, I hadn't understood that this was a place where real lives existed. That death wasn't just a simple figure, but arrived with dreadful screams and odors like this. The front line dwindled in an instant. At this rate, the defensive line seemed likely to collapse entirely before we could even fire the fourth shot, let alone the fifth. Hey, you monster bastards! At that moment, a voice bellowed from outside our defensive perimeter. My eyes quickly darted to its source. There, amidst the throng of beasts, stood Ken, defiantly yelling, "Here, here, look at me." Up until now, Ken had successfully diverted a fraction of the spiders by drawing their attention and hiding beyond the wall. However, when the Spider Queen issued a new command and all spiders swarmed our fortress, Ken was left marooned outside. He could have fled. After all, he had a large family depending on him. Fucking spider bastards. I am Sir Ken of the Empire. But Ken stayed, steadfast in his duty to the very end. Quivering in the face of the spiders, he roared to capture the enemy's attention. Was it my threats that kept him there, or was it something else? Screech, as dozens of spiders veered from their attack on our line to regard Ken. A gut-wrenching feeling washed over me. I understood then that I wouldn't be able to ask him why he had chosen to return. Dozens of black spiders halted their onslaught and darted towards Ken. Ken made an attempt to activate his stealth skill, seeking to lure them away and hide behind a toppled stone wall. His stamina depleted, Ken failed to activate Urchin's survival method. In an instant, he was swarmed by dozens of spiders. From atop the fortress, Ken glanced my way, offering a weak, sorrowful smile. Damn, I knew it would end like this. Thud, thud, thud. The horrific sound of flesh being torn echoed clearly across the distance. I forced myself to watch, bearing witness to his demise in its entirety. Ken wasn't the only one. Everywhere, humans were being slaughtered by these monsters. As I bit my lip until it bled, I was hit with the realization of what I'd done in this game. How readily I'd sacrificed allies when it suited my purpose. This fucking game was built that way. Someone had to die to progress. To rescue someone, to secure that item, to complete that side mission, to achieve that goal. Someone had to die, and I willingly played the executioner. All in the name of efficiently completing the game, I guiltlessly sent countless allies to their doom. Never once did I question this. Stop. But now I finally understood. Stop. The significance of what I had been doing. Stop, you fucking monster bastards. The sheer pain each death entailed. Watching people drop and bleed out before me, I screamed without thought. Stew-whoop. But they didn't stop. A scream wouldn't deter the monsters. There was always only one method to halt a monster. Kill it before it kills us. Your Majesty. The artillery captain's voice pulled me from my thoughts, and I spun towards him. The fourth round loaded. However, the barrel can't handle the repeated overheating and cooling. Damien. Ignoring the artillery captain's words, I called out to Damien. Fire! Blood, like teardrops, streamed from Damien's bulging eyes. His complexion was ghostly pale. It seemed his body was failing under the strain of using farsight. Yet Damien bit down on his teeth and pulled the trigger. Bang, clink, clink. Whoosh, the fourth round. The blue mana bullet streaked a mesmerizing path through the sky, once again homing in on the Queen's horde. This time, dozens of guardian spiders raced to intercept the bullet with their bodies. However, the mana bullet traced an uncanny perfect trajectory in the air, bypassing most of them. Boom, strike. It landed squarely atop the Queen's head. This was the power of farsight. The cheat skill that overloaded hit points to their absolute limit successfully struck the Queen, defying the rules of reality. Squeal, screech. But, screech. Amidst the blazing explosion and smoke, the damned Spider Queen remained terrifyingly alive and active. The artillerymen crumbled to the ground at the Queen's horrifying roar. Damien, who had been aiming, couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Despair etched itself across every face. Our attacks aren't working. The artillery captain murmured in a drained voice. His hand blistered from cooling the heated barrel. The barrel's reached its limit. If we try to shoot again, the mana cannon itself will explode. We might as well give up now. The other soldiers glanced up at me with exhausted faces, their silent agreement evident. I took a deep breath and surveyed the scene. Our defensive line was teetering on total annihilation. Spiders swarmed beneath our artillery. Lucas, rallying the last handful of soldiers, held the final line of defense. His body was more stained with his own blood than the spiders. I looked towards Damien. He was groaning, eyes screwed shut, blood streaming down his face. The cannon teetered on the brink of destruction, our defenses had crumbled, and our marksman could no longer even open his eyes. Despite all our sacrifices to land a hit on the monster queen, she remained alive. Was this the end? Was there truly no hope left? No, just then. There's definitely damage. The queen's outer shell has been peeled off, someone yelled. Every head turned in surprise towards the source. A soldier, true to his duty till the end, even in this dire situation. He was a scout. He pulled his face away from the telescope and hollered, "If we fire once more, we can kill her." But before he could finish, rumble. The entire cannon platform started to violently shake, boom. The ground beneath us gave way. The relentless advance of the Black Spider Legion's siege troops, their massive bodies encased in heavy armor, collided with our battlements, splintering them to bits. One calculated charge, and our defenses were obliterated. Those of us who were atop the walls plummeted helplessly, amidst the rain of bodies and the remnants of shattered cannons. I shut my eyes as I descended towards the ground. Everything crumbled. The world around us, the prospect of conquering the game, all of it. Your Majesty. A distinct voice penetrated the chaos. Engulfed in pain, as though my body was ripping apart, I strained to open my eyes. Before me was Lucas. Lucas lay over me, as if to shield my fallen form with his own, and burdened on his back were the remains of a demolished building. He used his body to guard me from the falling rubble. Lucas, jolting back to consciousness, I quickly scrambled to stand. As I moved, Lucas grunted and brushed off the debris strewn across his back. "Are you unharmed, Your Majesty?" I should be the one asking Lucas. "How are you?" I ceased speaking. Blood saturated Lucas' back. The injuries he suffered from protecting me from the collapsing building were far graver than those inflicted by the spiders. "Cough," Lucas, hacking out blood, spoke with a pained expression. "Your Majesty, do you remember? It's a tale from nearly 20 years ago." I couldn't recall, because I am merely a game player who inhabited this body, unable to share any past memories with you. When you first met me and appointed me as your escort, you made a declaration. What did I say? I may not be an emperor, but I'll be the coolest guy in the world. A feeble smile graced Lucas' face as he dwelled on the past. So you, who will be my escort, should also become the coolest knight in the world. Even though they were the words of a naive child, they struck a chord within me. I've clung to them to this day. Lucas fixed his blood-stained gaze on me. "Your Majesty, I trust you, even in these circumstances, regardless of where or when." And then Lucas slumped. I caught Lucas as he tipped to the side and carefully laid him on the ground. His injury was severe, but thankfully he still breathed. "Hang in there, Lucas. You're the hero, aren't you? The redeemer of this world. You can't die here." Swiftly, I surveyed the scene. Scattered on the floor of the broken battlements were shattered cannons and wounded soldiers. Why haven't the spiders ended us yet? "Your Majesty." The answer to my question rapidly unraveled. At the entrance of the narrow passageway on the first level of the shattered battlements. "We're not defeated yet." Lily stood her ground. With her fire skin, trait triggered, Shed been barricading the entrance, single-handedly holding back the surge of spiders rushing at her with her bare form. Pale and trembling Lily, who just drained her final mana potion, inquired. "Right, Chapter 9, Lily." I attempted to move towards Lily, but she raised her hand to halt me. "I can't hold out much longer. I may be able to barricade the entrance a bit more, but the spiders from the Black Spider Legion will soon break through. Our time is running out. Hurry." While holding off scores of black spiders with her delicate back, Lily offered a brave smile. "Do not let our deaths be for nothing." Clenching my teeth, I rose and hollered. "What are you doing, artillery?" The artillerymen were still struggling to recover from the shock of the fall. Regardless, I scolded them harshly. "Load the final shell." "But, Your Highness." The artillery captain, who had taken a fall and likely sprained his ankle, made his report in a grating voice. He was unable to stand or walk properly. "As I informed you earlier, the cannon has already exceeded its durability limit." The magic core is also at its limit. If we fire, the cannon will explode. We're all going to die anyway, impaled by the spider's fangs. I moved towards the mana cannon lying toppled on the ground. The stand was fragmented, but luckily the body of the cannon was whole. Isn't it better to go down fighting? Even if we perish in the flames, we should at least roll the dice. The silent artillery captain looked up at me. How will you aim? I also looked up. The cannon was decimated to the first floor, with the rubble forming walls around us. It felt like being trapped in a well. We could see the circular sky above the walls, but we couldn't even catch a glimpse of the Black Spider Queen's location. We can't see. We don't even have a firing angle for the Queen. The stand is destroyed. Hold the cannon with your hands. If we had no teeth, we had to chew with our gums. We don't need to aim. Just let Damien pull the trigger. I wasn't entirely certain how the Farsight trait functioned, but if Damien, who possessed it, pulled the trigger, there would be adjustments. I had no choice but to trust that. Load the final shell. That's an order. Understood. The artillery captain ceased arguing and dutifully began loading the last shell into the cannon. I walked over to Damien. Damien was sitting on the ground, breathing thinly. Damien! Damien, eyes closed, turned his head towards me. Blood seeped from beneath his eyes, and his pallor was terrible. He gasped for breath in pain. This is the last time. You just have to fire one more time. Just one more time. Gather your strength one more time. Your Highness. Damien dropped his head feebly. What's the purpose of all this, regardless of what I do? Nothing changes. One more shot, and that beast is done for. No, that's not what I am getting at. Cough, cough. Damien, who was now coughing harshly, muttered in a vacant tone. Let's suppose I pull the trigger one more time. Let's suppose I take down that Spider Queen. What will change? A look of hopelessness stretched across Damien's gaunt lips. I finally understand. Half of my comrades are already gone. No amount of retribution I seek will bring them back. It's always like this. No matter how hard I toil, how much I battle, the world just takes from me. Nothing changes. Damien, I've had enough. I don't want to live like this anymore. I want to be with my friends. Damien, I interrupted him and posed a question. Do you think this world is unjust? Stunned momentarily, Damien nodded. Yes. Do you feel that life remains painful even after surmounting a challenging hurdle? Yes. In reply to Damien, I smirked and retorted, Quit spouting such glaringly obvious drivel, you idiot. What? Brusquely grabbing Damien by the collar, I yanked him towards me. I bellowed at Damien, who was wheezing for breath. Of course, life's difficulty is set to hell. It's only natural that there are no saves or loads in Ironman mode. It wasn't the game that was on hell's Ironman mode. From the very beginning, this world was like that. It's unfair, irrational, nothing ever goes our way. That's life. Who doesn't know that? We exist amidst this harsh reality. Even so. So what? Are you just going to surrender and accept a gentle death? Are you going to abandon the strategy? No, the strategy must persist until the moment life ceases. I will fight. I will plan and flounder until the very end. With that, I tossed Damien to the ground. Damien sprawled limp on the floor. I drew the sword that had always been at my side, never before unsheathed. If you desire death so fervently, I brandished the drawn sword at Damien. He stiffened. Thrust this sword through your own neck. But if you're a coward lacking the guts to do that, Damien. Clang nonchalantly, I discarded the sword and sat down before Damien, aligning our gazes. Then be my trigger. What? Cease your grieving for your fallen comrades. All you need to function is your lord me. I placed my hands on Damien's shoulders and tightened my grip. Do not seek unnecessary justifications to live. You are my pawn, my key, my trigger. That's all you need to be. That's enough, Damien. That was the turning point. Ash X has activated a skill, passive skill, unyielding commander. A system notification partially obstructed my view, but I paid it no mind. I held onto the shoulders of my last beacon of hope. It's an order, my trigger. A subtle glow seeped from my fingertips. It appeared that the passive skill id just unlocked was in effect. I was unsure of its implications, but Damien's trembling shoulders slowly stilled. I nodded gravely. Blast that damn creature's face off. Damien was unmoving, akin to a time-worn statue, no response emanating from him. After enduring a few seconds of profound silence, finally, Yes, your Highness. Damien's head began to nod ever so slowly. a countenance on the brink of tears, yet resiliently holding them back, bore into me. "If it's your decree, we have no means to cool the barrel," the artillery captain uttered, having loaded the final round. "There's no cooling spell, no water to serve as a coolant in this state. Step aside." I positioned myself next to the Mana cannon resting on the ground. "I'll handle it." Your Highness," the astonished artillery captain tried to deter me. "It's unbearably hot. If you touch it now, it will be far worse than a mere burn. Better to be seared alive than to perish in hell." The sweltering heat was palpable even from my position near the cannon. Taking a deep breath, I spun around. "Are you ready, Damien?" Damien sat on the ground with his eyes closed, his hand tentatively resting on the cannon's trigger. "Your Highness, I can't see what's before me." "That's fine." "I can't feel my hand." "That's fine." I managed to steady my voice. "It's fine." Damien lightly bit his pale lips. I clasped the barrel of the Mana cannon with both hands. Whoosh! In an instant, my gloves were incinerated, and my palms began to sizzle underneath. Ah! The scent of scorched flesh wafted amidst the stench of burning cloth, but I gritted through it, because at present this was the only thing within my capability. "Agar!" I shrieked, hauling the barrel over my shoulder. My shoulder was on fire. Under the horrendous heat and enormous weight, my body was on the brink of collapse. I felt as if I could disintegrate into a pile of ashes at any second. Then, "Assist His Highness." The remaining artilleryman dashed over and seized the barrel from my side. The aroma of burning flesh also emanated from the hands of the artilleryman gripping the barrel. United in our cries, we managed to point the muzzle skyward. Boom, boom. Immediately following that, the Black Spider Legion's siege soldier breached the wall en masse. Hundreds of spiders surged toward us over the wreckage of the wall. I pivoted on my heel, bellowing at the top of my voice. "Damien!" In that instant, Damien's eyes snapped open. Within his wide, brown eyes that were riveted on the sky, a dazzling white light pulsed. "Fire!" Mustering all his strength, Damien yanked the trigger. Click! The mana from the rogue magic core ascended through the cannon, sparking like a live wire. Despite the monumental mana piercing my entire body, I somehow remained on my feet. In the very next moment, boom! With an earth-shattering blast, the final shot was discharged. "Find your mark." My gaze traced the sky-blue mana bullet rocketing towards the heavens amidst the onslaught of spiders closing in from all directions. "Please hit." Consciousness slipped from my grasp. The bullet soared. The final discharge from the crumbling frontline base ascended like a firework, puncturing the sky. Then it commenced its descent. Drawing a sharp parabolic path, it plummeted like a falling star. Screech! As the Black Spider Queen detected the incoming magic bullet, she let out a piercing shriek, and the black spiders guarding her began to mound atop one another, erecting a wall. It was a futile endeavor from the onset. A bullet discharged from the heart of the decimated artillery site, aimed at an unseen adversary. With no precise aim, and even if the Mana cannon was operating at its maximum capacity, it had no hope of surmounting that distance and height differential. Squeak! Yet against all odds, the bullet struck the Spider Queen with surgical precision. Height difference. Dismissed. Distance. Dismissed. The hundreds, thousands of beasts that obstructed its path. Dismissed. The sky-blue bullet, tracing a trajectory that defied the laws of this world, shattered the layered defenses. It pierced through all barriers and reached the Queen, as if merely acting out a predetermined outcome. Screech! Whether out of fury or fear, the screaming Spider Queen was hit squarely in the forehead by the bullet, thud, without a hair's breadth of deviation. Boom! The bullet obliterated the monstrous Queen's head in a clean sweep. Chapter 10, Bro. A lone message materialized in the Baron chat window. "Dude, you're amazing. How did you pull that off?" I found myself at a loss for words. This was the first message from a viewer since I had initiated the stream, and I was clueless about how to react. As I sat there, flabbergasted, another message from the same viewer emerged. "I am subscribing to you. Y'all be streaming again, right?" And then I found myself wondering about my response. My eyes flickered open. As I tried to heave my sweaty torso into a sitting position, a searing, pulsating pain lanced through my arms and shoulders. "Damn, that hurts." Casting a glance downwards, I took in my present state. My entire upper body was swathed in tight bandages. Both of my hands were ensconced like a mummy's, rendering my fingers immobile. What on earth? You should rest, Your Highness Damien. As I was inspecting my wounded body, a soft, feminine voice chimed in. Damien applied healing magic to you, but the burns were too severe. It'll take time to fully recover. Startled, I swiveled around. Next to me on a bed, swamped under a pile of documents and industriously writing, was a redhead magician. In a daze, I murmured her name. Lily, you've been unconscious for 3 days, Your Highness. Setting her quill aside, Lily offered me a faint smile. I feared you wouldn't awaken after vanquishing the Black Spider Legion. I am still alive. All thanks to your directive, Your Highness. Lily shrugged her shoulders, rustling the papers in her grasp. Do you wish for the report now, or do you require more rest? Despite my body throbbing in pain, I understood the urgency of hearing the report. I requested a rundown of the current situation. The final salvo eliminated the Spider Queen, and the Black Spider Legion is currently immobilized. Lily delivered the results in a crisp manner. We prevailed, Your Highness. Everyone survived, albeit with injuries. Thankfully, we had Damien, the healing priest. He administered first aid and tended to the wounded until reinforcement troops arrived the following day. Lily gestured towards the window. Soldiers were bustling about. The reinforcement troops collected our fallen comrades and dealt with the inert spiders. The cleanup is nearly finished. I see. Reality began to settle in. We had survived. We had just about scraped through this damned tutorial stage. Your Highness, you sustained serious burns to your hands, arms, shoulders, and neck. Lily soberly updated me on my injuries. Upon our return to Crossroad, you should pay a visit to the temple. Even after you recover, the scars will linger. Scars are a small price to pay for life. I was earnest. If survival was the trade-off, I was more than willing to bear burns and scars as tokens of valor. Exhaling a sigh of relief, I noticed Lily. Lily, too, was swathed in bandages around her torso. Lily, your injuries are. When I ran out of mana at the very end, one of those damn spiders grazed my back. Fortunately, the queen succumbed shortly after, so there were no more onslaughts. Lily snickered darkly, kneading her leg. I must have damaged my spinal cord then. I couldn't move my lower body. Don't fret about it, Your Highness. Lily reassured me in a calm voice as I grappled for words. I am just grateful to be alive. Lost for words, I faltered when Lily veered the conversation. There are 4 survivors, Lucas, Damien, myself, and you, Your Highness, that's all. 4 people. Even before the last battle we were hundreds, but now just 4. Damn! Gritting my teeth, I covered my forehead with my bandaged hand. Could there have been a different path? Was there a strategy I had overlooked? Could there have been a way to rescue even one more person? Your Highness, you're not omnipotent, Lily cautiously reminded me, observing my anguish. It was impossible to save everyone in that scenario. You did your utmost, didn't you? But I was the one who led the troops here. It wasn't me, it was Ash who did it. But it wasn't a situation where I could refute that it was me who orchestrated it. As long as I inhabited Ash's body, I shared in the responsibility. Your Highness, no one predicted that the Black Spider Legion would materialize here. No one anticipated that the monsters would mobilize on such a massive scale for the first time in years. That's why no one opposed your departure. Lily sought to comfort me, scrutinizing my reaction. While your strategy may have been audacious, it wasn't imprudent. In the final battle, you showcased your capabilities and executed a daring maneuver, culminating in victory. So, don't be too severe on yourself. I bit down on my lower lip. Just then, Lucas barged into the ward, his eyes widening at the sight of me. Your Highness! Lucas sprinted to my bedside. With his towering stature charging like that, he resembled a colossal golden retriever bounding towards me. Lucas! I am overjoyed you are awake, Your Highness. Lucas, who had reached my side, was even welling up. Do you feel any discomfort? Summon Damien immediately. No, I am fine. I can endure it. Sporting a wry smile, I pointed at the bandages encasing Luca's body. You appear to have sustained quite a few injuries as well, haven't you? Is it safe for you to be scampering around like this? As you're aware, my resilience has always been my forte. Well, that's accurate. After all, he's an SSR rank knight. Seeing him unscathed was a comfort. Lucas offered an awkward smile as he retrieved a bundle of documents from his pocket. I've compiled the death registry. There are many whose bodies we couldn't retrieve, but we have collected all the corpses we could. Where have you assembled the bodies? They are in the open field north of the advance base. I want to see them. As I attempted to hoist my quivering body, a startled Lily and Lucas tried to restrain me. Your Majesty, you mustn't, Your Majesty, you need further rest. They fell under my command. My entire body throbbed with intense pain, but I remained resolute. I will go to see them. Assist me, Lucas. Lucas, looking bewildered, turned and knelt, extending his back to me. Mount up, Your Majesty. I will transport you. Lucas' back was broad and his walking stance evenly balanced, leading to minimal jostling. It was comfortable. Lucas, would you consider being my personal carriage? If you decree it, I am more than ready. Just joking, man. Don't take it to heart. As I perched on Lucas' back and emerged, a boy leaning against the castle wall drew my attention. It was Damien, a curly-haired brown healer, gazing vacantly into the distance. His shattered spectacles were not on his face, but cradled in his hand. Damien. Upon hearing me call him, Damien slowly swiveled his head in my direction. Prince, you are awake. How are your eyes? I was concerned he might have sustained vision impairment, as his eyes had shed blood when he utilized his clairvoyance. With a weary expression, Damien conjured a faint smile. They're okay. Since yesterday, my sight has been returning gradually. Now I can see almost as before. So, he had been using healing magic and maneuvering without vision. He truly had had a difficult ordeal. Observing Damien's youthful, worn face, I felt a wave of sympathy and spoke. Damien, thanks to you, we prevailed in this operation. If you desire, I can bestow you with sufficient funds to sustain you for a lifetime and ensure you don't have to return to this battlefield. You were initially a mercenary, so you're free to choose your path henceforth. Your Highness. But Damien gently shook his head. You once told me I am your trigger. I wish to know. Damien's gaze wandered back over the castle wall. The origin of those monsters, who, why, and how conjured those creatures, why we lost so many. So, please allow me to accompany you, Your Highness. With a wistful smile, I signaled him. All right, then accompany me right now. We'll need a priest to pay homage to the deceased. Damien awkwardly trailed us as we ventured towards the northern field. Advance base, northern field. Innumerable bodies were meticulously laid out, ready to be claimed by the elements. For those who we could recover the bodies, there was the solace of mourning. Yet many didn't even leave a trace behind. For them, we lit a fire. The sacred flame transporting from the crossroads temple sprang into blue sparks in the middle of a vacant lot. I stood in silence, my gaze held by the flames. They danced with an eerie resonance, as though brimming with indignation. I understood. There was no superior tactic, no improved path. Nothing was more futile than dwelling on the past. I chose the operation, executed it, and this was the outcome. If so, it was mine to shoulder. These shoulders would bear the weight. After the makeshift funeral is over, gather all the bodies and convey them to the crossroads. Lucas' eyes bulged in surprise at my command. Aren't we leaving them here? Every year, tens of thousands of lives were lost in the crossroads. It was a world where funerals cost more than the value of life itself. Cheap lives flooded into this monstrous frontline, dissipating in the effort to uphold it. If we attempted to create a cemetery, it would quickly overflow. Therefore, bodies were typically strewn across the wilderness, a world where death outnumbered wildflowers. I intended to change this world. There's an unused plot west of the crossroads. Set up a cemetery there. Bury them all and conduct a memorial service. I instructed them to establish a cemetery in the western plot where I had constructed a memorial site in the game. Moreover, designate the last day of February each year as a day to honor their sacrifice. This was not solely to commemorate those who laid down their lives in this battle. It was also my penance for all the characters I had mercilessly killed through hundreds of game resets and playthroughs. Lucas, who was about to interject, swallowed his words and nodded his approval. I will obey your command. Soon after, the makeshift funeral commenced. The priest, who arrived with the reinforcements, scattered holy water over the corpses, blessing their journey to the afterlife. The sheer number of bodies meant the funeral took some time, despite its brevity. I witnessed the entire process, never stepping back. Lucas. The makeshift funeral concluded under the evening's moonlight, casting an icy illumination. I won't falter again. A chill emanated from the aftermath of death. A coldness that the sacred fire's flames couldn't mitigate filled the plain. I shivered, my teeth grinding against the cold as I leaned on Lucas' back. I won't falter again. Lucas kept his mouth tightly shut, silently absorbing my words. Let's return. One battle had concluded, but the real war was only just commencing. I cast a final, resolute glance at the fallen soldiers whose lives I had taken and spoke with newfound determination. To Crossroads. Stage 0 completed. Stage MVP Damien N. Characters leveling up. Ash X LV54. Job selection now unlocked. Lucas, SSR LV27 2, Lily RLV17 2, Damien, NLV15, 5 fallen and wounded characters, Ken, N. Fallen Lily, R, critically wounded collected items, Black Spider Legion Magic Stones, 388 Black Spider Queen Magic Core, SSR. One stage completion rewards have been dispersed. Please check your inventory. X-grade reward box. 1 prepare for the next stage, stage 1. City above the tomb, chapter 11. Side story, the fortress city. Crossroad the carriage shuddered with every turn of the wheels. Yawn. A yawn slipped from my mouth as the carriage gently rocked to and fro. It had been 3 days since we left the forward base, making our way northward in the carriage. Our pace was slow, burdened with caring for the injured, and I was one of them. So boring, I grumbled, sinking deeper into the plush seat of the carriage. The persistent ache in my back was worsened by hours of sitting. Lucas, are we there yet? Well, be there soon, Your Highness. Just a little longer. My shout was directed at Lucas, who was at the helm of the carriage, and his response was a familiar echo, having heard it no less than 5 times before. Why was this conversation on a repetitive loop like a kid in car? Oh, geez. With a sigh, I sprawled on the seat, and a jingling sound drew my attention to my neck. A necklace. With my bandaged hand, I clumsily untied the necklace and cradled it in my palm. More of a choker than a necklace, it was made of black leather, adorned with a metallic centerpiece, the reward for clearing the tutorial stage. Upon clearing stage 0, a reward box had materialized in my inventory. This was the prize inside. Initially, I was puzzled about what an inventory was, but it turned out to be a pocket dimension that spontaneously appeared from nowhere. I wasn't certain if I had the power to store and retrieve items, well, like some kind of Doraemon, but well, it's a game world. Necklace. Its function has not been unlocked yet. It will be usable after the story progresses. A frown creased my forehead as I studied the enigmatic necklace. There wasn't supposed to be a reward for stage 0, as it was deemed unbeatable. But I had prevailed, and this mysterious necklace was the fruit of my efforts, having emerged from the reward box. Its purpose, however, remained elusive. Well, its purpose will reveal itself in due time. I refastened the necklace around my neck. A burn marred my neck from the recent battle, but it was a minor injury that had healed quickly, leaving behind a scar. The necklace served as a handy cover. Don't worry about this item. What about the others? I summoned my status window. Ash X. Level 5 title. Mad 3rd Prince Profession. Novice. Job selection now available. Strength 2. Agility 3. Intelligence 5. Stamina 2. Magic Power 3. I let out a sigh while scrutinizing my vaguely increased stats. Their growth seemed sporadic, not indicating a specialized character, yet too low for an all-rounder. Stat development in this game was entirely automated. They primarily grew based on the stats utilized in battle, but occasionally a random stat would increase as well. I am leaning towards a DPS tank. A character capable of dealing significant damage and taking hits was a DPS tank. In this game, the units with the highest survival rate belonged to the DPS tank category. I contemplated molding myself into a DPS tank, but with my current stats. Judging by the stats, they suggested a mage. But then again, they seemed too random to define a specific class. At first, I hadn't even picked a class. Thanks to the unpredictable job selection, I hadn't determined my character's growth direction yet. So I opened the job window. Every character in the game chose their profession at level 5. All game characters begin at level 5 or above, with further class advancements offered every 15 levels. You take the first class advancement at level 20, then at 35, and finally at level 50. But I had started the game at level 1, and only just hit level 5, the point where I could choose my job. Available jobs: Novice Knight, Novice Wizard, Novice Priest, Novice Warrior, Novice. The list seemed to stretch on forever, presenting every job conceivable in the game. So, could I shape my character however I wished? Was this some kind of wild card? If that was the case, I would have chosen a job based on its usefulness. But the problem lay at the list's end. Available jobs. Novice Commander Special Benefit of Hell's Ironman Achievement, a class category that I had never encountered during my gameplay, was glaringly displayed. A commander, a bonus from the Hell's Ironman Achievement. So what was it? A secret class or something? But a special or hidden class didn't guarantee excellence. There was a higher likelihood of it being a pitfall. Opting for a job advancement tree without any information could lead to utter ruin. So if that was all there was, I would have bypassed it and safely chosen a familiar job. But the real problem was acquired skills, passive, unyielding commander first skill, available after first job advancement, second skill, available after second job advancement, ultimate, available after final job advancement. The issue was the acquired skills. The passive skill I had unlocked during the last battle was titled Unyielding Commander. Wasn't this a clear hint nudging me towards the commander tree? The skill I had unlocked was Unyielding Commander LV1, a skill born from an unyielding spirit that never surrenders, no matter the circumstances. Grants immunity to mental abnormalities to all allies within a 10 million radius. This was a solid skill. No, it was an exceptionally solid skill. From the game's middle stages, enemies who were magic users casually cast spells, inducing abnormal mental states. Confusion and fear were standard, and in extreme cases, they would even cast mind control. Characters with high magic power could resist it, but characters with low stats would face a challenge every turn. There was an instance when Lucas fell under mind control and nearly annihilated my team, leading me to abandon that game round and reset. So from the middle stages onward, it's practically a cheat skill. Yes, it's outstanding, but in the early stages, it's pretty useless. In the initial stages, most of the enemies are simple-minded monsters charging head-on. Few, if any, cast spells inducing abnormal mental states. Naturally, it would be advantageous to maintain our allies' mental health unscathed. However, when contrasted with Lucas Man of Steel and other such passive skills, it was somewhat underwhelming. What I truly needed at this moment was a skill that could prove its worth instantly. Ah, what a headache! As I contemplated the path to tread for future survival, I found myself tugging at my hair, tormented by the looming headache. "Your Highness, I see crossroads." The voice of Lucas pierced the silence. At last! I leaned out of the carriage window to catch a glimpse, so there it was. On the horizon, not too far off, a city fortified by iron walls made its presence known. Crossroads. That was the designation of the fortress nestled at the very southern tip of the world. This fortress was erected to stem the ceaseless influx of monsters spewing forth from the Black Lake in the south. Once upon a time, it was the Empire's mightiest fortress, housing tens of thousands of soldiers. It boasted iron-fortified walls, a moat teeming with holy water, and bristled with an impressive array of cannons and ballistae. Yet, over the past dozen years or so, as the monster onslaughts dwindled, the Empire withdrew its troops from here, deploying them to other battlefields instead. The world was perpetually at war, and the front lines maintained by the Empire were not solely here. In lieu of military forces, mercenaries were hired. These mercenaries were enlisted, their nationality or skill level notwithstanding. To put it bluntly, the Empire required human shields to hold this front line. Those displaced from human conflicts, retired veterans, or novices lacking prowess were drawn here. With the inflow of these expendable lives, the fortress experienced a surge in establishments like restaurants, inns, and banks. Over a dozen years or so, the fortress grotesquely expanded into a city-like formation. At some point, people ceased referring to Crossroads as a fortress. Instead, it gained new monikers: Monster Front, Fortress City, and to taunt the mercenaries blinded by greed, racing towards their demise, it also earned less flattering epithets: Suicide Street, City on a Grave. So this is Crossroads, I muttered under my breath, passing through the southern city gate in the carriage. I didn't fully grasp its size when I observed it through the game screen. It's larger than I anticipated. In the game's administrative mode, my perspective was restricted to a bird's eye view of the city, and in the tower defense mode, I was engrossed in frantic sprints along the walls. I hadn't truly appreciated its magnitude. But experiencing it with human eyes like this had a distinct impact, and it's more rundown than I presumed. I furrowed my brows, surveying the worn-out infrastructure. The walls, which had withstood the monster's assaults for years, were frayed due to neglect. The moat was utterly parched, and the city's interior, having undergone hasty expansion and reconstruction, was in a state of disorder with no coherent zoning. Several areas require urgent attention. This was humanity's last line of defense, and the location destined to be my city. So I am to be the lord of this city. Back on Earth, I didn't possess a single property to my name. Who could have foreseen that my aspiration to own a place of my own would materialize so abruptly? Despite being trapped in an alien world, putting my life on the line under less than ideal circumstances, I wasn't feeling all too wretched. The caravan trudged into the city, taking the main thoroughfare. The townsfolk poured out onto the streets to witness the spectacle, their expressions anything but cheerful. Why would they be? Their freshly assigned lord and commander, namely me, had barely survived after sending troops straight into the fray. However, the initial gloom on their faces soon morphed into surprise, all because of the cargo hauled by the wagon tailing mine. Hey, is that? Can't be, are those all magic stones? Their murmurs confirmed that all was going as per the plan. Brazenly stacked on the wagon behind were hundreds of Black Spider Legion's magic stones. In this world of magical civilization, magic stones were as valuable as oil. Magic stones, extractable from monster carcasses, were the city's most important strategic resource. They were also the primary reason we could hold this front line, even with the heavy toll on human lives. But recently, as monster activity dwindled, so too did the magic stone harvest. The city's revenue was waning. Yet I had vanquished the Black Spider Legion and amassed nearly 400 magic stones. These were monsters between levels 55 and 60, hence the magic stones were of exceptional purity. A rough estimate would value them exceedingly high, enough to alleviate budget concerns for a bit. If you've conquered a stage deemed unbeatable, this level of reward is to be expected. At this juncture, the citizens' trust in me was beyond abysmal. The situation mirrored the game. At the game's inception, the citizens neither trusted the player nor harbored any liking for them. But by the third year, the citizens would regard the player with affection and unwavering loyalty. In the end, there was only one way to their hearts: money spent judiciously and resolutely. As I was mulling over how to utilize the proceeds from these magic stones, the carriage had already reached the Lord's mansion. "We've arrived, Your Highness." Lucas, alighting from the driver's seat, opened the carriage door for me. I stepped out unhurriedly. The Lord's mansion at the crossroads. This antique beauty of red bricks and marble was showing its age, but retained a certain charm. It was quite expansive. It's a far cry from the single room I used to inhabit. While I was marveling at this, oh dear, my lord." A man burst through the mansion doors and hurried towards us. "I'm so relieved that you're safe, my lord." He was a young man, his ash-grey hair in disarray, peering through thick glasses. The man who had been bounding towards me corrected his form of address as he came to a halt in front of me. "No, no, I shouldn't call you lord. Please forgive me, your royal highness." "It's fine, you can call me lord." I chuckled, assuring this grey-haired young man. He then clasped my bandaged hand and broke down in tears. "Lord, I feared terribly that you might have sustained injuries." This character, radiating an undercurrent of crafty civility, was named Ada. In the game, he acted as an NPC responsible for city management, meaning practically all administrative duties in Crossroad were dealt with through him. From constructing facilities to recruiting troops to managing minutiae of the system. The same likely held true here. City management tasks would be executed in partnership with him. "Please come in. We've prepared a warm bath for you, and dinner is ready. Tonight, just rest." With considerable fatigue weighing me down, my intent was indeed to recuperate for the day. Following Ada's lead into the mansion, I looked back at Lucas and gave a nod. "Let the soldiers rest. Lucas, you too, take it easy and catch some good sleep. But Your Highness, your protection. We've had enough for today. Rest well and we'll resume tomorrow." Reluctantly, Lucas conceded. "As you wish, Your Highness." After a respectful bow to me, Lucas headed towards his quarters, which seemed to be on the ground floor. Ada ushered me to my room on the second floor. "Come, my lord. A hot bath will erase your journey's weariness and the lingering scent of battle. Right, lead the way." Accepting Ada's offer, I stepped into the bathroom adjoining my room. A roomy tub filled with warm water exuded a soothing fragrance. I had gone too long without a proper bath. I yearned to purify myself at the earliest. With bandaged hands, I awkwardly fiddled with my shirt buttons. However, but honestly, retro addict, that was rather remarkable. I stiffened at the voice originating from behind. Who would have expected you to conquer the tutorial in such a manner? It never crossed my mind. You! Taken by surprise, I swiftly turned around. Ada, who had shut not only the room but also the bathroom door, beamed at me. Why the secrecy? Yes, it's me. I am the director of Protect the Empire, Ada, Chapter 12. Side story meeting with the director I wanted to kill. What's there to hide? Absolutely. I am the director of Protect the Empire, Ada. My mind went blank. The director, this kid. So the one who dragged me into this was this son of a... My mind whirled with a hurricane of thoughts. Just at that moment, thud, Ada collapsed, spread eagle onto the floor like a starfish. His limbs and forehead were glued to the bathroom tiles. To me, rooted in place, unable to comprehend the situation, I am deeply sorry for abruptly whisking you away to this place. Ada apologized with fervor. But I know, this world needs you, Mr. Retro Addict. Could you maybe lend us a hand, just once, just once? After a pause, I voiced quietly. Firstly, rise, Mr. Ada. I gripped Ada's arm and helped him up. Ada welled up, apparently touched. Mr. Retro Addict, how could you be so kind? Are you really going to assist us? With a gentle smile, I clearly addressed Ada's plea. No, for this. I snatched this jerk by his collar and smashed his head onto the bathroom floor. Bam! Qok! Die, die, damn it, die! Straddling Ada, I slammed my fists into him relentlessly. I'm going to end this guy a bit later. I am sorry. Ada knelt, hands raised, his face bloated from the thrashing. Now, let's sort this out. I sighed, sitting across from him. The beating had cleared my head somewhat. So you Ray that director who chatted during the broadcast when I conquered the game. Yes, and you Ray the actual director of this game, or rather this world. Indeed. Why does this guy talk in such a way? Now that I ponder it, his dialogue in the game was exactly like this. Suppressing the impulse to strike him again, I continued my inquiries. Why did you summon me here? There's a true ending in this world. Ada blew his nose with a tissue and met my gaze. An end that no one has ever achieved. His eyes, visible behind his round glasses, were a vacant grey mirroring his hair. I've reset this world innumerable times to reach that finale, but I could never attain the ending I yearned for. So, you sought assistance from an outsider. If I were to simplify it, yes. As Ada snapped his fingers, a system window materialized out of thin air. Upon observing that figure, I finally seemed to grasp. This character was truly linked to the genesis of this world. I turned this world into a game and showcased it to the players from other realms. The system window that Ada unveiled in midair displayed rows of server names. Among them, a server named Earth was conspicuous. Was Earth merely one of many servers? The players explored possibilities in ways I hadn't anticipated. However, Ada shook his head subtly. Even they, none could reach the true ending. Am I not the same? A true ending, huh? I wasn't even aware such a thing existed. I had been grinding through Protect the Empire for 6 months, but this was the first time I heard of an alternative ending. Retro Addict failed to reach the true ending, but you achieved a feat no one else could. Hell difficulty. Ironman mode, commonly referred to as Hell's Ironman. I was the sole player who had conquered it. Was it for this reason? I thought you had the best chance, so I clung to hope and brought you here. Brought me my foot. You kidnapped me. And to drop me in such a place, in this guy's body. You practically sentenced me to death. Should I say there was an error or a glitch? I didn't anticipate this situation. As Ada's words faded away, he fell to the floor once more under my fierce glare. Anyway, let me explain first. It's about the reward that Retro Addict will receive if you aid us. I frowned. Reward? If you guide this world to the true ending, I will grant one wish of Retro Addict. A wish? Are we talking about a freaking Dragon Ball granting wishes? I am something akin to a god of this world. Ada confidently asserted, his face still bearing the marks of my assault. How credible. When Retro Addict returns to the original world, I can easily present a generous gift. Anything, anything, even like 10 billion won in cash, just 10 billion won. 100 billion is also doable. Would you prefer more? This guy, he seems to be promising too much. But honestly, it was alluring. He's offering a wish. I have numerous desires I want to fulfill. Bro, no. There was one wish that I fervently hoped to realize. I swallowed hard. If this character truly grants that wish, then... Ada looked at me with a tender smile. Retro Addict has a wish you want to actualize, don't you? Not something like money, but a more valuable wish. You possess a dream you thought was unachievable and gave up on, right? Only then did I understand. This self-proclaimed deity before me was aware, and he summoned me. I was consumed with regret, regret over something I had done. Ill fulfill your dream. The dream is already shattered. As long as it still dwells in your heart, the dream isn't lost. For some reason, Ada spoke with an assurance that suggested he knew exactly what he was talking about. Strike a deal with me, Retro Addict. Guide this world to its true ending. If you do, ill grant your wish. I, who had been silent, scoffed. But if you have such power, why don't you resolve it yourself? There are certain limits to my abilities. I can exercise various powers outside this world, but inside I am just an ordinary human. That's why I needed a proxy like you, Retro Addict. I exhaled quietly. I couldn't entirely trust this guy, but I had a rough understanding of the situation. However, I want to ask one thing. Yes, what happens if I die here? Indeed, that was the most crucial question. Winner takes all. If you succeed in clearing, Yowl returns safely to the original world, back to the moment when you were broadcasting your victory, having gained your desired wish. Ada offered a thin smile. If you die here, it's the end. Life is a one-coin game. There are no saves, no loads. You cleared it on Ironman mode, you're aware of that, right? Indeed, that was the nature of this game. Even if other aspects were forgiving, death was irreversible. If you wish to return to Earth, I can send you back immediately. What? Seriously? Seriously. In fact, my initial plan was to bring you here and propose this from the start. You fell during the tutorial due to unforeseen complications. Scratching his chin awkwardly, Ada gazed at me with intensity. What's it going to be? Will you seize the opportunity to clear the true ending and earn the chance to fulfill your wish? Or would you prefer to return to a peaceful everyday life, devoid of the threat of death? The choice is entirely yours, Retro Addict. Normally, I should have chosen to return without hesitation, but two things deterred me. One was the aspiration to accomplish my wish, and the other was, isn't it worth a shot? Confidence. I had completed this game on Ironman mode. I had a handle on nearly everything about this game. Clear it once more. What can't I do? Ada patiently waited, his lips sealed as I mulled over it. After a lengthy consideration, I exhaled deeply. I am in. Ada's face broke into a smile. Really? Yes. The odds seem more than favorable. In that case, isn't it worth a gamble? One round of betting. I'm going all in on this, so you better do your part correctly. And don't forget about granting my wish if we reach the true ending. Absolutely, sir. Treat me as your loyal hound from this point on. Ada literally prostrated himself, attempting to lick my feet like a dog. Get away, you madman. I pushed Ada back, heaving a sigh as I glared at him. All right then, Lord's Assistant Ada, to safely navigate this world, let's get started. Hooray! Just tell me what to do. Swiftly raising my hand, I jabbed my finger into Ada's chest. His face was lit up with an eager grin. By tomorrow morning, before I delve into official tasks, sell all the black spider magic stones. Ada's face froze, but I pressed on. Well, they are basically money conversion items, aren't they? You should have a sales route. Indeed, that's true, but it's already late in the day, and the market is closed. I don't care. Then open it again. The merchants who are interested in buying magic stones should be in the city anyway. I pressed my finger to Ada's lips, cutting off his protest. Shut up and do as you're told, jerk. Whether you sell it overnight or early in the morning, I want the cash conversion completed by the time I review official duties tomorrow. Got it? Understood. Ada looked deflated but complied. There are 388 black spider magic stones. It's a vast sum even just on the open market. What are you planning to do with all this money? There's plenty to do, but that's none of your concern. I ushered Ada out of the bathroom, growling at him in a menacing tone. Get the cash by tonight, no excuses. Or else smack. Smack. I'll abandon the game and bolt for the mid. My trollish statement drained all color from Ada's face. I'll definitely get it sold. Bang. After shutting the bathroom door harshly, I let out a sigh and made my way to the bathtub. I need a bath, sigh. But the water in the bathtub had already gone cold. Damn it. The next day, I woke up from a sound sleep in my soft, pristine bed to find Lucas waiting outside the room. Lucas, you should take a break. I've had enough rest. I resumed my escort duties this morning. It was morning in name only, but he'd probably been waiting by my door since before sunrise. This guy really takes his job seriously. As I washed my face and dressed with Lucas' help, there was a knock at the door. It was Ada. Heh heh. The money conversion, it's done. Ada, soaked in sweat, pointed out the window. Glancing out, I saw several carts brimming with boxes of gold coins. Due to the massive amount, a substantial security force was present. I summoned the merchants, stayed up all night, held an early morning auction, somehow managed to convert it all to cash. He actually pulled it off. I thought maybe half would sell at most. He's more capable than I gave him credit for. Ada offered me a bundle of sales documents. I didn't accept it, simply gesturing for him to continue. Just give me the grand total. How much is it? For each stone, a little over 10,000 Adele. I sold all 388, so the total comes to 4.5 million Adele. 4.5 million. In this game, by the third year, the influx of high-quality magic stones caused severe inflation, but this was certainly not a sum you could amass at the start. Lucas, taken aback, widened his eyes, and I casually whistled. This amount should suffice for operational funds. Good, we're heading out immediately. Get ready, Lucas. Where do you plan to go, Your Highness? Lucas, who quickly fetched my coat, asked. I shot him a mischievous grin. Our party's quite empty, isn't it? I'm off to recruit a handy ally. First stop, the Mercenary Guild. I plan to pick out new members for my party. Just for starters. I flicked the gold certificate handed to me by Ada, letting a smirk play on my lips. Shall we try about 100 consecutive pulls? Chapter 13. Side story. Do I get a guaranteed SR if I do 100 pulls? Leaving Ada with a list of tasks for the day, Lucas and I exited the mansion. About half an hour later, we found ourselves standing in front of the Mercenary Guild. Although it was called the Mercenary Guild, it bore a strong resemblance to an inn. It was a hub where uncontracted mercenaries lodged, dined, and mingled. These unaffiliated mercenaries used the guild as a temporary home. If I were to hire them, they'd come under the city's jurisdiction. If not, they'd seek opportunities in another city. You never knew when a diamond in the rough might surface, so frequent visits were the way to go. Despite the early hour, the raucous sounds of drinking and revelry filled the Ira good omen. I'll enter first, Your Highness. No. As Lucas moved to open the door, I shook my head, stopping him. I'll go first. With that, I thrust open the door and strode in. Bang! Make way! My brash entrance captured the attention of the reveling mercenaries. Roughly 100 pairs of intense eyes met mine. Who's this jerk? Lost his way or his mind? Their intimidating looks might have unnerved some, but I was undeterred. Their glares paled compared to the black spiders, and most importantly, I am your prospective employer. I held the reins of power. They were at my mercy. I shouted at the mercenaries, their focus solely on me. What's wrong with you lot? Can't you see? Lucas covered his eyes with his hand. Ah well, my audacity was a well-known fact. What was there to fear? We confidently stepped into the Mercenary Guild, whispers about us resonating from all corners. That's Prince Ash, the madcap who threatens to kill everyone if he trips. He's the one who decimated his troops at the frontline base this time. But he's also the one who exterminated all those spiders, right? Ignoring the chatter, I surveyed the mercenaries. Where's the one who shines? The Mercenary Guild was primarily a platform for drawing new characters. For players' convenience, top-tier characters emitted a slight glow within the guild. R-rank had a blue aura. SR rank was bathed in purple. SSR rank glowed gold, and so forth. I roved about the Mercenary Guild, searching for that light. Where could it be? Then I saw it. Seated in the bar at the far end of the Mercenary Guild was a neatly uniformed elderly woman. A soft purple glow framed her silhouette. An SR-ranked character. A stroke of luck. Unable to suppress my grin, I approached the mercenary. Welcome to the Crossroad branch of the Continental Mercenary Guild, Your Highness. She was a woman with neatly tied white hair. A leather eye patch masked her left eye, hinting at its loss, and a large cigar was gripped between her wrinkled lips. I took a seat casually beside her. Could you share your name, mercenary? Certainly. I am Jupiter. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. An SR-ranked lightning mage, Jupiter. Recognition filled me with elation. This seasoned warrior is already in the mercenary guild. I acknowledged Jupiter with a nod as she extended a respectful bow. That's an unfamiliar uniform. Which country does it represent? It belongs to our Everblack Empire. It's a design from several decades ago, so it might be new to you. Jupiter brushed off her dated black uniform with pride. More than 10 medals adorned her chest. Though I knew it already, I couldn't help but let out an exaggerated gasp of admiration. You served the Empire then? For 30 years. I even led the Empire's second magic troop unit. Since my retirement, I've been eking out a living as a mercenary. Even after retirement, you remain devoted to the country, a true patriot. Not quite. The pension for retired soldiers isn't sufficient, hence my turn to mercenary work. Tusk. Jupiter chuckled. It was more a villainous smirk than a soldier's smile. But life at the mercenary rung isn't so bad. It's a merit-based system, and I make a decent living. You seem to have expensive tastes. An old habit of this battle-hardened woman. I've spent my life in the shadow of death, never mastering the art of saving. Jupiter, expertly exhaling smoke from her cigar, shot me a wry, twinkling smile. So, Your Highness, what brings you here? Do I need a specific reason to visit a mercenary guild? I came to recruit a capable mercenary. Or to purchase a disposable life to risk in your place. At Jupiter's jibe, Lucas' hand shot towards his sword hilt. How dare you? Lucas. I halted Lucas with a grasp on his arm. It's fine. Reluctantly, Lucas stepped back, his gaze still fixed on Jupiter with hostility. Your Highness, word of the skirmish at the forward base has spread far and wide. Your first command seems to have come at a heavy cost. Jupiter twirled the cigar between her aged fingers and cocked her head. Indeed, we fight for pay, but we're not fools eager to dig our own grave. We've no interest in gambling our lives under an inexperienced commander. I see. Nodding, I cast my gaze over the assembled mercenaries in the guild. But aren't you all here essentially selling your lives anyway? At my blunt statement, a few of the mercenaries visibly recoiled. You've ended up in this godforsaken frontline because you have no other means of survival than by selling your lives, right? And now you're afraid of doing just that. Snap. I locked eyes with Jupiter and pointed my index finger at her. Avoiding digging your own grave, you say? That's quite a peculiar claim, Lady Jupiter. Ha! What? You might have had a glittering career, but it all ended when you were caught pilfering funds behind the military's back. Wasn't that effectively digging your own grave? Jupiter's lone eye widened in shock. He certainly didn't anticipate that I knew about his past. I smirked and proceeded. From siphoning off defense funds to under-the-table dealings with the enemy, you've done it all. When you were finally apprehended, you were dishonorably discharged. And yet you strut around in your uniform. How brazen, the epitome of corruption and decay. A rotten soldier, a veteran stripped of her dignity and rank. Yet her combat skills were authentic, more of a ruthless pirate than a disciplined soldier. This was the old woman, the lightning mage Jupiter. Jupiter clenched her teeth. Her cigar trembled at the tip. Your Highness, despite my disgraceful exit, I retain my dignity as a soldier of the Empire. Mind your language. How much? I cut her off with a sneer. What's the price tag on that dignity of yours? What do you want? Jupiter's eyes narrowed. Our gazes locked for a moment. Strangely enough, I felt I could trust this kind of person more. They only adhered to one principle. Money. Only money. How much to become my loyal hound? With a hollow chuckle, Jupiter took another puff from his cigar. I don't come cheap, you know. I earn 100,000 Adele a year. 200,000. Thump. The cigar fell onto the bar table. Jupiter looked at me, questioning with disbelief. What? Double. 200,000. While it was a staggering sum for a mercenary's salary, I am the prince of the empire and the lord of this city. Above all, I had recently auctioned off almost 400 premium magic stones. Money. If it meant securing a confirmed SR-grade hero, I wouldn't hesitate. I'll buy your fear of death. I'll pay double your current salary up front. Typically, mercenaries are hired on a weekly basis. After all, who knows when they might fall in battle? But my plan was to pay it all at once. I pulled out several bundles of gold certificates from my pocket. As I counted the certificates, I glanced around the guild, grinning. If you're too scared to risk your life, get out. But if you're a genuine mercenary, eager to make a fortune, join me in the open field west of the crossroad tonight. I left those words hanging as I turned to depart, the eyes of the bewildered mercenaries tracking me. Lucas, who hurriedly followed, asked as he glanced back at the now-closed guild door, "Do you think the mercenaries will come?" "Absolutely, they certainly will. This is a monster frontline where the desperate converge. Mercenaries arrive here with dreams of striking gold and moving on. For them, double the annual salary is not just tempting, it's an offer too enticing to refuse. Death is less daunting than poverty. That reality holds true in the real world as well as this one. We have to recruit Jupiter, irrespective of other mercenaries. Our party critically needs an AoE attacker. But Your Highness, based on your description, she seems prone to betrayal. That's on the battlefield, Lucas. A skilled rogue is more dependable than a bungling, virtuous man. Monsters don't ponder over morality. They simply slaughter the humans in their path. We're in no position to mull over moral dilemmas either. What we need is the capacity to annihilate monsters. Well, that's how it goes on the battlefield. With a wry smile, I climbed into the awaiting carriage. As a lord, I suppose I should be doling out a bit of moral guidance. My next stop was a temple. I was visiting because Lucas had kindled a sacred fire to heal the burns I sustained during the last battle. I could get these burns treated anytime, but I had some business at the temple, so I willingly obliged. "Welcome, Prince. I've been expecting you." A young woman, tightly clad in holy vestments, welcomed me. One of the best R-rank heroes, Saintess Margarita. With skills focused heavily on healing and shielding, she was a game-changing healer in the game. I'll be able to recruit her if I fulfill specific conditions later. But that wasn't the reason for my visit today. Margarita rapidly healed my burns. It felt as though it took less than 5 minutes. "It's done. A faint scar will remain." "Thank you, Saintess." I signaled to Lucas after revealing my healed hand placed in front of my chest. Lucas handed me a pouch of gold coins he was carrying, and I dropped it all into the donation box. "Now, Saintess, as I mentioned earlier, I had sent Damien here last night to lay the groundwork, to communicate my requirements." Margarita nodded in agreement, seemingly well informed. "Yes, I've summoned all the priests who are currently available." About 10 priests who had been waiting bowed to me. Damien was among them. Damien flashed an awkward smile, to which I responded with a thin-eyed grin. "Let's get started then." Leading the priests, I forged ahead. We have a lot to accomplish today. It's going to be somewhat demanding. By evening, west of the crossroads, under a sky painted crimson by the setting sun, a procession of coffins arrived from the forward base. Even after transferring all the coffins stored in Crossroads, there were not enough, so some troops were dispatched to the forest to build more. An unused graveyard had been prepared in the western wasteland, and one by one, the coffins were laid there. The priests offered prayers for each coffin. A coffin was positioned in the tomb reserved for Ken at the forefront. I quietly observed the scene. While the ceremony was ongoing, a choir sang. From Crossroads, and even from the neighboring villages, anyone who could sing was hastily gathered to form an impromptu choir. It was quickly assembled, but their performance was quite impressive. La la la, la 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 la. The hauntingly beautiful melody resonated in the air. Intrigued residents gathered to witness the spectacle unfolding. Uniformly arranged soldiers, imperial banners shrouding each coffin, a massive choir. In this city where death was an everyday occurrence and of little value, this was a rare, solemn funeral. Most notably, the financial recompense promised to the families of the deceased. Whispers about the scale of this compensation spread amongst the onlookers who had come to observe. Those taken aback by the sum muttered amongst themselves. The rumors would quickly disseminate. I don't plan to paint a rosy picture. I observed the amazed citizens, their whispers growing louder, with a wry smile on my face. Yes, I had no intention of dressing up the truth. This was a spectacle, but a justifiable one. Loyalty doesn't come without a cost. Reward for dedication, respect in death. Only these two, remuneration and reverence, could cultivate loyalty. The battle on this frontline should be viewed as a noble duty towards humanity, not out of compulsion, but willingly. One must confront the monsters with dignity, and at that point, the mercenaries would evolve into a true army. The third prince, recently appointed as Lord, Ash-born Hater Everblack. Once the ceremony concluded, I stood before the residents who had congregated like a sea of clouds. It was somewhat ironic that the first encounter between the Lord and his subjects was taking place at a funeral. Is that the new Lord? The notorious prince? He seems like a handful. Among the chattering crowd, I spotted Jupiter and the mercenaries. They had made it. Let me make something clear. Thousands of eyes were fixed on me, but perhaps due to my extensive experience as a streamer, or maybe the fear had dissipated while grappling with monsters, I wasn't particularly anxious. The words I had prepared flowed smoothly. All of you will continue to die on the front lines. Chapter 14. From this day forward, you will die on the front lines. I declared it without any attempt to sugarcoat the truth. Each week, fresh grave will appear in this cemetery, accompanied by the mournful tunes of the choir. Despite my efforts to limit the losses, lives would be lost. There could never be a battlefront void of casualties. But, make no mistake, your demise will cost more than your survival. The expenses involved in these funerals and the compensation for the deceased were immense. Almost half of the income from selling magic stones had to be allocated for this compensation budget. I had also planned to increase the salaries of all soldiers and mercenaries, but it paled in comparison to the funeral expenses. Yes, death shouldn't be commonplace or inexpensive. It should be precious and costly, not a fate easily met by anyone. So, I will strive to keep you alive. I will go to every extent to save you and thrust you back into battle. For my financial needs as a lord, and for the soldiers' own good. They must not die, they must live. Survival was the commandment. So, don't yield to death easily. I glanced at Jupiter and the mercenaries. Jupiter returned my gaze with his single eye, his lips sealed tightly. Live and earn your wages from me. Don't die and make me foot the funeral bill. That marked the end of my address. As I stepped down from the podium, Lucas signaled to the artillery. Boom, the sound echoed. Above the crimson-hued evening sky, a salute to the brave souls reverberated. How would the citizens interpret my speech? The apologies of an inept commander, the money-driven frenzy of a mad lord. Either way, it didn't concern me. I would demonstrate it through results. On these beast-ridden front lines, I was more capable than anyone. Now, shall we? Smirking, I rolled my wrists. Attempt to clear stage one. The following day, Jupiter and the mercenaries fell under my command. Congratulations, you've got some impressive new comrades. Ada barged in, holding a pile of profiles for the new mercenaries. What a racket! This was the Lord's office. I was inundated with work. I had to handle city administration duties, even within the game. Why is there so much work immediately after I take office? What was the previous Lord up to? I tackled the paperwork while grumbling. After all, planning for the next stage was crucial now. I had to survive to manage the city. We've hired all the independent mercenaries in the city, a total of 114 people. We required every soldier we could muster for the impending stage one. I hired all available mercenaries, cost being no object. They've all entered their stats into the system. You can check it whenever you'd like. Upon saying this, Ada nonchalantly discarded all the profiles he was holding into the trash bin. If he was going to do that, why bother bringing them in the first place? Let's see. I summoned the system interface to review the new mercenaries Id enlisted. The forces within Protect the Empire were divided into two distinct types. Heroes and soldiers, those were the categories. Heroes were remarkable individuals. They had the capability to wield skills and form parties. These characters were the bedrock of the game's strategic play. Even the engraded heroes, who are frequently dismissed, held immense power compared to ordinary soldiers. Soldiers lacked the ability to use skills or form parties. However, without them, the battle lines would crumble. Since soldiers also gained strength with experience, it was essential to uplift their spirits and manage them effectively. Among the mercenaries you've employed this time, the count of heroes is 5. Out of over 100 id chosen, only 5 qualified as heroes. Moreover, the odds of encountering high-grade heroes among these 5 were even lower. From this perspective, it was a rather ruthless gacha game. Did we hit the jackpot? I hollered as I opened the list of new heroes. Flash, the hues reflecting on the profile images of the 5 new characters were 1 purple, 4 greys, 1 SR grade and 4 N grades. Damn, just as I suspected. I grumbled in disappointment, but it was hardly a surprise. This place was a city built on a grave, a magnet for people with messed up lives. That notorious monster frontline. The stage at which high-grade talents began to converge occurred after the city's reputation improved and income rose in the mid-game. For now, I should be content with snagging one SR grade. After quickly scanning the 4 N-grade heroes, I finally reviewed Jupiter's stats. Jupiter, SR, level, 35 title, corrupt retired soldier profession, advanced lightning mage strength 8, agility 18, intelligence 30, stamina 10, magic power 35 starting at level 35. Shed completed her second job advancement and obtained an advanced class. This was a significant catch. Owned skills, passive, lightning control skill 1, bleaching zone skill 2, bleaching again ultimate. Unlocks after third job advancement. The passive, lightning control, was quite literal. It conferred the ability to control lightning. It's a commonplace passive skill for elemental wizards that converts their magic power into electrical attributes. Skill 1 is an area of effect lightning spell. It targets enemies within a certain radius with lightning and imprints a mark. Skill 2 is a combo skill. It hurls an enhanced bolt at a marked enemy, inflicting tremendous damage. Jupiter, with such a skill set devoted to area of effect attacks, was also my primary attacker in the game. The problem lay with this old woman, when her trait becomes a nuisance. Equipped traits 1/3. Gold fever cannot be removed, the unremovable trait, gold fever. It's exactly what it sounds like, a trait that drives one mad for money. Particularly coins, they were irresistible. When a treasure chest is unearthed in a dungeon, if this trait is active, there's a certain chance you will lose control and open the chest autonomously. Yet, what if it were a trap? In the previous game, a late-stage dungeon trap was triggered, resulting in me being devoured and torn apart by a mimic masquerading as a treasure chest. I'll have to keep it under control no matter what. This place adhered to the game's rules, but it was undeniably real. I should be able to curb her greed for treasure and resist opening every chest. At least I hoped so. I wasn't eager to lose my hard-won SR-grade wizard that easily. New hero characters. LV35 Jupiter SR, LV14 Tane N, LV14 Ron N, LV12 Gia N, LV11 Peak N. These were the 5 new heroes Id acquired, including Lucas, Damien, myself, and Lily, who was on the verge of retirement. How should I set up the party? I paused for a moment of contemplation. The party configuration should adapt according to the composition of the enemy. It's more efficient to shape the party in a way that effectively counters as many enemy types as possible. But to do that, I need to know what types of enemies we're facing. My eyes flitted to the time limit displayed on the stage information window. Stage 1. Until the start. 3 days, 1 hour, 3 days remained until the stage's onset. The countdown was swiftly narrowing. The pressure was mounting. I should start gathering information about the enemy. You can typically only view the stage enemy information upon making contact with the enemy. In the tutorial's case, I could see it immediately since I was already engaged in combat. But now, the enemy information window was filled with question marks. Reconnaissance was crucial. Ideally, I'd send a scout, but there was a workaround for that. Lucas. I beckoned Lucas, who was stationed outside my office door. The moment I called, Lucas dashed to my side as if propelled by wings. Yes, did you call for me, Your Highness? Let's go get some fresh air. Lucas, who promptly fetched my coat, queried, Where are we headed today, Your Highness? The lake. I replied calmly while sliding my arm into the coat that Lucas was assisting me with. I am going to visit the enemy camp. Pardon me. Lucas' face was a picture of confusion, not comprehending what Id just said. I let out a smug grin. You'll understand when we arrive, you simpleton. A short while later, in the backyard of the Crossroad Lord's mansion, Lucas and I stood before a mound of crumbled stones. Lucas, oblivious to the situation, followed me without question. I extended my hand towards the heap of stones. Then, a system window materialized before me. Do you wish to activate the teleport gate? Yes/no, well, naturally, yes. Gugagung. Accompanied by an odd operational sound, the stones levitated, spinning and assembling into a magical gate. A stunned Lucas inquired, What is this, Your Highness? It's a portal to the dungeon beneath the lake. I explained once more to the flabbergasted Lucas. So, it's a direct route to a hell brimming with monsters. Is that what you're implying? Protect the Empire combined 2 game genres, tower defense and dungeon attack. The game's rules were set as follows. The central stage was all about tower defense. Monsters emerged from the lake, assailing us via the crossroads, and our objective was to repel them using the city's entire military power. It was a war of total annihilation. Then, in between these stages, during the periods when the enemies weren't launching assaults, we were permitted to delve into the dungeon beneath the enemy's stronghold, the lake. This was referred to as free exploration. The player would navigate the dungeon with a small assault team, gathering clues for the upcoming stage, grinding for experience and items, and unveiling the mysteries entwined with the dungeon. This pattern of alternating defense and offense was the game's fundamental structure. This teleportation gate was a device designed for that free exploration. In the game, it only activated after the completion of Stage 1. But I had an inkling, so I decided to inspect it. Sure enough, it was already operational. It's a damn challenging game, but it doesn't set you up for failure. Furthermore, I knew how to handle almost all of the monsters, and I had nearly committed to memory the layout and gimmicks of the dungeon beneath the lake. During the defensive stage, I'd slay the monsters and then round them up like a mass hunt. During the offensive free exploration, I'd hoover up all the items and experience I could farm in the dungeon. It's worth a try. No, it's definitely achievable. The tutorial was grueling, but the initial conditions were rather favorable. I began with Damien, a character who could be dubbed a cheat code, and I also managed to secure Jupiter, an SR-ranked wide-area attacker. On top of that, I had a decent sum of money, the confidence that I could safely clear the game and fulfill my wish. It was burgeoning within me. All right, Lucas, let me put it in simple terms. I spelled out the game's rules to Lucas, informing him that we were conducting a reconnaissance of the enemy in preparation for the next stage. Indeed, I understand. Lucas didn't pose any queries. He merely inspected his armor and weapon. I swallowed my dry saliva. In reality, Lucas should have been the one with the most questions, given the sudden transformation in the prince he had served his entire life, who now knew the layout of a city we had just reached and the existence of the dungeon. It was peculiar, but Lucas silently trailed me. "Hey, don't you have any questions for me?" I asked cautiously, prompting Lucas to look at me with his deep blue eyes. A moment of silence ensued. Unwittingly, I swallowed my dry saliva once again. After a brief pause, Lucas diverted his gaze and slowly began to speak. Chapter 15, Side Story. At the Black Lake, Lucas began to speak with caution. I was on pins and needles. Multiple contingency plans sprouted in my mind, considering how to justify my actions to Lucas in a manner that would ensure his continued loyalty. However, I simply follow your orders. I harbor no doubts. Those were Lucas' words. I am your sword and your shield. I merely strike and protect as per your directives. I was at a loss for words. He undoubtedly had his reservations. Yet he trusted me more than he was skeptical. Lucas had made that abundantly clear. I was somewhat moved. Damn, Lucas, you loyal fool. I'll make sure you get a handsome bonus later. Good on you, Lucas. I pointed towards the entrance of the gate and hollered spiritedly. Are you prepared to step into the jaws of hell then? Lucas solemnly nodded with a stern expression. If it is by your side, I would gladly journey to the very depths of hell. You might not be aware of this, but we've already weathered hell together, Lucas, and we're poised to do it once more. I didn't voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, I patted Lucas' shoulder gently. Lucas responded with a faint smile. A moment later, we were more or less geared up. Originally, we were simply going to perform a light reconnaissance, hence the minimal preparation. I stood before the gate. Subsequently, a system window materialized before me. Teleport gate, please select a destination. Lakeside Pier, unopened area, unopened area. Presently, the gate could only transport us to one location, the Lakeside Pier. As we traverse and clear the dungeon, the number of accessible locations will progressively increase. I selected Lakeside Pier and activated the gate. As the magical portal began its rotation, Lucas positioned himself at the entrance of the gate first. I will go ahead, Your Highness. Should there be any adversaries, I will handle them. There's no need to worry, the gate is safe. Even so, what if scenarios exist? Thus, I shall be the first to step in. With those words, he leaped into the gate. Such an exemplary model of dedication. Who? I drew in a deep breath and then hurled myself into the gate following his lead. Woom! My field of vision swirled, and I was enshrouded by the sensation of levitating in the air. Shortly thereafter, the world plunged into pitch darkness. Now loading. Tip heroes can bolster their strength by equipping gear. Equipment can be procured in the dungeon or crafted at the blacksmiths. For goodness sake, quit shoving these tips at me out of the blue. Stop attempting to pass off as a user-friendly game now. Flash. With a blinding burst of light, the gate traversal was concluded. As I emerged from the gate, a lake with a sapphire surface glistening in the sunlight sprawled before me. We've arrived. I felt a tad nauseous, but I had made it in one piece. I composed myself and scanned the surroundings. We were next to a decrepit pier at the lakeside. The gently undulating lake stretched out right before my eyes. This black lake was the birthplace of monsters, a hellish source of nightmares. It was the dungeon that barred the southern edge of the world. Lake Sacchaman stirred lazily, radiating an ominous air like a yawning abyss. Almost hypnotically drawn in, I found myself gazing intently into the lake. "Your Majesty!" The urgency in Lucas' voice snapped me out of my trance. Startled, I turned towards him. At the end of the pier, I saw Lucas back. "What is it? What's happening?" "Over there, look over there." With a face white as a sheet from terror, Lucas pointed out towards the lake. I followed his gaze, and my eyes grew wide with shock. SSHHHHHHHHH. The tranquil surface of Lake Sacchaman roiled and churned. Boom, boom, boom. Monstrous forms began to burst forth from the frothing lake, stomping their feet on the pier. Squeak, clang. They were decrepit, hollow suits of armor. Armed with rusted weapons of a reddish-brown hue, these armor-clad beasts crawled out of the lake, emitting an unsettling metallic noise. A spectral glow flickered from within their vacant helmets. A legion of spectral figures sheathed in armor. I clenched my jaw and hissed, "The living armor legion." Why did it have to be these cretins? The stage design of Protect the Empire incorporates an element of randomness. The adversaries in the preliminary stages are selected randomly from a pool of low-level monster legions. However, they always fall within the low-level range, meaning there isn't an absurd difficulty spike akin to a tutorial stage. Except for one instance, that is, damn it, why did it have to be? I gnashed my teeth. Why did it have to be the living armor? Goblins would have been manageable, mermaids too, hell, I would have even settled for wyverns. Of all the possible low-level adversaries, we had to cross paths with the living armor. Forcefully calming myself, I pulled up the stage information window. Thanks to our encounter with the enemy, their details were displayed accurately. Enemy info, Stage 1. LV. 1. LV5 Living Armor Assault Trooper, 1052. The mentioned at the top must be the boss monster. The remaining living armors amounted to a staggering number of over 1,000. The silver lining was their relatively low levels. Boom, boom, boom. The sight of thousands of armored monsters emerging from the waters was both repugnant and chilling. The monsters amassing on the northern shore wasted no time and began their march northward towards the crossroads. These creatures the monsters were tasked with stopping this time. "Your Majesty," Lucas turned towards me with a look of concern upon noticing my frozen state. "Are you okay? You look ashen. Are you feeling unwell or—" "Lucas," this conversation. It felt eerily familiar from the tutorial. I was left with no other option. There was nothing else to say. I locked eyes with Lucas, my words laden with seriousness and grim acceptance. Shit, was screwed again. While immersing myself in Protect the Empire, I had reset the game as many as 741 times. If victory seemed unattainable, I had no option but to start afresh. The reasons for each reset varied. Sometimes it was in-game incidents like Lucas' demise or the obliteration of my first-tier party. Other times it was management issues like mishandling city finances, losing facilities I had invested all my resources in, or failing to secure high-grade heroes due to sheer bad luck. Nevertheless, in most scenarios, I made it a point to persist till the bitter end. Defeat also carried valuable lessons to be employed in the next game. But there was one exception. In this case, I instantly hit the reset button without a second thought. It was when the Stage 1 monsters turned out to be the Living Armor Legion. In such a situation, regardless of my attempts, it'd either face a game over, or even if I did manage to clear it, the damage inflicted would be so catastrophic that an eventual reset was inevitable. After 10 futile attempts at overcoming this obstacle, I simply opted to reset the game as soon as I laid eyes on the living armors. In Stage 1, the most exasperating monsters to deal with are these armored fiends. I massaged my temples with my fingertips, trying to alleviate the headache. Living armors are creatures made entirely of armor. The true entity within is a specter. In other words, they have an exceptionally high resistance to physical attacks. Most of the soldiers defending the fortress are mere mortals. They don't possess abilities like Lucas, who can rip out the cores of monsters, or Lily and Jupiter, who can wield magic. Their arsenal is restricted to simple swords and spears. Now, imagine 1,000 specters, clad in solid armor, launching an attack. Unlike other monsters who can be felled by a cannon shot or a spear thrust, these are different. Their armor is not only robust, but their spectral forms also don't succumb to damage easily. In a head-on collision, our side is destined to suffer immense losses. The tides turn midway through the game, when our characters and parties grow stronger and acquire various defensive equipment, making it easier to combat them. But right now, at Stage 1, all odds are stacked against us. Damn it, any monster but the living armors would have been bearable. At this juncture, it almost seemed as if some malevolent force was intentionally meddling with the game. Flash. Once the reconnaissance was over, Lucas and I made an immediate return to Crossroads via the gate. I pulled up the stage information again. Stage 1. Time until start. 2 days, 23 hours. We had a window of 3 days until the stage kicked off. In 3 days, those monstrosities would overrun this place. The clock was ticking, but we still had some time to gear up. The only option was to exhaust every possible measure. Ada. As I stormed into the mansion and hollered, Ada scurried over, adjusting his glasses. You summoned, Lord. How's the city's military faring? The current total personnel available for frontline service in Crossroads is approximately 526, Lord. Over the past few years, as monster invasions had become less frequent, the fortress standing army had been whittled down to about 3,000. The bulk of this number was lost in the tutorial stage. Although they had managed to bolster the ranks with about 100 mercenaries, their military strength remained woefully inadequate. Damn it, Ash, you stupid idiot! I cursed yet again at the reckless prince who had lent me his body. Damn it! Had it been any other monster legion, our current forces would have been enough to scoff at the danger, but against the living armor legion, we were severely underprepared. What's the possibility for further troop reinforcements? All the mercenaries who came to the city have already been employed. Well, hire more as they arrive, but... So, you're saying there's nowhere else to recruit more? Within this city, yes. Then send messengers to nearby cities to request for troops. Tell them ill pay double the usual weekly wage. Certainly, Crossroad was a solitary fortress stationed at the world's southernmost tip. Traveling to a nearby city would take days, but it was better to attempt than not. Also, dispatch a messenger to the Imperial Palace. Inform them that the monsters have started to mobilize and request the maximum possible reinforcements. Ada, who had been diligently noting down my instructions, paused and gave me a faint smile. Are you certain about this, my lord? Requesting support from the Empire's headquarters was a precursor for a crucial event in the mid-game. That's why I had been resisting the urge to seek help. But what could I do? Survival was paramount. Go ahead, it's fine. Understood. And gather all the carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in the city. No, don't just gather, draft them. Crossroad was the world's largest magic stone mining area. There were numerous artisans working on processing these magic stones. I plan to utilize them as well. But if we do so, the magic stone processing line will halt. We're on the brink of disaster, and you're worried about magic stone processing. Stop it all and bring everyone here. Understood. I'll draft them immediately. After issuing several minor orders, I gave my final instruction. And summon all party members. We have a total of 9 heroes who can form parties. How would you like to arrange them? I opened the system window. I grouped the newly recruited heroes, including Jupiter, into one party. The remaining Lucas, Damien, Lily, and I were assigned to the main party. The parties will be arranged like this. Inform them as you summon. Lily is in a somewhat difficult condition for movement. This is not the time to consider that. I felt a pang of regret for Lily, who was wheelchair-bound and nearing retirement. But we couldn't afford to have an R-class wizard sidelined at this critical juncture. There's no time. Carry out the orders now. Understood. Ada scurried out of the mansion. After instructing Lucas to prepare the party members for battle as they arrived, I retreated to my room in the mansion. Perched on the edge of the bed, I brought up the system window in the air before me. I had spent a fair amount of time waffling and mulling over it, but it seemed the luxury of time was no longer on my side. Job selection. From the list of potential jobs, my finger hovered over the last option. Commander. The difficulty level of this game was anything but ordinary. From the Queen Spider in the tutorial to the prematurely appearing living armor legion, arguably the most fearsome monster type in the early stages of the game. The tougher the game, the more crucial it was to introduce variables. So I made the decision to roll the dice. I intended to introduce variables using a lesser-known hidden job. Novice Commander will be your job selection. Are you sure? Yes/no yes, damn you. My hands trembled as I gingerly selected yes. Ash X has changed jobs to Novice Commander. The jingle that signified my job change chimed in. And then, what's going on? My eyes bulged at the following system message. What on earth was this? Chapter 16 Ash X has changed jobs to Novice Commander. A lively fanfare chimed in, marking my transition to a new job. Then, a 50% debuff is applied to your stat growth rate. A 50% debuff is applied to your equipment proficiency. Hold on, what? What the? I stared, blinking at the successive messages. What was it saying again? Are you fucking serious? I double-checked, and it was no joke. There was indeed a growth debuff displayed on my stats window. Cut the crap. What the hell was this? Shit. What sort of job came with such a debuff? Setting a trap like this, that bastard director Ada is in for it. You have acquired the trait Attack Totem. You have acquired the trait Defense Totem. You have acquired the trait Super Buffer. You have acquired the trait Main Order. The system party synergy is now available. I froze, just as I was about to grab a weapon and hunt down Ada. Messages about acquiring new traits and a system flickered in front of my eyes. Attack Totem, Defense Totem, Super Buffer, Main Order, Party Synergy. What were these? I opened up the trait window. Attack Totem LV1. Simply by being on the battlefield, you uplift your allies' morale, granting a 5% bonus to all allies' attack power. Defense Totem LV1. Simply by being on the battlefield, you uplift your allies' morale, granting a 5% bonus to all allies' defense power. So, these were literal totem traits. My mere presence on the battlefield provided an attack and defense bonus to my allies. Moreover, Super Buffer enhances all buffs provided by the commander character by 1 level. This went as far as enhancing by 1 level. Isn't this a gem? No, it wasn't just a gem. If this buff was applied to all allies, it was outright overpowered. Just by possessing one character's trait, I could offer a mass increase in attack and defense to thousands of allies. So that's why there's a personal debuff. The buff itself was overpowered. If the buffing commander unit could also grow, it would be extremely overpowered. Hence, the debuff to growth rate. Considering this, it wasn't bad. No, objectively speaking, it was pretty great. The only minor issue is, I can only equip up to 3 traits. These 3 traits are useful, but if I equip all 3, I can't use any other traits. I then looked at the other trait I had recently acquired. Main Order LV1. The ability to deliver commands accurately on the battlefield. It allows you to control your subordinates more accurately, as if they were your own limbs. This was a trait related to troop control. In games, it was a simple task to control hundreds or thousands of troops, but this was reality. It was hard to steer the battlefield according to my plans. This trait seemed to simplify that. And then there's map making. So there were 5 traits in total. With a cooldown of 24 hours for changing traits, it seemed I would have to adapt on the fly, adjusting traits according to the circumstances of the battlefield. Well, that should cover the traits. I learned that the party synergy system had also been unlocked. This was new to me. Party synergy, a unique benefit of the commander class, provides a stats boost to the party depending on the job combination of party members. Encourages trying various combinations. A boost based on the party members' roles. I accessed the synergy list and looked at the top line. Party synergy list, Knight synergy. Increase in physical defense based on the number of knight characters in the party. Knightwoe, dual knights. All party members' physical defense increases by 20%. Nightfor, Iron Squad. All party members' physical defense increases by 50%. Nightviv, Unbreakable. All party members' physical defense increases by 90%. Um. So, it granted additional stats depending on the party makeup. As the game progressed, the number of heroes recruited and the parties formed would multiply. Each party would benefit from a synergy bonus according to their mix. That's clever. This system was an exclusive advantage of the commander class. As a former player now directly involved on the battlefield, I couldn't envision a more fitting role. I respectfully placed back the cudgel I had picked up to dispatch Ada into the fireplace. My apologies, I had mulled over numerous tactics to complete this first stage, but ultimately one strategy stood out: orthodoxy. There were multiple gimmicks, but I wasn't equipped to utilize them yet, and time was scarce. It seemed best to use the remaining time to strengthen our defenses sincerely. Under this decision, I drafted carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and alchemists to fortify our defense lines. But I've been drafting for a while now. I broke into a cold sweat as I eyed the four individuals standing before me: the lead carpenter, the chief mason, the head blacksmith, and the primary alchemist. Four stern-faced elderly men, bound by ropes and hauled before me. This isn't kidnapping, it's conscription. Well, none of them were complying with the draft notice, so Ada scratched his head awkwardly. In the rush, I only managed to bring the guild leaders. As Ada politely clarified his recruitment efforts, the disgruntled guild leaders, as if waiting for this moment, expressed their discontent. What the hell is this out of nowhere? Even if you're a royalty, there are protocols. We were processing magic stones. How are we supposed to do that if you just drag us here? If there are losses in our operations, will you take responsibility? Look at them, all furious, shouting with veins bulging on their faces. As I looked at them, I couldn't help but feel regret as I offered them a soft apology. Are you guys asking for a death wish? Who on earth screams about protocol? Ha! You think I'm a pushover? The four guild leaders instantly shut their mouths. I continued to give them a warm earful. When I, the prince of this country and the lord of this city, summon you, ha! Regardless of your work or any crap you're up to, you should scramble over here, got it? And then you dare to sit there, glowering at me, wound my pride. Are you asking for death? No, well, that's... Sorry, I'm sorry. It's our first interaction with a royal lord, so... The guild leaders instantly came to their senses and averted their gaze. At times like these, I felt gratitude towards Ash. His nationwide reputation as a madman let me freely indulge in such antics. Stand at attention. With my roar, the guild leaders promptly straightened their posture. Cold sweat beaded on the elders' faces. I think I've injected enough fear. Time to ease off. Yeah, I understand you're busy. After a long time, you must have obtained several high-quality magic stones. You're probably tied up processing and packaging them. That's right. But who procured those magic stones? I pointed at myself with my thumb. And who will continue to bring them in the future? Your most significant ally. And that ally is none other than who? Why you, your highness? Exactly. For now, remember this. I wiped the smile off my face. Let's cut to the chase. The Monster Legion is marching towards us. They will reach this city in 3 days. The startled guild leaders exchanged glances, but the monsters have been dormant for the past few years. Even if they did appear, they were mostly held back before reaching Crossroad, right? The circumstances have shifted. Didn't you hear about the frontier base getting wiped out? I clicked my tongue and shook my head. The monstrous fiends have started acting aggressively again. It's not a small-scale attack either. We're talking thousands. And this isn't the end. Their onslaught will persist. And to be honest, we are underpowered. I folded my arms and gazed sternly at the guild leaders. We need help. We need the assistance of every producer in this city. But even if you say that, what can we do? I seek your aid in manufacturing military supplies. Of course, I'm not asking you to work for free. I'll pay a reasonable price. I chuckled and snapped my fingers. This surge in monster activity is a crisis, but it's also an opportunity, wouldn't you say? For the past decade or so, with the monsters in a lull, magic stone mining had naturally dwindled. Several problems had arisen in the magic stone processing industry. But if the monster numbers surge again, magic stone production booms. And when magic stone production thrives, wealth flows in. Let's strike a deal. I clapped my hands together. I will provide you with a portion of the magic stones reclaimed by the military at cost, perhaps about 20%. We can negotiate the exact percentage later. The guild master's eyes widened in shock. Hey, sir, are you serious? Absolutely. Direct access to magic stones sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Until now, the military had been collecting the magic stones and selling them to the merchants, who then commissioned the production workers to process them. But why should we stick to that old method? Why should we needlessly pad the pockets of middlemen? Let's trade directly. There was no need for us to split the profits. My long-term plan was to take control of all production within the city, including the distribution of magic stones. I intended to seize control of not just the production of magic stones, but also their processing, distribution, and selling. However, from now on, you must prioritize the production of military supplies when I instruct you to. Of course, I'll pay you fairly for your work. I tilted my chin towards the guild masters, who nervously swallowed their saliva. What do you think? It's a good offer, isn't it? Ultimately, I was wielding money and power to reel them in. Isn't that the essence of a golden rule? We're in. We can give it a try. When do we start, and what do we need to do? Well, what can you do? There's nothing in this world as persuasive as money. After concluding the meeting with the guild masters of the production sector, I headed towards the mansion's entrance, where my heroes had assembled. Lucas, Damien, Lily, and the new party representative, Jupiter. Lucas, Damien, and Lily had already met, so they exchanged comfortable greetings. But Jupiter, due to her uniquely ominous aura, stood a little awkwardly to the side. Of course, Jupiter, not the type to be bothered by such things, took drags from her cigar while squinting at the other party members. This old lady, her gaze reminded me of a grandmother looking at her adorable grandchildren. They'll get along eventually. I didn't fret over it and began to brief the party members. I believe Lucas has given you a basic rundown of the situation. I nodded, glancing at each of the four who were all eyes on me. A legion of monsters, specifically 1,000 living armors, are marching towards this city. Their estimated time of arrival is about 3 days from now. They all simultaneously wore expressions of "we're in deep trouble." Quite the amusing spectacle. Chapter 17. Stage 1, Preparation for War 2. I filled my party members in on the current situation. As I discussed the imminent onslaught of 1,000 living armors, the faces of Damien and Lily turned ashen. Jupiter just exhaled billows of smoke from her cigarette without a word, while Lucas, having already been briefed, remained composed. "What's our plan, Your Highness?" Lucas inquired. I acknowledged his query with a nod. "We can't just twiddle our thumbs for 3 days. We'll do all that's within our power. I'll delegate tasks to each of you now." I first addressed Lucas. "Lucas, ready for your command. I am appointing you as the supreme commander of the Crossroad forces." Lucas, the original protagonist of this game, essentially represented the player. He was endowed with exceptional leadership skills. I could depend on him. "I'll do my utmost." With a respectful bow, Lucas accepted my terse and to-the-point directive. Crossroad hasn't experienced a real invasion in several years. Our troops have likely lost their edge. Your job is to whip them back into shape. I'll fulfill your command. The enemy we're about to face is the living armor. They're a spectral knights. Physical attacks are largely ineffective, especially cutting strikes. They're a practically worthless. Would slicing through a ghost serve any purpose? Moreover, blades are usually ineffective against armor. Equip all our soldiers with blunt weapons. If that's not feasible, provide them with wooden clubs. In essence, I plan to modify the nature of their weaponry to ensure they could deal substantial damage, even if it was to the armor. The physical attack attributes in Protect the Empire were divided into 3 types: slash, strike, and pierce. While no single attribute was clearly superior, aligning them appropriately could prove beneficial. In the next 3 days, swap the gear and provide basic training in the use of blunt weapons. Understood. Excellent. I am counting on you. I had faith that Lucas would accomplish his task proficiently. I then focused on the next party member. Moving on, Lily. As her name was called, Lily, confined to her wheelchair, gestured towards her legs with a puzzled look. "Your Highness, as you can see, I am unable to." Her confusion was understandable. She had recently retired from battle due to her incapacitation. And here I was, urging her back into the fray against the monsters. "I apologize, Lily, but at this moment, we're in desperate need of your assistance." Lily, an R-grade magician with experience since the tutorial stage, was too precious a resource to leave unutilized. I regretted it, but I had to leverage her skills. But don't worry excessively. You won't be required on the front lines. Then what should I? Crossroad hasn't faced a direct assault in over a decade. The soldiers were not just complacent, but our defensive tools and facilities were also deteriorating. A considerable chunk, actually, most of the defensive artifacts are languishing and decaying in storage. We need to get them operational and back in action. I had already instructed the head of the Alchemist Guild. By now, a team of alchemists should be congregating at the military warehouse. Then yes, I'd like you to supervise the refurbishment of the defensive artifacts. Artifact repair was typically a task for alchemists, but it was undeniably more efficient to have a mage for the field tests. Surely this is just an excuse. I had intended to appoint Lily to supervise all artifact maintenance from here on out. As a mage, Lily was sharp, hard-working, and efficient. She was the ideal candidate to manage the artifacts, which could be considered the heart of the defensive equipment. If she's in charge of artifact repairs, she'll naturally become well-versed in their condition and capabilities. Inevitably, she would assume overall responsibility. I'm sorry, Lily, but retirement isn't in your cards. Your future is a life of service to this city. It doesn't need to be in top-notch condition. As long as it can fire even a single shot, repair the artifact to that level and place it on the city walls. Ah, understood. Lily was slightly trembling, but she nodded. Don't worry too much. I'll compensate you generously. Next, Jupiter. Upon hearing her name, Jupiter promptly extinguished her cigarette. You can keep smoking. After all, you're about to be pushed to your limits. It's the least I can allow. Jupiter, as you've probably anticipated, you're the cornerstone of this defensive battle. The moment she learned the enemy was a living armor, Jupiter would've known. She was headed for an exhausting fight. Living armors are ghosts clad in metal armor. You, who can wield electric magic, are their perfect counter. This was the key reason why I chose to fight traditionally, refraining from any gimmicks at this stage. SR-rank lightning mage, Jupiter. For the monster species known as living armors, she was the worst enemy imaginable. You could say this cursed game had granted me a sliver of luck. You and your party will operate separately. Well, supply mounts for everyone. During the defense battle, Yao'll employ guerrilla tactics. You attack, and your party members shield you. There's nothing else to prepare. Sync up with your party members and rest until the day of the defense battle. Yao'll be stretched to your limits. Jupiter listened to my words in silence. I gave a hearty nod. Show me what you're capable of. Make the salary I am paying you worthwhile. I have one question, Your Majesty. Jupiter, twirling her unlit cigarette between her long fingers, flashed a faint smile. That salary. It's renewed annually, isn't it? Indeed it is. So if this old gal performs well, it goes up, right? Jupiter inquired, not bothering to conceal the avarice flickering in her one eye. I couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. This money-minded old woman. Absolutely. It will naturally increase based on your performance. You might want to start contemplating next year's hike, Your Majesty. Jupiter tossed her cigarette on the ground. The elderly lightning mage cracked her knuckles within her gloved hands and laughed. There won't be a mercenary as good a bargain as I am. Once Lucas, Lily, and Jupiter received their assignments, they left to fulfill their respective duties. At the entrance of the mansion, only Damien, Ada, and I remained. Damien blinked his large brown eyes in bewilderment. Your Highness, what should I? Damien, I signaled to Ada, who promptly brought over a leather bag. I passed the bag directly to Damien. Take it, it's been prepared for you. Ha! With a look of surprise, Damien opened the bag and examined its contents. Is this a crossbow? Indeed. It hastily bought an N-grade crossbow from a weapons merchant. Ordinary crossbow, NLV-10, category, crossbow attack power, 10-15 durability, 30/30 bonus. None, although it was N-grade, it was lightweight and rather durable. It also secured 3 quivers of high-quality arrows and placed them in the bag. From now on, your role will be a stationary long-range sniper. Only resort to healing magic in dire circumstances. Damien would have to relinquish his identity as a healing priest and reinvent himself as a sniper. Naturally, there would be conflicts. The only skills Damien would acquire henceforth would be unrelated to sniping healing magic. He'd also have to let go of the combat style he'd practiced as a healing priest his entire life. It would be challenging. The path ahead was steep. However, Farsight was a talent worth the hardships. It was a top-tier skill in the game. I'll give it a shot. Damien gingerly put down the staff he'd been clutching and took hold of the crossbow Id handed him. If it's your highness command. His stance with the crossbow was clumsy, but if he could shoot as effectively as he had with the mana cannon, he'd master this quickly too. By the way, where are your glasses? Not wearing them anymore. Indeed. Damien's face was devoid of glasses. Apparently, he'd discarded them after they broke in the previous battle. In fact, my eyesight was so good that I wore glasses with no prescription just to dull it. Huh. But now that I need my eyes, I won't be wearing glasses. Damien offered a shy smile. Proud fellow, I too grinned and gave Damien's shoulder a supportive pat. Observing us from behind, Ada, adjusting his glasses, joined in. I am relieved. I was concerned about the overlap of the glasses trait. Could you just keep quiet, please? After issuing a soft growl at Ada, I cleared my throat and turned to Damien. Ada and I are heading out to oversee the defense preparations. Damien, if you wish, you can practice with the crossbow alone. I'll accompany you, your highness. Before I could suggest he join us, Damien volunteered enthusiastically. With Sir Lucas not here, please allow me to escort you, your highness. Escort. That's an interesting choice of words. By the looks of it, it seemed like I might be the one needing protection. Regardless, I was already considering taking you along, so I gave a nod of agreement. All right, let's get going then. First stop, the ramparts. Crossroad was a fortified city, encircled by walls on all four sides. However, the southern wall was notably the thickest. It was only natural, given that the brunt of monster attacks coming from the south was concentrated there. As Damien, Ada, and I arrived at the southern wall, the guild masters of the blacksmiths and stonemasons promptly approached us, their greetings a touch awkward. Ah, your highness has arrived. Indeed. How's the wall faring? It's well, it's not in great shape. It's been neglected for some time. The two guild masters glanced at the rusty metal plates strewn along the wall with a twinge of regret. I turned to Ada, my tone gruff. Isn't it the basic responsibility of a fortress city to maintain its walls? Why the hell was it left like this? Well, it's because we ran out of funds, Ada replied, offering a forced smile. With the decrease in monster appearances, the magic stone mining decreased, city revenues decreased, and so on. The previous lord started to trim the budget in areas where the money wouldn't be needed immediately. They've mistaken the means for the end. A fortress constructed to repel monsters, now falling into disrepair because of a decline in income. It was absurd. I shouted at the guild members working on the fortifications. I don't care what it costs. Reinforce and repair it as much as possible. Understood? Yes, sir. Start right away. There's no time to waste. Monsters could be on their way any minute. The blacksmiths hastily attached metal plates to the wall and secured them with firm hammer blows. The sound of metal striking metal echoed satisfyingly around us. Clang, clang, clang. Money can always be made later, but lives lost are gone forever. Having seen too many scenarios where being tight-fisted led to disastrous consequences, I had no intention of scrimping on defenses. What's the status of our cannonball and arrow supplies? Do we have enough? When I asked, looking at the cannons and ballistae positioned on the wall, Ada was quick to respond. We're short, so I bought up as much as the merchants had. They'll all be placed here. Aren't the moats supposed to be filled with holy water? Why are they still dry? We're working with the temple and getting it all airlifted in. I jabbed my index finger at Ada, issuing a stern warning. Spare no expense and fill every inch. If I hear about any shortages, your head will be the first to roll. Understood? I will make sure that doesn't happen, Ada, clutching his neck with both hands, yelled. After clicking my tongue, I surveyed the wall, now under repair, once more before heading down. Our next stop was the lumber workshop. As we entered the workshop, dozens of expectant carpenters and a towering pile of wood all turned to face me. In response, I clapped my hands with a resounding echo. Did you catch all that? We're pressed for time, so let's get to the point. What y'all be constructing for the next 3 days is a wall. Excuse me. A wall, you heard right, a wall, about this high. Understand, something that blocks the path. I stretched my arms wide to visually demonstrate the concept of a wall. A fucking high, sturdy wall. Well, we do understand what a wall is, but this wooden wall will be erected in front of the southern ramparts. It'll specify the exact spot. The carpenters exchanged puzzled looks. After a brief pause, the cautious head of the Carpenters' Guild spoke up. Pardon me, Your Majesty, but monsters will easily breach a wooden wall. There was a reason why Crossroads ramparts were fortified with robust iron plates. Even if reinforced with resilient plywood, a wall composed of wood would be effortlessly torn asunder by monsters. I'm not looking for a permanent blockade. You'd think I wouldn't understand that, having played this game countless times. What I need is a disposable barricade for this specific battle. What was needed was a wall to be used as a consumable item. A defense game-type wall to forcibly reroute those monstrous brutes. All you need to do is build a wooden wall as high and as sturdy as you can, just as I instructed. I bellowed at the still bewildered carpenters. All right, no dilly-dallying. Get to work immediately. It was time to implement the cornerstone of defense game tactics. It was time to establish the kill zone. Chapter 18 work was progressing in earnest. I hustled around the site, giving out orders. We fortified our defense mechanisms, set up artifacts on the ramparts, refined the soldiers' formation, and worked tirelessly to erect the wooden wall. Not too shabby. With every preparation made, my confidence in this stage grew. There's no reason to panic. Indeed, the living armor is among the most formidable monsters at the start. But this was stage 1, the very onset of the early stages. The average monster level was a mere 5. Regardless of how challenging the opposition, their stats weren't overly impressive. In fact, that's beneficial. Handling the living armor early will smooth the path ahead. A legion, once dealt with, doesn't re-emerge for a considerable while. It's better to take the brunt at first, dealing swiftly with the worst foe for an easier journey later. Plus, having cleared stage 0, the circumstances are decidedly in our favor. Whether here or on Earth, money is the fuel that drives progress. Investing the earnings from stage 0 into our defense infrastructure, we could prepare in a manner extraordinarily sturdy, unthinkable for an early stage. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Repeating this mantra to myself, I spent 3 days preparing our defenses. Time seemed to zip by, 3 days later, on top of Crossroads' southern rampart. I studied the stage information window. Stage 1, start in, 30 minutes, just half an hour left. The stage's beginning meant that the monster wave's vanguard was about to launch their initial assault. Thud, thud, thud. Before that, the monster's figures would become visible, looming over the landscape. Thud, thud, thud. A soft, metallic noise echoed across the land. The spectral armors began to materialize on the horizon, moving as one. "They're visible," the scout hollered at the top of his voice. "They're coming." Thud, thud, thud. The living armor legion. Even as distant silhouettes, the sight of 1,000 heavily armored monsters caused the ground to hum slightly. Gulp. A simultaneous dry swallow resounded among the soldiers positioned on the ramparts. For about a decade, the monsters hadn't reached Crossroad. The dwindling hordes had been entirely repelled at the forward base erected by the lake. But the forward base had fallen, and after more than a decade, they'd made it this far. The soldiers' tension was entirely understandable. "There's no need for fear," I bellowed with conviction. "These monstrous brutes are nothing more than numbers." Well, they were the living armor legion, the most daunting monsters at the onset. In contrast, were the mightiest army in the Southern Empire. Well, we were actually a group of retired veterans and green recruits, a band of novice mercenaries. Our defensive preparations are flawless, our equipment is in prime condition. Well, no matter how much money was poured in, time was against us. Our preparations were, in reality, insufficient. We can hold them off. We have nothing to fear. But my bravado-laden declaration belied a deeper anxiety. I alone should bear the burden of worry in this place. Their fears and doubts should rest with me. Just follow my lead. With a mischievous grin, I took in the faces of the expectant soldiers, so that we can raise our cups to victory tonight. At my words, the seasoned soldiers, who understood the terror of the living armor, tensed up. The new recruits, unfamiliar with the looming threat, remained frozen in place. Regardless of the humans' tremors, the monsters advanced steadily. "You can do this, Jupiter." I peered anxiously through my telescope at the approaching horde. "Half this stage's strategy rests on you. Do well." And then, rumble, rumble, the distant rumble of thunder resonated faintly. A smirk played at the corners of my mouth. Thunder heralded the coming of lightning. The high-priced lightning magician Id hired was making her move. From the get-go, Jupiter and her party were stationed outside the fortress. Their mission was to ambush the living armor legion trudging across the southern plains. Boom, 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 like an unyielding machine, the 1,000 armored beasts marched in impeccable order. From the southern plains to the southern ramparts of the crossroads. A straight line. Observing their path through the telescope, I whispered to myself, just a bit closer, just a bit. Monsters adhere to one fundamental principle. Eliminate humans. They take the most direct path to exterminate humans. Absent significant obstacles, they would naturally follow the road in a straight line towards the city, which meant, all of a sudden, given their predictable path, traps proved incredibly effective. Whoosh! The leading living armors tread on the earth that unexpectedly gave way beneath them. The living armors staggered, then collectively plunged to the ground. Thud, bang, the classic pitfall trap. Lacking the time to dig deep, the pit was shallow, enough to throw the frontline living armor off balance. But that was enough. The heavily armored beasts tumbled clumsily. As the first row collapsed in a heap, the rear ranks stumbled or came to a halt. Almost instantly, a bottleneck formed, bringing their march to a standstill. And that brief pause was all we needed. I roared, now! Thud, 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 thud. As if responding to my command, Jupiter's 5-strong party, perched on war horses, sprang from the bush where they'd lain in wait. Brilliant sparks of electricity danced in the hands of Jupiter at the forefront. Well then, Jupiter, her white hair flicking, channeled her magical power and unleashed a storm of lightning in every direction. Let's get our money's worth. Flash, boom, boom, boom. Bright yellow bolts of lightning descended like an electric storm on the living armor legion. This was Jupiter's initial move, bleaching zone. This elderly lady's active skill, aptly named bleaching, hinted at lightning's power to bleach or whiten its targets. But they're turning black, aren't they? A shiver coursed down my spine as I stared at the charred remnants of the living armor, crisped to a blackened hue by the lightning bolts. Is this what they call bleaching? It looks more like scorching. Boom, 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 boom. The downpour of lightning bolts showed no sign of stopping. With every bolt, the living armors crumpled like sodden paper. Given their metallic armor's high conductivity and the extra damage ghost-type monsters received from magical attacks, it was a perfect storm. Before I knew it, dozens of living armors were blackened and toppled. Watching this unfold, I clenched my fists. Well done, Jupiter. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr unharmed in the rear lines, all at once turned their gaze to the attacker. The sight of 1,000 monsters staring in unison was bone-chilling. I felt a chill even from this distance. I could only imagine Jupiter and her party's predicament under that penetrating gaze. What are you gawking at, you little monsters who don't even know how to respect their elders? But they were holding up. Jupiter was a seasoned warrior, and every member of her team embodied heroism. They weren't fazed by this level of intimidation. Lighting a cigarette with a flicker of lightning, Jupiter wore a wide grin as she raised her hand again. Tonight's dinner special is fried armor. Make sure to chew it properly, kids. This time, blue lightning fell from the heavens. Flash! Jupiter's second skill, bleaching again. The initial skill left a mark on the struck enemy, and the second move inflicted an extra hit on those marked. The blue lightning struck down on the living armors who had survived the first assault, pulverizing them into dust on the spot. The armors of the surrounding living armors melted down, causing them to collapse. The power was staggering. Kugagagang. Flames and thunderous sounds shook the battlefield. Wowowa! The soldiers watching from the castle walls erupted into collective cheer. Seeing the monstrous armored beasts dissolve like frost in the warmth of spring, their jubilation was only natural. But as the smoke and flames cleared, the soldiers' cheers gradually subsided. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr and their numbers remained frighteningly vast. Their initial assault had decimated about 50 monsters, but the Legion initially numbered in the thousand. The previous attack was nothing more than a minor scrape. The living armors started to reassemble their broken ranks, their eerie eyes glinting. I bellowed at the top of my lungs, "Fall back, Jupiter!" At once, Jupiter swung her head around. "Charge!" Jupiter's shout echoed as a band of 5 spun around, presenting their backs to the armor-clad monsters and goaded their steeds towards the fortress. Roar-ah, roar-ah. The living armors, in return, let out ghastly roars and gave chase. Clang, clang, clang. A metallic wave followed in their wake. 1,000 armor-bound beasts had launched into full-speed pursuit, their sole intent to rip apart the fleeing riders. Though slower than the warhorses, the sight was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Run, run, you little whelps. Don't look back, just run. Jupiter, leading the group, bellowed from the front. The soldiers perched on the ramparts paled. The wave of armor chasing the fleeing humans was a sight of pure horror. It's all going as planned. There's nothing to worry about, I yelled at the top of my lungs. Just follow the instructions. Everyone get ready. Yes, sir. The soldiers scrambled to their positions. All the cannons mounted on the walls were primed and ready. Thump, 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 thump. The living armors, hot on the heels of the fleeing humans, soon encountered something peculiar. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr slightly taller than a person, stood erected in the path of Jupiter's band. A construction our diligent carpenters had toiled night and day for the past 3 days to erect. Thump, 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 thump. Members of Jupiter's party darted through a narrow gate in the middle of the wall. The pursuing living armors paused, momentarily flustered. The monsters had 3 possible routes. Shatter the fence, circumnavigate the fence and take the longer path, or trail the humans through the narrow gate amid the fences. Roar. For the monsters, there was only one choice. Eliminate the humans ahead. Without sparing a second thought to options like tearing down the fence or taking a detour, they charged straight ahead. "That's right, you dim-witted monsters," I cheered, extending my arm to the side. All units ready to fire. To pass through the narrow gate, the living armors were forced to condense their ranks. Their pace slackened, they jostled and bottlenecked as they squeezed through the narrow passage. Those who emerged on the open grounds at such a reduced speed were met by, "We've been waiting, gentlemen." A meticulous crossfire set up by the humans. Finally, I gave the command in a booming voice to the soldiers manning the cannon, waiting for my signal. "Spare nothing, fire everything." As I thrust my arm forward with all my strength, "Fire! Fire!" The soldiers echoed my command in harmony and ignited the cannons. Boom, kaboom! All the cannons on the walls belched fire in synchrony. Screech, dozens of unleashed cannonballs descended upon the heads of the monsters who had just shuffled through the gate. Boom! Boom, boom, setting off a spectacular explosion and reducing the armored monsters to piles of ashes. Chapter 19. Stage 1. The Kill Zone, Protect the Empire, is, at its core, a defense game. And what's the golden rule of such games? Monsters follow distinct patterns of behavior. These patterns are designed for the players to understand and to formulate a defensive strategy accordingly. In Protect the Empire, the monsters usually exhibit one behavioral pattern: kill humans. They choose the shortest route, targeting the nearest human. With such transparent behavioral patterns, a myriad of strategies can be constructed. The simplest strategy is distraction. A small unit can be sent out to attract the monster's attention, steering them to a specified location. Then there's my preferred strategy, the forced path. By obstructing their way with wooden fences, walls, barricades, and the like, you can consume their time. If their route is entirely blocked, the monsters will demolish the hurdles and press on. However, if a small opening is left, and a bait is provided with a small unit, the monsters will be manipulated to follow that path. At the end of this contrived path, a crossfire awaits, herding the monsters into a narrow space and focusing all firepower to obliterate them in a single sweep. This is the fundamental strategy of a defense game. "It's the kill zone," I cried out, my fist clenched tightly. Bang! Boom, boom, boom. The monsters began to trickle in through the entrance wedged between the fence walls. One after another, the cannons mounted on the fortress walls spewed fire at these incoming beasts. Car-boom, car-car-boom. Living armors, having breached the gate, were melted down by the horrifying explosions. "Fire!" My arms swung wildly as I bellowed at the top of my voice. "Fire, fire, don't pause. Keep firing until the barrels are molten," my command echoed, carried forward by Lucas. "Fire, reload, then fire again. We can't afford to give them a breather." Soldiers manning each cannon, drenched in sweat, engaged in the endless cycle of reloading and firing. A deafening barrage of sounds filled the air, setting off unending explosions at the point of contact. Living armors were obliterated ruthlessly, but the battle wasn't over yet. Lily, I quickly swiveled to the side. Is the gravity field artifact ready? It's ready, Lily, who had somehow taken charge of all artifacts, promptly responded. I nodded. Activate it. Yes. Activating gravity field artifact. The alchemists on standby echoed in unison and activated the brown magic device. Artifact activating. Whir. With an unusual operating sound, the gravity field artifact sprang to life. It was one of the few repaired R-grade artifacts. Its effect was pretty straightforward. It amplified the gravity of a specific area, slowing down the adversary's movements. But its simplicity was what made it formidable. As the gravity field enveloped the kill zone, the already slow-moving living armors began to stagger clumsily. This naturally increased the accuracy of the bombardment. Do we just need to keep them at bay like this? Damien, who had been studying the fiery inferno next to me, questioned with a hint of uncertainty. Those creatures, they can't breach that, can they? I held my tongue, silently watching the living armors being torn to shreds in the crossfire. If such a straightforward strategy could easily stop them, I wouldn't have identified them as our greatest foes. As anticipated, rumbling, rumbling. Through the thick cloud of smoke, the monsters began to escape the kill zone one after another. Each of the living armors carried a shield. They raised their shields flawlessly, mitigating the force of the shells and enduring it. They were creatures forged from robust armor right from the start. Even if we focused the bombardment and inflicted damage, it was impossible to wipe them out entirely. Ballista troops, that's why we had arranged for a separate cleanup team. Start firing at those escaping the crossfire. Without missing a beat, Lucas relayed my command. Ballista fire. Yes, firing initiated. The soldiers, who had been waiting with their ballistae primed, all began to launch at once. Thump, 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 thump. With a muffled launching noise, large arrows were dispatched from the ballistae. The released arrows soared towards the living armors, who were escaping the kill zone with their shields raised. Crack, crunch. The harsh sound of shields being shattered grotesquely reverberated. The living armors, already fatigued from enduring the bombardment, couldn't withstand the ballista assault and fell one by one. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr activated the enemy information window. Enemy info stage 1. LV. 1 body LV5 living armor assault trooper. 810 units kill counts. 242. The kill count was rising alarmingly. Good, this is following the textbook. Form a kill zone, pin the enemies there as long as feasible, and obliterate them all at once. It was the textbook defensive strategy of Protect the Empire. Even though it was the initial stage, we were fighting rather impressively. If we can maintain the front line like this. Your Highness, however, there are some bypassing the wall. It wasn't going to be that simple. I quickly raised my telescope to where Lucas was pointing. A portion of the living armor forces were circumventing the wooden fence wall, veering from left to right. Since if we completely blocked them, they would merely destroy it, we left openings in the middle and on both ends. As the middle path was blocked and became congested, the living armors at the back started to detour to the left and right. The number of bypassers was not significant, but they had to be halted. Jupiter. I immediately hailed Jupiter. Jupiter and her party were in retreat and awaiting orders near the city wall. I am entrusting you with the living armor units veering from the right side of the fence. Intercept them with a hit-and-run strategy. As you command. Jupiter, acknowledging my command, nudged her steed gently. Let's go. Charge. As though taking flight, Jupiter's party of 5 surged forward. Jupiter, who was racing directly at the living armors aiming to encircle us, brandished both her hands. Eat this. Flash. Boom. Lightning descended, enveloping the living armors in a fiery blaze. Good. Jupiter's holding that side well. What remained were those attempting to outflank us from the left. I glanced sideways. As our eyes locked, Damien swallowed audibly. Damien, why yes? It's your turn. I pointed with my chin towards the living armors advancing from a distance. Snipe those trying to flank us from the left side of the fence. Yes. Damien gripped his crossbow tightly and made his way to the ramparts. He positioned his crossbow atop the ramparts, aimed at the foremost living armor, and after Hugh, closing his eyes to draw in a deep breath, he opened them wide. Then he pulled the trigger. Clank, whoosh. Along with the sound of the wind being sliced, an arrow jetted from the crossbow. The launched arrow traveled beyond the usual range of a crossbow. Cling! The targeted lead living armor raised its shield, but Teskak, like a serpent, the arrow twisted its body midair, charting a monstrous trajectory, evading the shield and drilling through. Thump! It penetrated the space between the helmet and chest plate of the living armor. The blue flame shimmering within the armor dispersed, then fragmented into pieces. Grrrr, clang. As if its core had been pierced, the armored beast's movement came to an abrupt halt. Following this, the empty shell of armor crashed onto the ground. The soldiers who had been observing this side all looked on in shock. A satisfied grin appeared on my face. This was the power of farsight, identifying the enemy's vulnerability and sniping accurately. Even so, to pierce the soul core of a ghost with just a regular crossbow and arrow. Just how much of a correction was it receiving, this damned trait? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damien continued to fire arrows relentlessly. Gah, grrr, and these arrows, every single one, skewered the living armors. One shot, one kill. Truly, it was a divine display of skill. The surrounding soldiers watched Damien with their mouths agape. Damien paid no mind to the onlookers' gazes and carried on loading and firing arrows. The front was a kill zone. Jupiter held the right, and the left was covered by Damien. The defense battle was proceeding extraordinarily well. Enemy information, Stage 1, LV. 1 unit, LV5 living armor assault soldier, 560 units, kill counts, 492. Before I realized it, we were nearing 500 kills. Surveying the stabilized front line, I nodded to myself. If it continues like this, it should go smoothly until the boss mob shows up, right? Just then, a mist-like substance began to ooze from the armor of the defeated living armors scattered across the battlefield. I blinked, puzzled. What the hell was this? Nothing like this ever occurred in the game. The mist slowly coalesced above us, merging into a single form. What was once a fuzzy cluster gradually gained clarity. The more living armors fell, the more it. Then, exactly when the kill count reached 500, ding, the enemy information window shifted. Enemy information, Stage 1, LV-25 Phantom Knight, 1 LV-5 Living Armor Assault Troop, 552 units, kill counts. 500, the title of the concealed boss monster was disclosed. The leader of the Living Armor Legion, Phantom Knight. Everything so far was as I expected. However, the moment the name was unveiled, SSSSSSS, the hovering mass of mist began to solidify. A ghastly form with grotesquely twisted pale limbs adorned in shredded robes. A monstrous ghost, if you will. This is the boss monster of the Living Armor Legion, Phantom Knight. This brute typically appears once all the general monsters of the Living Armor Legion are vanquished, when the spirits within the armor amalgamate. This was the terrifying power of the Living Armor Legion. The Legion was a formidable foe, but even after they were all wiped out, a boss monster would emerge as if starting a second round. But I haven't defeated all the living armors yet. Why did it materialize so soon? The revealed Phantom Knight made no movements. It didn't invoke any large-scale debuffs or unleash devastating attacks. It simply floated aimlessly in the air. Wah, wah, warat. Thar, that's what. But this was not a game. It was brutal reality. The sudden emergence of this enormous anomaly in the sky was enough to throw the soldiers into a state of chaos. Damn it! I clenched my teeth. This was the stark difference between a human war and a war against monsters. The primal fear incited by the presence of an alien entity. Just the arrival of the boss monster had the soldiers crumbling in fear, and the effectiveness of the front line drastically dropped. And it wasn't only the humans who were petrified. The horses started to panic, succumbing to their terror. They couldn't withstand the sinister aura radiating from the boss-grade monster. The warhorses of Jupiter's party, who were conducting a guerrilla operation outside the fortress walls, were not exempt. The horses bolted in sheer terror, and Jupiter, who was just charging her next lightning spell, lost her footing and was tossed from her saddle. Damn it, you damned! Thud! Jupiter, who was dislodged from her horse, hit the ground. Kurg, the other members of Jupiter's party suffered the same fate. Everyone groaned as they were thrown from their uncontrollably bucking horses. Jupiter, who had banged her head on the ground when she fell, was disoriented. She struggled to rise, only to eventually lose consciousness. Roo-rah! Meanwhile, the living armors, freed from the obliterated kill zone, charged at us in a frenzy. Their goal, to slaughter the humans within their grasp. Chapter 20. Stage 1, Kill Zone 2. Ugh. How can we topple such a gargantuan beast? The emergence of the boss monster plunged the soldiers on the ramparts into disarray. The once relentless fire of the cannons and ballistae halted, and the once impermeable wall of flame quivered and broke. Roar! Roar! Living armors that penetrated the weakening wall of flame swarmed from the front and sides of the wooden fortifications. These monstrous brutes lunged toward the nearest human, toward Jupiter, who lay unconscious after a devastating fall from a horse. Damn it! We need to form a shield. Protect the mage. 4 members of Jupiter's party sprinted to her side, forming a protective barrier in front of her. However, they too were roughed up from their respective falls from their steeds. Furthermore, the horses they had been riding had scattered in every direction. The final stand of a cavalry unit that had lost its mobility was as predictable as fire-consuming dry wood. She's going to die, I gritted my teeth. We couldn't afford to lose Jupiter and the hero party here. Damien. Damien turned to me. I quickly gestured towards Jupiter's party. Pick off the living armors heading for Jupiter's party. Yes. Without missing a beat, Damien swiftly redirected his crossbow. Whiz, 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 snipe shots whistled through the air in quick succession. Thud, thud. The lethal arrows accurately impaled the living armors. The only snag, while Damien was the most accurate sniper in the world, his rate of fire wasn't particularly fast. Roar. The influx of living armors breaking through the faltering kill zone was overwhelming. Damien's sniping alone couldn't halt them all. Lucas called out to me. My lord, we must adjust the cannon fire to support Jupiter's party. No, I dismissed his plea with a swift rebuttal. We must sustain the flame wall as it is. If we lose the kill zone, the escapees will multiply. But concentrate on re-establishing the flame wall first. The soldiers are losing their heads. I dashed over to a soldier who was standing stupefied by the cannon on the wall and slapped him on the back. Pull yourself together, you fool. Don't cower just because that monster is a tad larger. With that, the soldier jolted back to his senses. Sorry, my lord. I was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Really, was my slap that impactful? Glancing at my hand, the reason dawned on me. My passive skill, unyielding commander. Soldiers within 10 million of me recover from mental status abnormalities. I surveyed the trembling soldiers on the ramparts. Could it be that recovery from mental status abnormalities not only counters debuff spells, but also bolsters shaken morale? So, if I dash around the battlefield in this state of panic, can I restore the soldiers' spirits? As soon as the thought struck me, I made a snap decision. I quickly pivoted to Lucas. Lucas, awaiting your orders. I'll handle the task of soothing the soldiers and re-establishing the kill zone. Lucas, you, I faltered for a moment, then finally spat it out. Y'all lead the rescue team. Open the fortress gates, venture out, and rescue Jupiter's party. We couldn't risk losing an SR-grade wizard in this chaos, not at any price. And the only one who could brave the monster-infested battlefield to rescue Jupiter was, unavoidably, our protagonist, Lucas. Lucas swiftly scanned the battleground. Even now, the living armors that had broken free from the kill zone were surging forward with a formidable momentum. The armored creatures bellowed menacingly, barreling toward Jupiter's party. His task was to dive into this onslaught and retrieve our comrades. A seemingly foolhardy order, to put it mildly. Yes, your highness. But Lucas gazed back at me, his face set in determination, and nodded. I shall return post-haste. I am relying on you, Lucas. This was a decision that could potentially cost me an SR-grade wizard and even an SSR-grade knight. But I chose to trust Lucas. I chose to wager on this protagonist's inherent luck. Lucas bounded down the fortress wall via the stairs, resembling a blur. I'm banking on you, protagonist. I hastily jogged around the fortress wall, thumping the backs of the soldiers. Shake it off, wake up, you imbeciles. Are you prepared to die just like that? Zap, zap. The soldiers, jolted by my stern thumps, all snapped to attention. Arg, that stings. Your Highness, what? Regain your composure and fire the cannons. Can't you maintain the kill zone? As I ran atop the fortress wall, I slapped soldiers' backs, cheeks, shoulders, anything within reach, and bellowed at the top of my voice. Are you frightened of those monsters? Seriously. The soldiers were all fixated on the colossal spectre looming in the sky, fear etched on their faces. So I told them the hard truth. I'm scared too, damn it. Ha! Of course it's terrifying, wouldn't it be? If you aren't scared of that monstrosity, you aren't human. Monsters are larger than humans. Monsters are stronger than humans. Feeling a raw fear is only natural. There's no dishonor in being scared. But but think about the common folk who would be even more terrified than us, the trained ones, when facing these monsters. As I sprinted along the fortress wall, I thumped each soldier's back. They all came back to their senses. But knowing they had regained their senses, I ran in the opposite direction once more, thumping each one's back again. Think of your mother, your wife, your sibling, your child. Imagine the terror they would feel gazing at those monsters. A fresh wave of fear, tinged with bewilderment, dawned on the faces of the soldiers receiving my back thumps. Envision the scene when these monsters break through and invade the city. Imagine the defenseless civilians being slaughtered by these monsters. Visualize the countless children who could be sacrificed because you are paralyzed by fear. Gulping, huffing, I felt like I was on the verge of retching, having made a full lap around the ramparts. We must hold them back here. Even though I was panting heavily, I continued to bellow. It's us. We're the ones to stop the monsters and shield the people. This is our final stand. The soldiers were still rooted in terror, but with trembling hands, they clasped the cannons and ballistae once more. If you've come back to your senses, fire quickly. Unleash every bit of ammunition you have. Yes, yes, sir. Fire, fire, boom, boom, bang. The cannons belched flames, and the ballistae resumed firing. I too roared fiercely. Fire, fire. Burn all those monsters to the ground. The kill zone was just about restored. The core of the wooden outer wall was once again bathed in crossfire, and the living armors began to disintegrate in vast numbers. Yet a significant number of monsters had already breached the outer wall during the temporary cease in kill zone's operation. Open the gate. And towards the monster-ridden battlefield, Lucas charged out in a swift sprint. Charge, charge. Lucas on horseback vanished like a launched arrow. I clenched my fists tightly. Please, Lucas, the destiny of this level, no. The entire fate of this game hinged on Lucas' hands. Ha! Jupiter's eyes widened. Where am I? Jupiter frantically scanned her surroundings. She was in the plain before the southern wall of Crossroad. She found herself sprawled there. I remember being hurled off when my horse unexpectedly went wild. What transpired after that? What's happening? Lady Jupiter, have you regained consciousness? A desperate cry came. Jupiter painstakingly propped up her upper body. She felt her forehead damp. When she touched it, blood stained her hand. It seemed she had wounded her head when she toppled from her horse. Her waist also felt sprained, as every movement elicited severe pain. Oh, such trials at this age. Lady Jupiter, were running out of time. Lady Jupiter, looking towards the source of the voice, she saw her party members huddled around her, safeguarding her. Roarara, and charging towards her party members with the living armors, howling. Her spinning head abruptly cleared. Jupiter regained her senses and sized up the current predicament. Jupiter's party was stranded. Everyone had been injured when they were thrown from their horses onto the plain, and Jupiter had lost consciousness. Before they could even attempt to return to the city, they were ambushed by the living armors. Backup will arrive soon. We need to hold on until then. The mercenary briefing Jupiter about the situation swung his held hammer in desperation. Thump, the helmet of a charging living armor caved in from his hammer. Roar, grrr. Yet the living armor hesitated only for a moment before fiercely thrusting its spear once more. Madness. How you endure that hit. The mercenary spat out an expletive. His fellow party members shared his sentiments. They clashed against the living armors that swarmed them like a torrent, but regular attacks didn't faze the armors. Magic attacks might stun them, but unless the entire armor was shattered with physical blows, they'd continue their assault. This was the challenge of confronting living armors. Jupiter's party was composed of N-grade heroes. They'd battled quite a few monsters before, but the sheer number and prowess of the living armors were proving a tough match. Inevitably, there were casualties. It was the mercenary who had been updating Jupiter on the situation. He managed to crush the fourth living armor with his warhammer, but his leg was impaled by a spear swung by a living armor, now only half its former size. Reeling in pain, he was besieged by several more living armors. He swung his warhammer ferociously and smashed the leading living armor, but thunk, 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 his chest and abdomen were skewered by the spears of other living armors. Ugh, damn it, he writhed in agony, attempting to swing his warhammer once more, but the monsters were quicker. Thunk, thunk, they mechanically withdrew their spears and thrust again. The monsters moved devoid of any emotion, only following the most efficient trajectory to take down a human. Jupiter watched one of her party members be ruthlessly slaughtered, her eyes wide with horror. These goddamn monster bastards. Jupiter hurriedly tried to harness magic to sweep away the nearby living armors, but her magical energy wouldn't gather properly in her hand. Due to the blow to her head when she was thrown off her horse, her magical control was off. Jupiter clutched her forehead, struggling to amass her magical energy. Damn it! Hurry! Thunk, thunk, thunk. Ah, ah! In the meantime, a second party member fell, a mercenary who'd been warding off attacks with his shield. But under the relentless assault of the living armors, his shield shattered and his body suffered grave wounds. Fuck, fuck. The third party member battling alongside him spun around and bolted. No, he tried to bolt. But as soon as he turned his back, the living armors launched their spears at him. Swish, swoosh, thunk, thunk. The third party member, instantly impaled by a spear, crumpled to the ground without even a cry. He convulsed in a pool of his own blood and soon drew his last breath. The fragile defense line, held by a mere few, was obliterated in a flash. Jupiter found herself close enough to the living armors to smell their stench. The scent of rusty armor and stagnant water, the scent of impending doom. You should remain submerged in the lake. Finally, a modest amount of magic energy accumulated at her fingertips. Jupiter extended her hand forward, shrieking, "Do you truly believe that this old woman will retire in tranquility?" Crack! A vivid blue bolt of lightning cut across the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The living armors positioned at the front line were instantly incinerated, crumbling to the ground. It was a successful strike, but it was just a fraction of her usual power. Instead of the usual shower of bolts, only a single arc of lightning was discharged. This isn't good, Jupiter mused. Surveying the living armors that surged forward again from behind their scorched companions, Jupiter clicked her tongue. She then called out to the last remaining member of her party. "Run for your life, you're the last one left." "Eh, what?" The final party member was a youthful mercenary, still wet behind the ears. Jupiter hollered again, her voice resonating across the field. "Better one lives to tell the tale than all perish. Run, kid." Chapter 21. Stage 1. The mercenary's rules to surviving. Better one lives to tell the tale than all perish. "Run, kid," Jupiter implored the last of her companions. "I'll use my magic to hold them off, use that chance to escape." The young mercenary, tears streaming down his face, positioned his lance and cried out, "How can that work? Our best bet is to hold out until reinforcements arrive." "What? You're a sorceress, old woman." The young mercenary, brandishing his lance, struck a living armor charging from afar. Rule number 2 of mercenary survival: always stick close to your ally wizard. With no warhorse to make a quick escape, relying on your magic to clear the way is our only hope. The young mercenary kept holding off the living armors with his lance and yelled, "Just prepare for the next spell, I'll keep them at bay." Thunk, thunk, his strategy was working. Rather than killing the living armors, he was pushing them away, keeping a safe distance with his lance. Once knocked down, the heavily armored creatures took time to rise. Additionally, from the distant city walls, Damien was providing supporting fire. His arrows sent the living armors tumbling one after another. If Jupiter were at her full strength, this would have bought them sufficient time. But her injuries were slowing down her magic accumulation. By the time she barely managed to summon a single bolt of lightning, thud, 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 the young mercenary stalling for time had been impaled by the monster's spears. "Arg! Damn it!" Crack, boom, Jupiter thrust her arm forward. A lightning bolt crashed down, reducing the living armors in the vicinity to charred rubble. Huff, huff! Gasping for breath, Jupiter, arm still outstretched, glanced over her shoulder. Cough, choke. The young mercenary was prostrate, blood seeping from his wounds. Could she have saved him if her magic had been a few seconds quicker? Jupiter shrugged off the useless guilt. She was too old to bear the burden of every life lost. "Hey, kid. What's the first rule of mercenary survival?" With trembling, blood-stained lips, the young mercenary mumbled, "Don't take Jobs that pay too well. Ah, mother. Those were his final words. The young mercenary died with his eyes wide open. Jupiter lifted her gaze. Beyond the scorched remnants of the living armors, more of them were charging. A bitter smile curled the corners of the veteran mercenary's mouth. All your survival rules were off, lad. Fizz, fizz. A feeble magic gathered at Jupiter's fingertips. You'll never make it big as a mercenary with that mindset. The magic was not enough to cast. Turning the last of her magic into a lightning bolt, Jupiter coiled it around her fist, to strike it rich as a mercenary, to earn fame and respect. Her fist darted forward, a swift body blow to the living armor. To take on only the most perilous jobs that pay a mountain of gold. Bam! The living armor struck by her lightning-charged punch shattered into fragments. To keep as far away as you can from your fellow mages. Because... Bam! Bam! Kaboom! With a relentless barrage of punches, she swept away the living armors, lightning erupting from each blow. Because the mages will hog all the glory. Jupiter's laughter echoed around her as the sparks finally flickered and died on her fingertips. She had drained the last dregs of her magical power. Most of all, if you wished to live, you shouldn't have picked the mercenary life in the first place. The vanquished living armors, now just scattered metal dust, fell behind her, replaced by a new wave of the metal monsters. Nonchalantly, Jupiter pulled a cigar from her pocket, placing it between her lips. Too drained to summon even a spark of lightning to light it, she simply wore a lopsided grin, the unlit cigar perched in her mouth. I thought he'd get to taste the sweet honey of a high salary. Grua, beasts roared out from every direction. Jupiter closed her eyes. So this is where my journey ends. But then, clip-clop, clip-clop, the rhythmic sound of horse hooves broke the silence. Ha! Surprised, Jupiter turned to see. Hold tight. Lucas mounted on a horse right behind her. Thump! With his left hand, Lucas hoisted Jupiter up by her collar. At the same moment, he swung his right hand, his sword carving a long, horizontal arc. Zing. Struck by Lucas' sword, the living armors ignited with a crimson fire and disintegrated. Casually, Lucas deposited Jupiter, who he scooped up with his left hand, behind his saddle. Caught off guard, Jupiter could only stare at Lucas, who responded with a nonchalant command. Keep a firm grip. Wow, what? Higher! With a swift turn, Lucas directed his horse back towards the city. Grua, Grrua, the living armors behind them hurled spears in a frenzied rage. Unruffled, Lucas brandished his sword, deflecting each incoming spear. Watching the shattered spears raining down behind her, Jupiter found her voice again. Hey, young knight. What is it? Do you fancy meeting my granddaughter sometime? She's a charming lady. If you have time for jests, focus on regaining your magical strength. Lucas shot back icily, then spurred his horse onwards. There's a horde of monsters still to deal with. He. Despite his kindness towards his lord, Lucas was as cold as ice when he was absent. Nevertheless, Jupiter expressed her gratitude. I owe you my life, thank you. There's no need for thanks. I was merely executing His Majesty's command. Lucas hesitated for a moment before forcing out the next words. But I apologize for not reaching you earlier. The other members of Jupiter's party were all dead. These mercenaries weren't mere cannon fodder. They were the warriors who were meant to stand guard over this fortress in the days to come. Yet, due to a cascading series of unfortunate events, they had met a bleak fate. Time for regret is after we've exterminated these monsters. Jupiter cast a look over her shoulder. Before her surged a sea of living armors, and amidst them, the colossal form of the Phantom Knight floated in the air. From her single eye, a bright spark danced as she glared at her adversaries. It's been a while since I've been this ticked off. From a distance, Lucas returned safely after having rescued Jupiter on horseback. Phew! I let out a sigh, mingling relief and regret. Rescuing Jupiter, an SR rank wizard, was indeed a significant victory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, we'd lost 4 heroes who were of immense value to us. I leaned too heavily on my experience in the game. While the game's rules held some sway here, this place was a harsh reality. All kinds of unpredictable elements that one wouldn't concern oneself within a game were coming into play. Just the appearance of the boss is enough to strike terror in the soldiers. Sure, in games, you had to manage morale, and there were status ailments like fear and confusion. But in real life, reactions were far more nuanced and varied. I could never have anticipated that even the warhorses would succumb to fear. I need to account for the real-world variables. With a slight bite of my lower lip, I lifted my gaze. And that too is a reality distinct from the game, a consequence of this being the real world. My gaze drifted towards the fortress wall. Thud, thud, thud. Slowly, the wooden outer wall was giving way, not under the assault of the living armors. Rather, it was due to our own crossfire. As the intense volleys whizzed past it, sparks ignited, setting the wooden wall ablaze. The fire started small but was gradually gaining momentum. It served to incinerate the nearby living armors, but ultimately it was causing the outer wall to crumble. If the outer wall falls, the kill zone will soon be rendered useless. Living armors were streaming through the gaping holes in the wall. They no longer needed to pass through the killing field of our crossfire, and thus our kill zone was slowly losing its strategic value. Roar, roar. The savage cries of the living armors echoed across the battlefield. Damien and the ballista units were felling the monsters as they advanced, but it wouldn't be long before they reached the fortress wall. It seems we're destined for a wall-to-wall fight after all. I clenched my teeth in frustration. My strategy had been to conclude this stage with ranged attacks alone, avoiding close combat as far as possible. We had only about 500 men. Most of them were either veterans past their prime or raw recruits. In the brutal melee of close combat, our casualties would multiply rapidly. That's why I had hoped to avoid it if at all possible. Still, we've managed to deal them a substantial blow. My eyes flicked to the enemy information screen. Enemy info, Stage 1. LV-25 Phantom Knight. 1 LV-5 Living Armor Assault Troop, 277 units. Kill counts, 775. The enemy ranks had dwindled to just under 300. Before the clamor of close combat began, we could continue to thin their numbers with a rain of ranged attacks. This meant the actual count we'd have to face in hand-to-hand battle would be even less. It's within our grasp. This battlefield was still mine to command. Just then, Lucas and Jupiter made their way onto the city walls, fresh from their foray through the city gate. Your Highness, Jupiter, the lady is safe. Lucas grudgingly tacked on the title Lady to Jupiter's name. For someone fallen from grace, it felt awkward, but it was prudent to respect a wizard's dignity. I have returned, Your Highness. Jupiter offered me a brief bow. The blood from the wound shed taken when she was thrown from her horse was seeping into her weathered brow. Jupiter, I am relieved to see you safe. I am remorseful, Your Highness. This old woman faltered. Jupiter lightly touched the wound on her forehead, staining her leather gloves with the fresh blood. The loss of my team is on me. Those poor young souls met a pointless end. It's a heartbreaking reality. We couldn't have predicted the sudden appearance of that monster, nor the panic among the horses. You are not to blame. The fact that her team consisted of hero characters had at least ensured Jupiter's protection. The loss was grievous, but that sacrifice had preserved a cornerstone of our power and magician. No, I should have been better prepared given my years and battlefield experience. The fault is mine. Jupiter clenched her blood-stained glove into a fist. So, I will rectify this. Jupiter's remaining eye was locked onto the boss monster suspended in the sky, the Phantom Knight, the chief enemy of this stage and the leader of the living armors. I will most certainly take that damned creature's head. First, you need to rest, Jupiter. My gaze shifted beyond the wall. We will require your strength imminently. Boom, 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 boom. The living armors were thundering across the open field. I called to the cannon unit. The kill zone has served its purpose. Hold fire. Yes, sir. The soldiers, their bodies slick with sweat, stopped manning the cannons. Damien, you take a break too. I patted Damien on the shoulder, who had been tirelessly firing his crossbow. Ha, ha, ha. Damien, who had been letting loose arrow after arrow, turned to me, his face pale. His overworked arms were trembling. But they're still advancing. We have a larger prey for you. I, who had gently grasped his shoulder, gave him a quiet nod. Rest and gather your strength. Understand? Yes, Your Highness. Damien set down his crossbow, and my gaze was drawn back to the battlefield. Growl. Unbeknownst to me, the living armors had already reached the foot of the wall, right at the edge of the moat. Chapter 22. Stage 1 Main Party AG. The living armors had reached the moat. Their advance slowed as they negotiated the water-filled moat, all the while enduring a relentless hail of our arrows. Still, they proved hardy. Brushing off the arrow impacts across their armored forms, they crossed the moat and arrived at the base of the castle walls. Thump, thump, thump. The leading living armors commenced their assault, hammering brusquely on the castle gate. But the gate, thick and securely fastened, stood firm. Even these monstrous beings couldn't breach it without proper siege equipment. Finding their siege of the gate futile, the living armors pivoted to an audacious tactic. They began to scale the castle wall. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The spectacle of these armored behemoths clawing their way up the wall was chilling, like something pulled straight from a horror film. Gulp, gulp. Watching from their perch on the castle wall, the soldiers' fear was palpable as they swallowed nervously. Hold! I too gulped hard at the sight below, but strove to project a calm facade. Hold! Wed readied various improvised weapons atop the castle wall, remnants of stones and scrap metal from the fortification work. The soldiers were poised to unleash this debris on the climbing living armors. The living armors had almost reached the castle wall's apex. Close enough now, we could glimpse the eerie gleam in their eyes through the helmet slits. With a deep breath, I issued my command. Now throw them, throw them, throw them. In unison, the soldiers heaved all the odds and ends over the castle wall. Whoosh, crash, bang. The living armors struck by the heavy barrage tumbled back to the ground. While a good number shattered upon impact, the rest were eerily undeterred, rising once again. I clicked my tongue. Damned resilient. We had exhausted all the odds and ends amassed on the castle wall. Yet these relentless adversaries began to climb the wall once more despite our onslaught. Out of options, I rallied my troops. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Yes, prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Hand-to-hand combat units to the front. A little over 100 soldiers from the melee unit who had been waiting in reserve unsheathed their weapons. The soldiers who had been manning the cannons and ballistae and those hurling debris pulled back for a brief respite. After a short recovery, they would join the melee unit. As the melee units took their places, I navigated to the system window. Reorganize party. Jupiter's party had been wiped out, leaving only 4 members in the main party. It was time for a reshuffle. I navigated to the party window and shifted Jupiter, currently in the sub-party, into the main group. Main party, 5/5. LV5 Ash X, LV27 Lucas, SSR, LV15 Damien N, LV17 Lily, LV35 Jupiter, SR. The main party was now filled, and with a ding, the party synergy activated. Active party synergy, Commander Own, Vanguard of the battlefield. This party's morale doesn't falter. Magetwo, Double Mage. The magical assault power of all party members surges by 20%. 2 synergies sprang into action. Absolutely splendid. I couldn't resist exclaiming in sheer delight. Especially the Double Mage, such a spectacular synergy. A boost in magical attack power by a full 20%. There's no synergy more suited to our current predicament, where our hope lies in Jupiter's lightning magic once she recuperates. Yet, for the moment, I spotted the living armors clinging and scaling our fortress walls. Lucas, with his longsword drawn at his chest, and the trembling soldiers clutching their maces in white-knuckled grips. We must stand firm, bodies our only bulwark. Until now, the soldiers had capably managed our defenses, terror etched on their faces. Their success owed largely to the fact the battles unfolded at a distance. Now, they must confront their enemies up close, bearing the brunt of their assault with their bodies. Will they hold their ground? I was concerned for the anxious soldiers, but swiftly dismissed the thought. No, they must. Even the most battle-hardened soldier was once a green recruit. This battle won't be the last. The monster invasions won't relent. For survival's sake, every soldier must toughen up. They must meet the onslaught and prevail. They're scaling the wall. When the living armors scrabbled to the top of the fortress wall, the soldiers thrust at them with their spears or whatever they had on hand. Thump, thump, yet the living armors snatched the proffered weapons and snapped them. Whoa, what the hell? In surprise, the soldiers stumbled back as one. With their final defense casually brushed aside, the living armors emerged, one by one, onto the fortress wall. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr roar, sending a wave of unease through the soldiers' ranks. Then, flash! Lucas' sword split the monster's helmet clean in two. A shower of crimson sparks accompanied the staggering living armor as Lucas forcefully kicked it off the wall. "I've got these fiends," Lucas bellowed at the dumbstruck soldiers. "Just hold your line and keep them from advancing." "Why, yes, sir." Lucas zipped along the wall, slicing through the climbing living armors as if carving through soft butter. TSSK, TSSK. With every sweep of Lucas' sword, vivid red sparks flew. His blade seemed to bloom with fiery blossoms. Transfixed by the dazzling prowess of the SSR-rank knight, I jolted back to reality. I had my part to play. Lily, ready the next artifact. On it. In response to my directive, Lily promptly prepared the artifact. The second artifact had been fixed, a Novisteer haste artifact. This was an artifact that provided a burst of speed enhancement, magic to allies within a certain range. As to be expected from a novice tier, its impact and duration were rather short-lived. Both movement and attack speed got a bump of 5%, lasting merely for 5 minutes. But 5% was sufficient. 5 minutes was adequate. Applying this boost right at the onset of our engagement, the most crucial moment, lifted the soldiers' spirits. Feeling energized, the soldiers swung their maces and brandished their shields with renewed vigor. Drive the monsters back, force them off. The soldiers clashed with the living armors who had scaled the wall. The standby infantry, previously allowed a respite, held their own surprisingly well. They couldn't topple the living armors, but they did manage to stand their ground and form a defensive line. The traits I had readied for this battle were main order, attack totem, and defense totem. These would provide a modest boost to the infantry. As the soldiers held fast without giving an inch, Lucas was in a flurry, brandishing his sword left and right. Flash, flash. Each time his sword danced, the living armors dropped like stalks before a scythe. A unique light, the sign of skill usage, sparkled from Lucas' sword. It was Lucas' initial skill, Soul Strike. Soul Strike is a cumulative skill that intensifies with each enemy slain. I would have preferred to feed Lucas all the remaining living armors, but there simply wasn't time. We're losing ground. Lucas was soloing nearly half of the wall, yet he couldn't cover the entire stretch. The number of enemies vaulting the wall was swelling. Our casualty count was mounting too. Damn it. Arg, if you're injured, fall back immediately. Sub out. As each wounded soldier emerged, I sent in the original defenders who had been waiting in reserve. However, even these initial defenders were fatigued from their previous stand. While the fatalities were few, injuries skyrocketed in no time. I found myself biting my lower lip in frustration. Prince, I should return to the front line. Damien, who had been resting upon my command, had once again armed his crossbow, but I waved him off. This guy needed to conserve his energy for the boss fight. Jupiter was in the same boat. What to do? Was there no way to curb our soldier casualties and wipe out the remaining living armors? Just then, whoosh! Suddenly a blaze erupted, reducing the living armors which had been scaling the wall to cinders. Startled, I spun towards the source. Lily, seated in her wheelchair, had her hands extended, her face ashen. Right, you can wield magic. Taken aback by my outburst, Lily bore an expression of disbelief. No, I am originally a pyromancer. I am sorry. I only saw you as a shield ally. Isn't that a bit harsh? Living armors kept pouring over the wall. Lily, in a panic, let loose a barrage of fire. Roar, roar. The living armors advancing towards Lily's section of the wall disintegrated in an instant. They boasted formidable physical resistance, but their defense against magic was weak, making fire magic highly effective. Huke, huke. Lily, her magic power quickly depleted, was gasping for breath. She found the significant magic power expenditure that fire magicians were known for hard to bear. I raced to Lily's side, clutching the handles of her wheelchair. Brilliant work, Lily. You're in for a promotion. No, please let me retire. I'll throw in a substantial bonus. Now let's produce some more fire. I told you I want to retire. Plus, I've nearly exhausted all my magic power. You can do it one more time. Let's go, Hora. You are Arang. I wheeled Lily around, encouraging her to conjure up more flames. The effect was tremendous. 20% from party synergy and another 5% from my attack totem trait. All in all, a boost of 25%. Lily's fire magic splendidly held back the invaders at half of the fortress. I quickly administered a mana potion to the whimpering Lily. Hold on, flamethrower, one more round. I implore you, treat me like a person. And so, this cycle repeated, soldiers valiantly standing their ground, Lucas carving through enemies with his sword, Lily raining down fire. Enemy info, Stage 1. LV-25 Spectral Knight. 1 LV-5 Living Armor Assault Soldiers. 3 kill counts, 1,449. Victory was within our grasp. Die, vile creature. Leave this castle now. The soldiers circled the living armor, relentlessly beating it with their maces. I really can't take any more. This is it, the final one. Come on. Down the hatch and into the fray. Lily just about managed to incinerate one as magic power potion trickled down her chin. Flash. The last enemy was neatly bisected by Lucas' sword strike. Dot, 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 it's over. No more living armors moved. The overwhelmed soldiers all erupted into cheers simultaneously. We've done it. Victory is ours. We did it. We did it. I had to dampen their jubilation. The battle isn't over yet. What? Stay alert. The final adversary is coming. I fixed my gaze on the empty air. The soldiers followed suit. Grrrrrrrrr. A gargantuan spectral figure hovered in the air. Fragments of the defeated living armors from around the battlefield converged. Clank, clank. Countless pieces of armor assembled to create an immense figure, seemingly in a crouch. From the gauntlets on its fingertips to the pauldrons on its shoulders. The chest plate, the leg armor shaping its thighs and calves, down to the boots encasing its feet. And finally, the helmet. Clank. The now complete armored titan emitted a foreboding groan. Grrrrrrrrr. Phantom Knight. The eyes of this stage's boss monster flickered with blue flame. Thud. As it descended to the ground from the air, the surrounding area shook as if rocked by an earthquake. We all staggered in unison. As I gripped the nearby wall for support, I bit back a curse. How could this be just a Stage 1 boss? Chapter 23. Stage 1 Boss Raid Grara, a gargantuan spectre swathed in an immense suit of armor. The Stage 1 boss monster, Phantom Knight, bellowed an uncanny roar. QQ. The entity that had been hovering in the air descended to the ground, shaking the entire vicinity as if an earthquake had struck. We all teetered simultaneously. Damn! Confronting the creature on the ground, my fingers twitched involuntarily. It was gigantic. Its towering figure was about as tall as a 3-story building, just slightly shorter than the fortress walls. From our position atop the wall, we were nearly eye to eye with the monster stationed on the open ground. Ready the cannons. Aim the ballistae. I hollered at the soldiers, frozen in awe of the boss monster's overpowering presence. We need to take it down before it gets to the wall. Move it. The startled soldiers hurriedly began to load the cannons and ballistae. However, much of the siege equipment was abandoned during the infantry battle, and by the time they managed to reinstall and reload everything, the Phantom Knight was already upon us. Blue flames danced ominously within the beast's towering helmet. Damn it, keep it together. I almost retreated out of fear, barely maintaining my footing. Don't get spooked by its appearance, damn it. It's just a Stage 1 boss. Even if it's received a boss boost, it's only level 25. Fire, give it everything you've got. At my command, the petrified soldiers ignited the cannons and pulled the ballistae triggers. Boom, brrrrrrr, thud thud thud. Cannons belched fire, and arrows flew from the ballistae. Quack-wang, quack-quack-quack-wang. Due to the creature's size, our hit rate was astonishingly high. Scores of shells and ballista arrows hammered into the Phantom Knight. Flames and smoke swirled around its massive armor. However, its armor was robust. It sustained no significant damage. Thump, thump, thump. Despite the relentless attack, the Phantom Knight continued its advance. This brute is unbelievably sturdy. Still, the main objective of the cannons and ballistae was to impede it as much as possible. I swiftly glanced aside. Lily! Yes, yes. Lily looked drained from casting fire magic just a short while ago, but she had a duty to fulfill. The third artifact, is it adjusted yet? It was tuned just moments ago. Activate it now, Lily signaled the alchemists. They powered up the artifact that had just completed its final tuning. Woo-woo-ong, a gentle light spilled from the blue-tinted piece of magical technology. The restored third artifact. Rank R artifact, the magic amplifier. The effect was straightforward. It amplified a single character's magical effect by 100%, but only for one use. It was merely a single-use magical booster, but its potential was immense, depending on how it was deployed. Jupiter, I turned around. Jupiter was squinting her only eye, scrutinizing the Phantom Knight. Have you recovered enough? Indeed, Your Majesty. Crackle. Sparks danced from the fingertips of the electric sorceress. I am not merely ready, I am surging with energy. Jupiter was all set. I gestured towards the chest of the towering Phantom Knight. Focus your energy on his chest plate. Unleash the strongest attack you're capable of. Woo! A magic amplifier sprung to life. The target, Jupiter, a soft blue light enveloped Jupiter's form. She blinked once. Indeed. It feels like a return to my heyday. Embracing the power of the artifact, Jupiter clenched her fists, her face lit with a fierce grin. I gave a nod of affirmation. I am relying on you. Please watch out for the lightning, Your Majesty. As Jupiter advanced, the ominous sound of thunder echoed from afar. Rumble. And bear in mind, I'm not responsible if you get struck. Jupiter extended her hands, and a downpour of bright yellow lightning bolts descended from the sky. Kaboom! Jupiter's first skill, Bleaching Zone, erupted onto the Phantom Knight. Originally a wide-ranging skill, it struck the knight entirely due to his colossal size, with dozens of lightning bolts all landing on him. Ah! The Phantom Knight, now scorched black, emitted a cry of agony. The lightning had accurately targeted his breastplate. Portions of the knight's immense armored chest began to crumble. As the armor fell away, it revealed the ghostly figure within. His vulnerability, the spirit core, was now fully exposed. A spirit core can't sustain damage from regular soldiers. It can only be affected by magical attacks or Damien fire, skills like Farsight. Damien was already stationed at the ballista. A white gleam flickered in Damien's large brown eyes, and his slender finger released the trigger of the ballista. Thwack! The launched arrow pierced straight through the Phantom Knight's spirit core. Crack! The spirit core fragmented, and it felt as though you could hear the sound of a glass window shattering. The Phantom Knight convulsed in torment. Ararog! His agonized bellow echoed across the battlefield. Did we finish him off? No, it held on. Inside the helmet of the Phantom Knight, the flames flared threateningly. It seemed infuriated. Damn, we were just a hair short, Gruar. With a furious roar, the Phantom Knight hoisted his massive sword overhead. I involuntarily gawked at the shadow the sword cast across the fortress. If that fell, the fortress would be leveled. Jupiter, strike again. I hollered in urgency, and Jupiter, who had been charging her subsequent spell, lifted her hand, raising your weapon to the sky in a thunderstorm. You must really want to die, you fool. Kaboom. Second skill, bleaching again. Even without an artifact, the synergy of our party and my own buff were more than sufficient. Dozens of bright blue lightning bolts pierced through the Phantom Knight's form. The spirit core, already heavily damaged, was obliterated entirely. Ah! Ah! Yet even while collapsing, the Phantom Knight mustered the strength for one last attack, slashing down his monumental sword with all his remaining might. The colossal blade crashed into the fortress wall. I clenched my teeth. There was no way to prevent this. Everyone, move, clear from the sword's path, soldiers hollered, scattering from the wall's vicinity. Ah, clear out. Damien and Jupiter seized Lily's wheelchair, fleeing in a rush. Lucas sprinted towards me, still perched atop the fortress wall. Your Majesty, you must evade. Q-Wuong. Instantaneously, the Phantom Knight's gargantuan sword smashed into the fortress wall. Lucas instinctively shielded me, but luckily there was a gap between where the sword hit and where I stood. A direct blow was averted. Nevertheless, the tremor from the sword piercing the fortress wall was enough to topple both Lucas and me. Ah, ouch, my back. Are you unharmed, Your Majesty? I am okay, but what about the fortress wall? Q-Wuong. As the dust settled, the Phantom Knight's sword, half buried in the wall, came into view. The Phantom Knight, the wielder of the sword, was now kneeling outside the fortress wall. His core was entirely annihilated, and the eerie glow once flickering from his helmet had faded. The stage boss had been finally vanquished. Clink, creak. Simultaneously, fragments of armor began to tumble from the Phantom Knight's frame. His armor was disintegrating at a rapid pace. Kyra! After all the armor pieces crashed to the ground, the ghosts housed within the armor burst forth all at once. Hundreds, maybe thousands of ghostly forms expanded like a thick, poisonous mist. Then instantaneously, they targeted the closest human. The human standing nearest to them atop the fortress wall. They were barreling right towards me. Kyra! The sight of hundreds and thousands of ghosts charging my way was nothing short of spine-chilling. Hundreds of contorted faces and thousands of twisted limbs thrashed about, searching for their prey. But I stayed composed. I was acquainted with this pattern. Upon the Phantom Knight's death, he discharges a broad-scale fear and confusion. His final desperate attempt, one could say, is not a damaging attack. It's merely a status affliction designed to sap our morale. If you let it engulf you, your mind could be shattered. Your Majesty, it's dangerous. It's all right, Lucas. But mental afflictions held no threat over me. A frantic Lucas tried to shield me, but I shrugged him off, and I stood firm, locking eyes with the oncoming ghosts. This is human territory, as all the ghosts lunged at me. Kidding. My passive skill, unyielding commander, sprung to life, radiating a white light, entirely neutralizing their curse. The ghosts shattered mere inches from me, impeded from passing through. Enduring the onslaught of the wraiths, I mustered a shout while shielding myself with all I had. "Begone, you fiend!" Screeching, wailing. The final wraith charged at me, only to dissipate like a wisp of smoke. With the wraiths gone, a profound silence swept over the surroundings. Slowly, the soldiers who had taken cover around the fortress began to lift their heads. Those who had escaped beneath the wall started to emerge. That monstrous beast, the ghosts, the prince, defeated them. Is it over? With the wraiths dissipated and Jupiter retracting her lightning magic, the heavy clouds in the sky began to break apart. Sunlight streamed through the parting clouds. As if the darkness that had swallowed us was a lie, the brilliant sunlight bathed the battered fortress walls. Perched atop the fractured walls, I looked down at the soldiers struggling to regain their footing. As I shifted my gaze, I caught sight of the Wraith Knight's sword, embedded halfway into the wall. Thoughts of repairing such a gaping hole in the wall, compensating for today's troop loss, flooded my mind. Instead of lingering on these issues, I raised a hand high, wearing a wide grin. "We have triumphed," I amplified my voice for the bewildered soldiers gazing up at me. "We have endured." The sunlight poured down from the parted clouds, illuminating me. "We will keep triumphing, and we will keep enduring." The terror in the soldiers' eyes gradually receded. I could clearly see the joy of victory take its place. Whether it was due to my passive skill or my persuasive speech, I didn't care. We've repelled the monsters. With all the vigor I possessed, with all the sincerity I could summon, I could only cry out, "Let's survive!" Stage 1, clear. Stage MVP Jupiter, SR. Characters leveled up. Ash X, LV8 3, Lucas, SSR LV29 2, Jupiter, SR LV36 1, Lily R LV19 2, Damien N LV20 5. Eligible for first rank promotion. Characters injured or killed Jupiter, SR. Slightly injured Tane, N. Deceased Ron N. Deceased Jeer N. Deceased Peak N. Deceased items acquired. Living armor magic stones. 172 Phantom Knight Magic Core SR. 1 stage clear reward has been distributed. Please check your inventory. R-grade reward box. 2 N-grade reward box. 3 prepare for the next stage, stage 2. Knight of Steel, chapter 24. Side story, victory banquet. The skirmish finally subsided as dusk fell that day. A jubilant feast ensued at the crossroads. Dubbed as a grand banquet, it was, in truth, a lavish heap of food and drink laid out in the city's central square, free for all to indulge. Well then, let's celebrate the victory we've earned by holding back those fearsome armored beasts. I briefly proposed a toast and raised my glass high. Cheers! In unison, the soldiers raised their glasses and echoed my sentiment. Cheers, cheers! Now, eat and drink to your heart's content. Today the tab is on me. Hooray, long live our Lord. And so the feast commenced. The soldiers chatted and laughed, devouring the meat and guzzling down their drinks. Merely a few hours ago, the spectre of death had loomed over them. Relieving such intense stress called for hearty meat and potent alcohol. Barbecues sizzled beside the blazing fire in the central square, while soldiers sang songs, reveling in their victory. Seated in a corner of the square, I observed the scene from a distance. "Are you all right, my lord?" Lucas, who had come up to me, asked with concern. "You've been fasting all day. You should eat something." "Sure," I replied, but I felt no hunger. I just idly swirled the drink in my hand. The beverage in the glass caught the firelight, glimmering red. Lucas, who had taken a seat beside me, offered a gentle smile. "You don't seem very celebratory for a victorious commander, my lord. You've successfully held back 1,000 living armors without significant damage. I think you could afford to be a bit happier." There was no significant damage, yes. I slowly brought the drink to my lips. "Cough, my lord, are you all right?" Yes, I am fine. The taste of the alcohol was just a bit surprising." I eyed my drink with disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be beer? It feels like its alcohol content is at least 20%. Since the world is different, it makes sense the alcohol would be different, too. Awkwardly setting down my glass, I wrapped up my earlier statement. There was no significant damage, but we lost precious lives. Once someone had died, discussing the extent of the damage seemed pointless. Life doesn't operate on a hierarchy. All life is precious. Of course, I knew. You can't save everyone. To think otherwise in this cruel game would be hubris. But the hero characters I couldn't save today, or the ordinary soldiers, they could have played a pivotal role in defending this city in the future. Their lives were seeds of potential, each capable of blooming into something more. But that potential was now lost. If I had been a bit more cautious, they wouldn't have died. I reflected on today's battle. I could have performed better. I could have been more watchful. This wasn't like the tutorial stage. There was a clear margin for improvement. It strung even more because I recognized it myself. My lord, I think you did well enough. You don't need to blame yourself. I mean, saying this won't erase your regret, would it? Lucas uttered his words with a gentle touch. But your highness, this is a celebration of victory. Turning to my side, the protagonist amidst the golden walls displayed a broad smile. If your highness is displeased, it won't do much for the soldiers' spirits. Please smile. At least for now, partake in our happiness. That too is a part of being a commander. The idea that a commander's duties included smiling seemed both convincing and amusing, stirring a chuckle within me. You speak the truth. With a surprising clatter, Ada popped up from behind me. What in the world? While mourning our losses is crucial, we can't sustain morale with sadness alone. We must find time to celebrate and revel in our victory. Ada, donned in a chef's attire, carried a tray of food in his hands. What was he planning now? Because eating just meat isn't good for your health. I've brought some vegetables as well. But I haven't even touched any meat yet. To my complaint, Ada handed me a tray brimming with roasted vegetables. Congratulations on clearing stage 1, my lord. Over the rim of his glasses, Ada's grey eyes winked at me. It was a challenging stage, but you did well. Looking forward to your continued efforts. Motivated by the game director's words, I awkwardly plucked a roasted corn from the tray and took a bite. But the moment I did, our Prince Ash Everblack is eating vegetables. Suddenly, Ada let out a shout. Prince Ash is choosing vegetables over meat. What kind of nonsense is this? Before I could even react, soldiers who had heard the commotion gathered around me like a flock of birds. We apologize, Your Highness. We've been so inconsiderate. To think that Prince Ash, known for his love of meat, is forced to eat only vegetables. Was such a reputation existing? Just how had this scoundrel Ash lived his life? Damn it all, bring meat for His Highness meat, and all the alcohol too. Your Highness, please have this meat I've grilled. You fool, His Highness is of royal blood. He only eats raw meat soaked in blood. Wow, the Everblack royal family is amazing. Stop your damn babbling, you idiots. He eats like everyone else. As I bellowed, each of the soldiers handed me chunks of meat. I couldn't resist and let out a cry. I can feed myself, just leave it. But the soldiers didn't heed my words. In a heartbeat, a banquet of alcohol formed around me. Pour it, drink it, die. The soldiers were eagerly pouring drinks into each other's mouths. These wolves were lurking, their eyes gleaming fiercely, waiting for a chance to force a drink onto me. I gritted my teeth and munched on the mountain of meat in front of me. How on earth did things spiral into this? My plan had been to quietly and earnestly contemplate the recent battle in solitude. Prince, Your Highness. Wah! What now? Twisting around, I spotted Lily, her face mirroring the scarlet of her hair, making a choked sound at my side. When did she start guzzling alcohol like a fish? Please, I implore you, allow me to retire, Your Highness. Nah, no way. Keep on working. In such a financially strained time, who even thinks about retirement? I provide a generous salary, mind you. Shed better appreciate it and keep working. I desire to, resign. As Lily, who appeared to have morphed into a ghost desperate to resign, began to wail, the other alchemists hauled her off, wheelchair and all. Please lay her to rest somewhere, won't you? Heh, Your Highness. Damn, you scared me. Who is it this time? This time the slurred voice emerged from the other side. I flinched in surprise. It was Damien. This water tastes peculiar, he. Hick, that's not water. Who the hell thought it wise to serve alcohol to the kid? Ha! The offender was seated right next to me. Jupiter, entirely sober, smirked mischievously. Hey, Jupiter, What are you thinking, handing alcohol to a kid? He's no child, but a seasoned mercenary. Jupiter casually puffed on a cigar, winking at me with her one good eye. He ought to learn to drink and smoke, and even how to waste money. He's like my grandchild, ill-instruct him properly. Why would you impart such skills to your grandchild, you corrupted adult? Just then, my shoulder grew heavy. Damien, thoroughly intoxicated, had leaned his forehead against my shoulder. He, your highness. Hick, how audacious you've become, Damien, resting your forehead against a member of the royal family. From Damien's perspective as a commoner, this was unheard of. The power of alcohol indeed does wonders. Not that I would chastise him for such a thing. I was about to instruct someone to usher him away and put him to bed when Damien slurred out something with considerable effort. When I'm alone, I see the faces of my deceased friends. I can't forget that day. The guilt of being the sole survivor weighs heavy on my heart. I held my peace, heeding Damien's words. Damien continued to murmur incoherently. But it's weird. When I am with you, I feel tranquil. That wasn't because I was someone exceptional or remarkable. It was merely the effect of a passive skill. It was simply the influence of the unyielding commander, which staves off mental ailments. But I couldn't voice that. So, I wished to be by your side. Soon after, Damien began to nod off. I awkwardly observed this pitiful child, his gentle breaths echoing as his forehead rested on my shoulder. Now that I reflect on it, I sensed my magic growing stronger while under your command. Jupiter, who had been observing us, cocked her head. Was it due to your highness' outstanding command? It wasn't because of my superb command, but rather my inherent attributes and the party synergy system. A total buff of 25% was put into play in this battle. However, I couldn't confess this truth. All I could do was muster a forced laugh. All credit goes to your noble character and your natural leadership ability, your highness. This time, a voice echoed from behind. I swiveled around to find Lucas seated there. I, too, feel my distractions fading away in your presence. Following your orders makes me feel lighter, almost as if I could fly. If this isn't evidence of your character and talent, then what is? I was dumbfounded by the degree of bootlicking he managed in such a stern voice. This wasn't like the diligent, steadfast character I knew him to be. It seemed he had been imbibing quite a bit. There was a pile of empty liquor glasses next to him. Witnessing Lucas in this state for the first time, I couldn't help but laugh. I shot a smirk in Lucas' direction. So that's why you're always hovering around me, Lucas. Lucas, who had been sipping his beer, arched an eyebrow. Perhaps, he states. That wasn't the usual response from a paragon of knightly virtue. Just as I was about to probe further, other soldiers congregated around us. The soldiers boisterously traded toasts, emptying their cups with each one. To our fallen comrades. To us, the survivors. To His Highness, the Prince. Each one took turns drinking, and before long all eyes were on me. Startled, I looked around. What? Why are you all gawking at me like that? Your Highness, your glass is still full. Ah, I'm just not feeling up to it. I wasn't a fan of drinking in the real world, so I was trying to dodge it. But the soldiers all dropped to the ground, pretending to sob. We're sorry, Your Highness. We failed to create the right ambience. We made Prince Ash, who's been known to drink continuously for a week if he pleases, not even sip a single glass. What kind of reputation was that? Just what kind of life had this damned prince led? We deserve to die. Please execute us. Hey, don't overact, you idiots. Get up. Then, please drink. What? How did this? Drink, drink, drink. The surrounding soldiers began to chant in harmony. Drink, drink, drink. Damn it. I couldn't exactly decline and dampen the spirits in such a scenario. What was there to do? Eventually, I clenched my eyes shut and downed my drink in one gulp. The potent liquid scorched a path from my esophagus down to my stomach. Arg! Are you pleased now? After forcefully wiping my mouth, I brandished the empty glass above my head. The soldiers erupted into cheers, evidently ecstatic. These knaves! You dared to make me the lord and commander drink? You'd better be prepared for the aftermath. Hey, refill everyone's glasses. At my behest, the soldiers brought forward barrels of alcohol. With everyone's cups replenished, I announced, All right, let's feast, drink, and die together. We indulged, imbibed, crooned, and prattled until the moon completed its celestial journey. The victory night was growing deeper. Oh man, I am hammered. The feast finally concluded near daybreak. Upon reaching my room in the mansion, I clumsily cleaned up and flopped onto the bed, cradling my spinning head. The liquor in this world was unforgiving. Even though I had merely consumed beer, the alcoholic content was on an entirely different level compared to the beer on Earth. I yearned to slump into sleep right there, but I coerced my heavy eyelids open and accessed the system window. I must check this before I sleep. Reward boxes that had appeared as stage clear rewards, 2 R-grade boxes and 3 N-grade boxes. It was time to examine their contents. Chapter 25. Side story. Opening boxes. The stage reward boxes were arrayed before me. 2 R-grade boxes and 3 N-grade boxes. Last time, all I got was a peculiar necklace from the X-grade box. I touched my neck. The necklace Id acquired then was dangling there. What was it again? They mentioned it would be useful as the story unfolded. I wonder what kind of remarkable function it conceals. But for now, I craved something that could lend immediate help. It'd be ideal if it could be utilized effectively in the upcoming stage. Firstly, I placed the 3 N-grade boxes on the bed. The stage reward boxes typically contained consumable items and crafting materials, and occasionally a complete set of equipment. However, even when complete gear was included, it was usually of a lower tier. In the case of N-grade boxes, 99% of the time, they held N-grade equipment. But there's still a non-zero chance, right? Could it possibly yield an SSR-grade piece of equipment? I hastily opened the 3 N-grade boxes. Did any complete gear drop? A blinding light spilled from the opened box. Just from the emitted radiance, you could roughly estimate the item grade. What was the hue? Grey, grey. And grey it was. All 3 were grey. All 3 were N-grade items. Well, what more could I expect from N-grade boxes? I grumbled as I examined the contents. Let's see. Rewards. High-level stamina potion. High-level stamina potion. Ice enchant scroll some way. All 3 were consumables. It would have been better if at least some crafting materials had dropped. They'd have come in handy while manufacturing something. But these items are still quite useful. High-level potions had a significantly superior restorative effect compared to regular ones. Stockpiling them for emergencies proved rather beneficial. Enchant scrolls were also practical items. Once activated, they endowed an attribute to your weapon for that particular stage. If I were to apply it to something like Damien's crossbow, the effects would be phenomenal. I'll hold on to these. Next, I shifted my focus to the 2 R-grade boxes. I decided to open them one after the other. Firstly, I cracked open the initial box. Did any complete gear drop? Flash. A blue radiance seeped from the opened box. Ah, it's an R-grade item. Standard Advanced Magic Core. Ah, it's a crafting item. Though my enthusiasm had dwindled, the magic core was still one of the rarest items among the materials. Magic cores were a crucial component in high-level gear, typically employed in the construction of high-grade weaponry or the forging of artifacts. I've already gathered 3 magic cores. I scrutinized my inventory. 1 Black Spider Queen magic core, SSR, obtained from the tutorial stage. 1 Phantom Knight magic core, SR, obtained from today's stage 1. And this standard advanced magic core, it'll be useful when I begin crafting earnestly. I pocketed it, then picked up the last R-grade box. Without any grand expectations, I unlatched the box. Thud. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light erupted from the opened box. Ha! My eyes widened in shock. Gold here, an SSR grade materializing. Am I seeing things because I am intoxicated? Boom, boom, boom. A triumphant fanfare followed, and a glove emerged from the box, radiating a dazzling golden light. It was a black leather glove adorned with a metal emblem. Holy shit! Taken aback, I leapt from the bed. An SSR grade and a complete set at that. Startled, I quickly scooped up the gloves with both hands and inspected their details and attributes. What? Lucky Strike, SSR, LV7, category, combat gloves attack power, 0777 durability, 7/7, all probability determinations get a 1% bonus. Today's a lucky day. A gambler? No, you gotta be fucking joking. I slammed the gloves onto the ground. Of all things, of all the distinct weapons in the SSR grade. So it's the Lucky Strike, the prank item. This flashy glove has a straightforward effect, true to its stats. Indeed, if you're fortunate, you hit the damage jackpot and can fell a boss in a single blow. But if you're unlucky, you register a big, fat 0. The combatant class is already a gamble with its fundamental skills, and if you equip this weapon, you transform into a living, breathing wheel of fortune. It might make for an amusing spectacle during broadcasts, but the character who sports it often meets their end during battles, because the so-called probability bonus frequently results in minimal damage and consequent death. Where am I supposed to use this piece of shit? I choked back tears of frustration. There's no combat hero, but this weapon is, to begin with, for amusement. It's worthless in actual battles. I can't discard it either. And who to give it to? After some deliberation, I donned the gloves. They're a better than the flashy black decorations I was wearing anyway, or so I thought. Clank, I clenched my gloved hands. They felt extremely comfortable. The SSR-grade item had its merits. Ah, well, whatever it is, it is. There's no opportunity for me to wield a weapon on the front line. I'm virtually combat shy. If something occurs, I can hope for a jackpot. Let's be optimistic. Fuck. How can I stay positive? Ah, I yanked at my hair in exasperation. There are so many superior SSR equipment items. There's Tear of the Seraph, Life Eater, Heaven's Sign. If only they had materialized, the game would have been a breeze. Why, of all things, Lucky Strike. So having scored the golden item, I was so disheartened that I grumbled until dawn before finally succumbing to sleep. The following day, oh my head. I woke up nursing a hangover, and it was already noontime. When I sluggishly emerged from my room, all the servants toiling in the mansion bore the dark circles of sleep deprivation. They all seemed to be nursing hangovers too. Your Majesty, have you stirred from slumber? Lucas, positioned at my chamber door, welcomed me with a haggard expression. He seemed fairly hungover, his usually immaculate blonde hair looking noticeably disordered. Are you recovering? You should have rested until daylight. As your knight, charged with your safeguarding, how could I do such a thing? Immediately afterward, Lucas covered his mouth, stifling a retching noise. But I am somewhat spent. If you admit to that, it must be truly challenging. I wondered if there was anything that could ease a hangover. Good day to you both. Ada emerged in the corridor, always so full of vim and vigor. Why? On Ada's tray were 2 cups, steam curling upward from them. Here, this is hot honey water. Have a sip, each of you. Ada handed us each a cup. Such a considerate gesture. Drinking the warm honey water, I felt some relief. Ah, I believe ill survive. Lucas and I drained our cups and handed them back to Ada, who grinned subtly. You're likely weary from the battle and suffering a hangover. It might be wise to rest today, don't you agree? Can we afford to? We must ready ourselves for the next stage. I slapped my still half-awake face with my hand, rousing myself further. Ada, what's the status of the magic stones we collected yesterday? Can we convert them to currency? They're prepared for sale. However, they might not fetch as much as the Black Spider Legion magic stones did. There would be a variance in the quality of the magic stones, and the merchant's demand might have waned after our previous large influx. It was unavoidable. Oversee the sale, get us the best deal. Leave it to me. Good, let's handle the magic stones that way. Lucas, Ada, accompany me. We've work to do. I ushered Lucas and Ada out of the mansion. Our first destination was the town's blacksmith. As we approached the blacksmith, we could observe them busily pounding on iron and honing blades. A discrete system window surfaced at the entrance. Facility Blacksmith LV3. The town's facility level could advance from 1 to 10. With each level increase, various benefits become accessible. At the blacksmith, the array of equipment that can be created expands as the level climbs, and the chance of generating high-grade equipment increases. At level 3, all fundamental functions are unlocked. I need to invest some funds here as well. Even though I'd been spending money liberally after earning some in the tutorial, there were endless outlets for it. I needed to devise a systematic financial strategy. Welcome, Your Majesty, the head blacksmith darted out. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, I spoke. I wish to commission the crafting of equipment. There was a heap of items to be made, but I chose to order the most urgently needed one first. We were concerned you might have forgotten about us, as we've only been working on fixing the walls and defensive weapons of late. As I mentioned crafting equipment, the guild master's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I'll strive for excellence. What type of equipment are you seeking? Armor. I presented the Phantom Knight's magic core that I'd procured in the last stage. Use this as the core for the equipment and use the finest materials I possess. Needless to say, this armor was destined for Lucas. Lucas would persist as an SSR-grade knight on the front lines. I needed to outfit him with the most robust armor feasible to send him forth with a sense of reassurance. The Phantom Knight was the Legion commander of the Living Armor Legion, and equipment crafted from his magic core naturally came with durability and stamina bonuses. It would make a suitable foundation. This is a precious material. The blacksmith, holding the magic core, swallowed audibly. This is the first piece of equipment I am entrusting to you. I have lofty expectations. We won't let you down. Excellent, Lucas. Go and get your measurements taken. In the game, once equipment was crafted, anyone could wear it. But this was raw reality. The armor needed to be tailored to Lucas' physique. Lucas, who'd stepped into the smithy to get measured, returned with a radiant smile. What's behind that grin? I am thrilled. You're gifting me armor, aren't you? I am presenting it to you because I'll be dispatching you to even more perilous locales, you know. You trust me enough to assign me more tasks in the future, right? Was this lad always this adept with words? Shaking my head, I departed the smithy. Next, well, inspect the wall. Together, we steered towards the southern wall. Wow! I involuntarily emitted a sound as soon as we reached the wall. The Phantom Knight's enormous black sword was still lodged in the wall. The wall had uniformly crumbled around the point where the sword was embedded. The metal plates were fractured, the bricks had liquefied or disintegrated into dust. At this rate, we won't even keep out wild beasts, let alone monsters. How long do you estimate the repairs will take? I asked the stonemason guild master, who was assessing repair expenses from the top of the wall. The guild master shook his head. The damage is too extensive. To fully repair it, it will take over 2 weeks. Over 2 weeks? That's merely for repairs. Removing that sword is a substantial task in itself. The stonemason guild master's voice trailed off. Damn! I briefly clicked my tongue. In other words, it was uncertain how many days it would take to extract the sword, and only after that it would take 2 weeks for repair. I sighed and opened the stage information window. The start time of the next stage was already listed. Stage 2, time until start, 9 days 20 hours, not enough. There's not enough time. I felt a headache looming and smacked my forehead. How should I address this? Chapter 26. Free exploration to the dungeon. Stage 2, time until start. 9 days 20 hours, the next stage was primed to kick off in just under 10 days, yet the wall repairs would consume a fortnight, if not more. At this pace, the castle walls would be rendered useless by the onset of the next stage. Soldiers who escaped injury will commence with the wall repairs tomorrow. I instructed Lucas. Expedite it as much as possible. I shall obey your Majesty's command. Lucas respectfully lowered his head. I wished to keep the soldiers on full alert, but the circumstances were such. The wall repair work required haste. On that note, what's the current condition of the soldiers' injuries? I didn't receive a thorough report. Roughly 50 have been seriously injured, with around 200 minor casualties. They're all receiving care at the temple. There were scarcely any losses among the regular soldiers. The majority of the combat had concluded during the long-range artillery phase. However, we did lose 4 hero characters. Regardless, we were deficient. As it currently stood, Wed faced the next stage with an insufficient army. Ada, what's the status of our troop reinforcements? We're arranging to dispatch soldiers from neighboring cities. The scouts sent to the headquarters should return by tomorrow. So, any substantial progress will only materialize by tomorrow. While I could interfere in other aspects, the reinforcement of troops was beyond my control. All I could do was yearn for the reinforcements to arrive. It would be beneficial if we could recruit a good number of rookie mercenaries in the remaining 9 days. All right, Ada. Ensure you report promptly if there's any development. Then, Lucas, let's proceed with what we can in the meantime. What can we do? Smiling slyly, I winked at Lucas. We should make for the dungeon. We need to obliterate the source of those beasts. Lucas, his composure slightly rattled, cautiously questioned me. Like the previous occasion, will you utilize the teleport gate to the Black Lake? Precisely, Lucas. But this time, we're heading straight underneath the lake with our team. Under the lake. Straight to the epicenter of the teeming monsters. It was the moment to switch the game genre from tower defense to dungeon offense. Lucas, summon the main team. Still grinning, I clapped my hands together. Finally, it's time for an adventure. In other words, it was time for leveling up and item farming. I rallied the team members. We would rest today, then delve into the dungeon tomorrow morning. It was time to gear up. Soon, everyone responded to my summons and congregated at the Lord's mansion where I was based. I am pleased you all could make it. Have you had ample rest today? I surveyed the gathered members. Despite imbibing late into the night, everyone was accounted for. The summoned members included myself, Lucas, Damien, Jupiter, and why was I summoned here? Lily. Lily instinctively sensed that danger was afoot, her shoulders quivering as she surveyed the room with unease. Didn't you previously assure me that I would no longer be on the front lines? Hum. Instead of responding, I allowed a grin to spread across my face. What could I say, Lily? Currently, I could only incorporate 5 heroes into my formation, and your contribution was pivotal. Deciphering my intent from my smile, Lily's face blanched. Your Highness, I can't move around, remember? I'm wounded, remember? I insisted on retiring, remember? Lily gestured energetically towards her wheelchair, highlighting her injury. If I am this incapacitated, it'll just be a liability wherever you take me. I'll just stay here peacefully and repair the artifacts. I quite enjoyed that work anyway. I am truly delighted that you find the artifact tasks enjoyable, Lily. You seem to be having so much fun that you could carry on indefinitely. No, that's not what I was implying. I pondered whether to seize this opportunity to secure her on a lifelong contract. I wished to tease the crestfallen Lily further, but I opted to soothe her at this juncture. Lend me your assistance this one time, Lily. I genuinely won't involve you in fieldwork after this. You made a similar promise last time, didn't you? In order to safeguard this city, no, to safeguard all of humanity on these front lines, your strength is indispensable. I emphasized the larger objective, and Lily, finding no more ground to argue, fell silent, despite being a mercenary who needn't concern herself with such matters. All right, but only this time. Thank you, Lily. I turned my attention to Lily, expressing my gratitude as she reluctantly concurred. Are Jupiter and Damien holding up well? Jupiter had incurred an injury in a battle a couple of days ago, albeit minor. Considering her age, was she in good shape? I am in excellent health, Your Highness. Jupiter lightly tapped her forehead, freshly rid of its bandage. Her recovery had been swift. Good, she appeared robust. Then Damien is. I pulled a face as I glanced at Damien. I hadn't observed it earlier, but he appeared dreadful. His eyes were hollow and his complexion ghostly. Hey, Damien, are you all right? Are you feeling under the weather? Could this be an adverse effect of excessively using his foresight ability? All right, Your Highness. Damien waved his hand dismissively, then promptly covered his mouth. I am merely hungover, Hurl. It's not my first experience with alcohol, but it's my first time drinking to the point of oblivion. Hurl, I fixed Jupiter, who had tempted Damien with liquor with a penetrating glare. Jupiter casually whistled, feigning ignorance, this insensible adult. I believe it'll be all right by tomorrow. Don't fret. Okay, get a good night's sleep. Regardless, it appeared there were no hindrances to deploying the 5-member team. I briefed the party members succinctly. Tomorrow, our team will embark on a slightly remote expedition. An expedition? Yes. I'll delve into the details during our journey tomorrow. Sometimes it's easier to comprehend something by witnessing it firsthand rather than having me describe it 100 times over. Concepts like the existence of a dungeon beneath the lake and its resident monsters, for instance. So I opted to gloss over these specifics for now. My intention is to depart in the morning and return by nightfall, but the plan might shift. We may need to set up camp. Camping. It sounds like we're heading quite a distance. Lily expressed her worry in a low murmur. Yes, it is indeed a considerable distance, or it might appear quite close, depending on one's perspective. I'll take care of all necessary provisions and gear. All you need to do is assemble here tomorrow morning, armed and donning light armor. I refrained from detailing the exact destination, the motive behind the expedition, or the route we would be taking. Yet none of the party members raised any queries. That was comforting. Demonstration often proves simpler than elaborate explanations. Excellent. Let's call it a day. Look after yourselves and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Understood, Your Highness. Until tomorrow morning. Jupiter, offering a crisp salute, was the first one to exit. She guided Lily's wheelchair, who wore a lingering expression of melancholy, out of the room. I intercepted Damien just as he was about to trail behind them. Damien, hold on for a moment. Yes, Damien, his complexion pallid from a hangover, glanced my way. What is it, Your Highness? No, nothing serious. During the last skirmish, Damien had progressed to level 20 and was now qualified for his first-class change. I intended to verify the outcomes. I had already inspected Damien's progression via the system window. Damien, N, level 20 title, none profession. Intermediate healer, strength 5, agility 17, intelligence 14, stamina 8, magic power 12, perhaps due to his persistent utilization of long-range weaponry like cannons and bows. His stats were primarily concentrated in agility. His stats weren't particularly impressive for an N-class character. And his skills, possessed skills, passive, light of healing skill 1, light of detoxification skill 2, unlocked after second job change, ultimate. Unlocked after third job change. The passive skill, Light of Healing, is a staple for healers. It enables the healing of allies using the user's magic power. The newly acquired skill, Light of Detoxification, can alleviate various poison status ailments. These were rather typical skills for an N-class healer. However, Damien's role now is that of a sniper. Truth be told, he didn't possess a single skill that would aid in sniping. Yet, something is better than nothing. Since our last battle, have you noticed any changes? Perhaps in your skills? I inquired, aiming to confirm if he had properly acquired his skill. In the game, one would immediately gain the next skill upon leveling up, but I was unsure how it would manifest in reality. Yes, I wanted to mention this. As we continued fighting, I experienced a sort of revelation. Damien mimicked a thoughtful gesture, rubbing his fingers together as he replied, I've gained an additional healing ability. It seems like I've intuitively learned to operate it, but I haven't actually put it into practice yet. So it appeared that building up combat experience could potentially lead to the acquisition of new skills. Fascinating. I gently clapped Damien on the shoulder. That ability could potentially stave off death for our party members. Granted, your primary role is now that of a sniper, but make it a point to refine your control over this skill. Yes, Your Highness. I dismissed Damien to get some rest. I then signaled to Lucas, who had been silently observing from behind me. Lucas, you should also take today off, no need to continue guarding. But we're venturing into the monster's den tomorrow. Y'all need to protect me more effectively then, right? Don't be obstinate. Recharge your energy by resting. Lucas acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. I will heed your advice. Lucas retreated to his quarters, leaving only Ada and myself. I gestured to Ada. Ada, prepare the supplies for our expedition. What kind of provisions should I prepare, sire? Preserved food, camping gear, various potions, and I listed the most vital items for dungeon exploration. Illumination devices, lanterns, torches. A joyous grin spread across Ada's face. I let out a soft sigh and reiterated, anything that can emit light, really. The following morning, the backyard of the Crossroads Lord's mansion. All 5 members of our party assembled, and I distributed equipment to each. It was a backpack loaded with food and medical essentials. Jupiter, slinging the backpack over her shoulder, arched an eyebrow. This appears quite serious. Exactly where are we headed? You'll discover soon. I guided them towards the teleport gate. Grrrrung. As I laid my hand on the pile of stones arranged in the backyard, the teleport gate sprang to life. With a peculiar humming noise, the stones levitated and spun to manifest a magical portal. Jupiter seemed genuinely taken aback by the true nature of the teleport gate. This is ... teleportation magic, isn't it? But teleportation magic was lost centuries ago, how? Cough, I feigned ignorance, brushing off a query. Everything would fall into place during our expedition anyway. I addressed the party members and declared, from this point on, we'll employ this teleport gate to reach the monster's lair. Our destination lies beneath the Black Lake. Save for Lily, who stood agape, everyone else maintained their composure. It seemed they had all anticipated we were en route to a perilous location. The kingdom of these beasts lurks under the lake. Our mission is to investigate it and uncover why monsters are emerging from there. This was the ultimate objective of this game. This is the only strategy to put an end to the monster invasion permanently. The obliteration of the monster's origin point. It was time at last to truly embark on the second phase of this game, dungeon attack. Everyone seemed intrigued, but first I engaged the teleport gate. Teleport gate, please select your destination. Lakeside Pier, area not yet unlocked. Area not yet unlocked. As was customary, we would first head to the preliminary checkpoint, Lakeside Pier. The magical gateway whirred into motion, bringing the teleport gate to life. I took my place at the forefront of the gate. This passage leads straight to that lake. Well, fill you in as we proceed, just follow my lead. Your Highness, allow me to go first. Yeah, whatever. Disregarding Lucas' proposal to lead the way, I dove headfirst into the gate. It's secure anyway. Now loading. Tip hero characters evolve through leveling up. You can advance levels by accumulating experience points, and you can amass experience points from all forms of combat. Couldn't they offer a more valuable tip rather than stating the obvious? I mumbled to myself. But then again, how many of the suggestions that flash on the tip screen are genuinely useful? Chapter 27. Free Exploration, No Name Flash. In an explosion of light, I transitioned through the gate and found myself standing on the well-trodden pier of a lakeside. Before me, the deep blue expanse of the lake flickered. This was the monster's birthplace, a living hell, spitting out demons. The Black Lake, standing guard in the south of the world. Flash, flash, the following party members emerged, their eyes wide as they surveyed the astounding scenery. This place, it's indeed that lake. Jupiter muttered, her voice trembling as she studied the vast surface of the lake. I glanced her way. Seen it before, have you, Jupiter? 20 years ago, when the Imperial forces held their position at Crossroads. They attempted to fill the lake with soil. Fill this enormous lake with soil. It appeared that moronic commanders were not a novelty of the past 20 years. They called upon the entire magic corps, utilizing magic to levitate soil into the lake. But what happened? It didn't fill. Regardless of how much soil and rock we dumped, the lake swallowed it endlessly. An indistinct fear crossed Jupiter's face as she reminisced about the past. Rumors swirled among the Imperial troops at the time, suggesting that it truly seemed to be a pathway to hell. A week into the operation, monsters began to surge out in droves. Eventually, the entire army retreated. The operation was deemed a failure. Jupiter extinguished her cigarette and cast her gaze over the lake. This is the closest I've been since then. You ought to be. I turned my attention back to the party members, because we're about to delve deeper. Despite the lake's foreboding aura, the surrounding landscape was, quite honestly, stunning. However, we were not here for the scenic views, so let's quit marveling at the surroundings. Let's move. I took the initiative, with the party members sticking close behind. By the gate next to the lake stood a pier, but no boat. As I strode casually to the edge of the pier, do you wish to enter Lake Kingdom? Yes, no, a system message appeared out of nowhere. Of course, yes. Warning, you will not be able to return until the next checkpoint is unlocked. Do you still wish to proceed? Yes, no, they even threw in a warning to double-check. Unperturbed, I chose yes again. Did they presume I was a novice at this game? Gurgle. The lake's water parted in a circular motion, revealing a yawning chasm at its center. If the gate we traversed earlier simply led us to the lake, this was the actual doorway to the dungeon. All right, let's dive in. Without further explanation, I was the first to plunge into the lake. Taken by surprise, the party members trailed behind, one by one. Splash. Into the pitch-black lake, where not a shred of light penetrated, I was drawn in. Now loading. Tip: the primary cause of game overs is carelessness. Never lower your guard, regardless of the circumstances. Darkness. That was the initial perception. Absolute darkness. So profound that one couldn't see a hand held before the face. A tangible darkness, as if one might grasp it if they stretched out a hand, swallowed our surroundings. Rustle, rustle. A sound echoed in the darkness. The crunch of insects nibbling at something. Rustle, rustle. The noise intensified. The creeping sensation of the encroaching darkness grew stronger. Perhaps it was a mere trick of the mind, but I could swear I felt a breath whispering against my nape. Chills swept across my entire body. Your Majesty! Then, from somewhere behind, Lucas' panicked voice rang out. No, was it really behind, or to the side? The direction was unclear. My senses seemed to float unmoored. Your Majesty! Where are you, Your Majesty? Over here, don't fret. With a firm voice, I soothed the frantic Lucas. Everyone, stay calm and light up the area. Moments later, points of light began to flicker into existence. Whoosh, whoosh. Each member of the party ignited and held aloft the torches they carried. Lily, in her haste, summoned a flame spell to fend off the enveloping darkness. She must have been utterly terrified. Rustle, rustle. As the light pushed back the darkness, the gnawing sounds of insects receded. I too pulled a source of light from my backpack. My lantern, sturdy in construction, it seemed Ada had chosen this with care. Whoosh! Igniting the lantern and hoisting it high, the surrounding area finally came into focus. What is this? Oh my God, what's this? The stunned voices of my party members echoed in the cavernous expanse, and I swallowed a lump of apprehension as I absorbed the sight that sprawled before us. A vast, weather-beaten stone city teetering on the brink of collapse. This formidable city was submerged at the bottom of a murky lake, and we were standing at its northern gates. The rust-coated iron gate was sealed tight. Rustle, rustle. An ominous ambience oozed from the city. Lucas, swallowing hard, looked at me, his expression taut with unease. Your Majesty, where on earth? This is the submerged Lake Kingdom. It's a dungeon beneath the waves. Gazing at the firmly closed city gates, I let out a mirthless laugh. It's a nest of monsters well need to systematically purge. My laugh was laced with tension, a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. It appeared slightly eerie when viewed in-game, but it was truly terrifying to stand here in reality. It felt as if malevolent energy was flowing from the city itself. Ancient magic enveloped the city in a dome, recreating an environment identical to the surface world. We could breathe, and there were no impediments to our movements. Nonetheless, there was no denying that we were underwater. The undulating surface of the water was visible far above us. Only the faintest traces of light managed to pierce the gloom. Lily, dumbfounded, stuttered. How can such an immense city hide beneath the lake, and how can we move so freely? Quiet. At that instant, Lucas hastily shushed Lily. Someone approaches. Everyone's gaze turned in the indicated direction. Thump, thump. Somewhere in the distant darkness, a soft sound of footfalls echoed. Lucas unsheathed his sword, Damien prepped his crossbow, and Jupiter charged her gloves with electricity. Eek! Only Lily, seized by fear, quaked and tried to retreat in a wheelchair. Hold on, where do you think you're going? I grabbed Lily's wheelchair handle to halt her. Everyone, relax. They're likely not hostile. Thump, thump. As anticipated, the approaching figure wasn't a monster, but a human. A woman, her hood thrown back to reveal a cloak worn with age. She walked up to us, her gaze leisurely assessing our group. Are you treasure seekers who've braved this Lake Kingdom? Her voice, clear and vibrant, was deceptively youthful. There's nothing here for you. Retreat to the surface while you still draw breath. Down in this abyss, against all odds, Wed encountered a living soul. Stunned, the party froze, but I remained collected. This was a typical tutorial event designed to guide players who had just stepped into the dungeon. In the first dungeon, an NPC leads the way. NPC. Even in this hellish underwater dungeon, there were those who hadn't succumbed, who persisted. Sometimes aiding in dungeon exploration, sometimes obstructing it. They might momentarily ally with you, become hero characters, or morph into adversaries. Over 100 such NPCs were dwelling in this dungeon, one randomly chosen to guide the player party to their first base. But she's unfamiliar. Despite having played the game 742 times, Id never encountered her. Does this game even have this NPC? Intrigued, I studied the figure before me. She was a curious woman. To call her ragged was an understatement. She was enveloped in a cloak so tattered it resembled a sack. Her face concealed under a deep hood attached to her cloak. Her white hair was knotted and swept the ground. Her feet were bare, caked with dirt and grime, far from a clean appearance even as a jest. And on her back she bore a battered long sword. A questionable choice of weapon for her slight frame, and it was in a woeful state of disrepair. In my 742 rounds of Protect the Empire, I thought Id met virtually every NPC one might encounter in the dungeon. But this woman was an entirely new encounter. Tamping down my unease, I stepped forward and addressed the woman. We hail from the surface. Our quest is to eradicate the source of the monsters that emerge here. The woman fixed her gaze upon me. Although shrouded by her robe and tangled hair, I felt the intensity of her stare. The surface world suffers under the onslaught of monsters birthed here. We're here to bring this to an end. The Lake Kingdom's nightmare persists, an unending sleep from which no one awakens. Never, the woman slowly shook her head. Numerous mighty warriors and countless heroes have attempted to break this place's curse, but all have faltered. You will be no different. Do not dare to tread into this place's darkness. Retreat to the surface while you still can, before the abyss engulfs you, before regret drives you mad. Had we been swayed by such admonitions, we would have long since abandoned the game and returned to Earth. But instead of recoiling, I stepped closer to her. I am the Lord of Crossroad, a fortress city opposing the monsters. It is my duty to shield my city, no, humanity, from these beasts. I don't fear the darkness. We must venture into this city and eradicate the monster source. I gestured towards the city's firmly sealed gate. That's why we're here, but the locked gate blocks our entry. If there exists another path, could you show us the way? The woman, who had been silently scrutinizing me, eventually nodded in agreement. It will be intriguing to discern whether your words spring from genuine bravery or pure recklessness. With swift precision, the woman turned and led the way. Follow me. The entrance to the city lies this way. As she confidently disappeared into the shadows, I called out to her. What do I address you as? What's your name? Hoping to glean clues about her identity by cross-referencing the information I knew if I learned her name. However, her reply caught me off guard. I have forgotten my name. Her voice tinged with melancholy, she added. If you must address me, call me Nameless. Chapter 28. For nearly half an hour, we trailed behind Nameless along the city wall's perimeter. Don't trust an unknown entity so easily. This could be a trap. Lucas had been nagging me consistently, his warnings sounding like clockwork every 5 minutes. Was he a human metronome, his concerns chiming exactly on the 5th minute? It's fine, I told you. Let's just follow for now. I placated Lucas and guided our party onwards. After what seemed like an eternity, Nameless abruptly halted. The party members, caught off guard, all came to an abrupt stop, their weapons raised in anticipation. Here, Nameless indicated the city wall. On closer inspection, a derelict water facility was revealed. It had long ceased its function, dried out entirely. Nameless led the way into the disused drain. Inside here, a path leads to the city. Be careful, it's slippery. We had to stoop low to navigate the narrow drain, and after about 5 minutes the space expanded. As I straightened my back to examine our surroundings, a system notification appeared, informing us of our new location. Zone 1. The dried sewer. We had finally reached the first zone of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. This area was the convergence point of the city's entire water system. Devoid of any hint of moisture, the maze-like network of drains extended outwards. A constant illumination spell had been cast on the magic stone embedded in the ceiling, brightly lighting up the space. Beneath that magic stone, a mound of stones, akin to the ones found in my mansion's backyard, was piled up. As I approached and made contact with it, the stones began to churn and rise, activating the teleportation gate in the process. Zone 1. The dried sewer connection point has been established. Connection point. It was a monster-free safe zone, typically installed at the starting point of each zone. Once the teleportation gate was activated, we could resume our exploration from this point next time. The standard practice of open exploration was to discover the hidden connection points throughout the city, link the teleportation gates, and repeat the cycle of exploration and return. As Lily confirmed that the teleportation gate had been activated, she implored me, her eyes wide with fright. Can't I return from here, please? Nope, you can't. Did she think we'd lugged all these supplies and assembled a full party only to pave the way up to here? We needed to at least clear one zone before departing. As I attempted to calm the increasingly panicked Lily, Nameless, who had been standing in the distance, spoke with an air of detachment. My guidance ends here. From now on, your path forward must be of your own choosing. Thank you for leading us this far, Nameless. After a moment of hesitation, Nameless released a deep sigh. I warn you, this Lake Kingdom is wholly steeped in nightmares. The further you proceed, the darker it will become, and the monsters will grow increasingly formidable. Her usually dry voice carried a note of genuine concern this time. But if you are determined to venture into the abyss, I have a piece of advice, Nameless whispered, punctuating each word for emphasis. Never, ever extinguish the flame. I hope there are blessings on your journey ahead. With those words lingering in the air, the nameless woman slowly receded into the darkness until she vanished entirely. Lucas, who had been observing the nameless woman with a cautious gaze until her departure, mumbled, What's her story? How does she exist in a city beneath this lake? Well, at that moment Damien, who was huddled close behind me, voiced his fear in a trembling tone. Prince, this darkness feels peculiar. I can't see beyond it with my own eyes. It's as if the darkness itself is alive. But how does that woman navigate this darkness without a torch? I found myself unable to provide an answer. There were innumerable mysteries in this dungeon, still unknown to even me, someone who had conquered this game on its highest difficulty setting. But there was one thing I knew for sure. Well, encounter her again. We can ask her then. In this underwater domain, our paths were bound to cross once more, whether as foes or allies in whatever circumstance. At our first base, we hastily finished our preparations. We quenched our thirst with water, each taking a morsel from our stock of preserved food. Can I really get home safely? Apart from Lily, who was trembling in fear, everyone else appeared composed. Jupiter tenderly comforted the frightened Lily. Fret not, miss. I'll ensure your safety. Ray, really, are you, Jupiter, going to protect me? Of course, just trust in me. Just as I was pondering over Jupiter's unusual warmth, just make sure to compensate me with a protection fee of 1,000 Adels. True to form, she was attempting to swindle us. I'll pay you right now. I promptly intervened, stopping Lily, who was on the verge of hastily extracting her wallet. Hold on, hold on. Hey, Jupiter, stop exploiting this child for money. Tusk, you got me. Jupiter grumbled and retreated, this old rogue. Sighing, I reassured Lily. Don't worry, Lily. We'll all make it back safely. Is that genuinely true, Your Highness? This is the initial exploration area. In reality, the difficulty is relatively low. Would I have brought you, who struggle with mobility, if it was too hazardous? After calming Lily, I attentively examined the system window. Zone 1. The dried sewer, clear progress. Normal room 0/3 boss room, 0/1 acquired treasure boxes. 0/2 zone 1. The dried sewer. Appropriately, the first exploration area was straightforward. A simple dungeon composed of 3 regular rooms and 1 boss room. The path is direct, no need to meander. Commencing from the base, the player must traverse through the dungeon to the exit, which is the boss room. You can bypass the regular rooms by exploiting the system, but the boss room must be cleared through combat. All right, is everyone ready? Once our maintenance break concluded, I surveyed the members of my group and gave a nod of approval. If we play according to our current skills, we should be able to navigate through this without much difficulty. Let's go. We filed into formation and started our journey from the base. Lucas took the lead, with me following closely. Lily, Jupiter, and Damien formed our rear guard. As soon as we stepped out from the base, a crushing wave of darkness descended upon us, churning and restless. The group instinctively lifted their torches and lanterns. The encroaching darkness retreated. Silence engulfed us. Let's proceed, I suggested. We moved at a deliberate pace. Our path led us through a winding sewer, seemingly infinite in its expanse. Even though the place was arid, it gave off an unsettling sensation of dampness. Lucas grumbled as he examined the wall with his torch. A passageway within the sewer. How far does it extend? It'll conclude soon. True to my word, the pathway did eventually terminate, opening up into a vast chamber, the first room of this exploration zone. The dungeons in this game are typically comprised of rooms and corridors. Rooms harbor unpredictable events like battles against foes, the discovery of items, or encounters with non-playable characters, NPCs. And the inaugural event of this room was, creak, squeak, squeak, a skirmish. The instant we stepped into the room, roughly a dozen colossal sewer rats scurried out from the walls, floor, and even from above. Eek! Rats. Lily's reaction was one of terror. I realized her courage was easily tested. Dried up sewer room 1. Defeat all enemies. LV3 giant sewer rats. 14 entities, these were level 3 monsters. Their sheer number demanded caution, but individually they posed little threat. Lucas, hold the front line. Prioritize defense over attack. Simply fend off the ones that get too close. Understood, sir. Damien, target them from afar. Their craniums are robust, so aim for their eyes or throat. Affirmative, Your Highness. Jupiter, Lily, conserve your magical energy. Attack only those that breach Lucas' defensive line. There was no reason to squander the magical prowess of our spellcasters in this situation. I allocated combat instructions exclusively to Lucas and Damien, while instructing Jupiter and Lily to maintain a defensive position. Lucas unsheathed his longsword and stepped forward, while Damien readied his crossbow. Jupiter and Lily each retreated a step. And as for me, what was my role? Well, simply to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. I reclined, observing with a relaxed posture. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The horde of colossal sewer rats, eyes ablaze with a menacing red, attacked from every direction. In response, Damien released a volley of arrows from his crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows, slicing effortlessly through the air, struck their targets precisely, hitting the rat's eyes. Squeak. Thud. The body of a rat, felled in a single strike, rolled lifelessly on the floor with a dull thud. Yet, as I had pointed out numerous times, Damien's aim was sharp, but not swift. By the time the third rat was felled by an arrow, the rest had already swarmed Lucas. With a broad arc, Lucas slashed his sword through the air. Flash! With the sword's radiance, the lead rat's throat was sliced open, and it toppled over. Lucas' level was already an impressive 29. As expected of a top-tier character, his stat progression was remarkable. In terms of abilities, the rats were hopelessly outmatched. Flash! Flash! Each time the sword's luminescence cleaved through the darkness and flickered, a rat sprayed blood and fell over. The hulking rats couldn't breach Lucas' defensive front, and they sequentially fell to Lucas' sword and Damien's precise arrows. Thus, in a relatively short span, every rat had been dispatched. Lucas flicked the blood from his blade, and Damien, exhaling a sigh, lowered his crossbow. I chuckled. You all did splendidly. It wasn't much trouble, was it? Indeed. It was less stressful than anticipated. Damien responded with a faintly weary smile. The foes we had previously encountered included the Black Spider Legion and the Living Armor Legion. In comparison to those menacing adversaries, these rats almost seemed endearing. Just then, Lucas, who was inspecting the lifeless rats, beckoned me. There are 13 in total, Your Highness. Should we collect the magic stones? No, the grade is low and there won't be many. Wait a minute. My words halted abruptly. 13. I was positive that the game's info window had specified 14. Chirp. In that instant, a shriek echoed from above. Startled, I looked up, locking gazes with the blood-red eyes of a creature plummeting from the ceiling. The final giant rat. It had cunningly used the ceiling's darkness to approach and was now launching itself directly at me. Most likely, it had singled me out due to my lower level. Your Highness. Damn it, too late. Damien and Lucas cried out in alarm. It was too late for Jupiter and Lily to conjure their spells. The rat was too close to me. If they invoked their magic now, I would be caught in the crossfire. What to do? How should I then? It dawned on me. I remembered the glove I was wearing, the top-tier luck-based weapon Lucky Strike. As I thought about it, it was right there on my hand. The situation was dire and my decision swift. Screw it. It was do or die. No matter how strategically you play a game, there comes a point where you must entrust your fate to the toss of a coin. Believing this to be such a moment, I launched my fist forward with all my might. My fist met the rat's jaw, and ding! In that moment, a slot machine interface materialized in the periphery of my vision. What? 3 panels featuring numbers from 0 to 7 spun vertically at a rapid pace, then halted one after another. Ding, 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 and the numbers that were revealed were Chapter 29, 3 panels, each adorned with numbers from 0 to 7, whirled quickly before halting in sequence. Ding, ding, ding. The numbers unveiled were 1, 2, 1, respectively. 121 damage. Crash. The colossal rat that had been grazed by my fist was catapulted back in the opposite direction, accompanied by a thunderous noise. I stood there, dumbfounded, with my fist still poised in midair. But ordinarily, the hundreds place doesn't show up often. It was a lousy item that typically didn't even hit the tens place, only ones. But this time, it landed on the hundreds place, allowing me to defeat the giant rat in a single blow. Your Majesty, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. Lucas, startled, hastened over to me and sighed in relief upon finding me unscathed. But what just happened? How did you defeat that monster in one hit? The giant rat that had been struck by my fist lay squashed at a distance. Lucas, and not just him, but Damien, Jupiter, and Lily too, were all gaping at me in disbelief. I pondered over how to explain this anomaly, how I had obtained this item, and the mechanics behind it, and found myself at a loss. I can't reveal that I receive a box in my inventory from the system's compensation each time I clear a stage, and that this item came from that box. Moreover, how do I explain that this weapon spins a roulette to determine damage every time I use it? So I evaded the truth. It's the Prince Punch. Pardon me, Prince Punch. It's the Prince Punch. Got it. Ah, Prince Punch. Royalty can occasionally display superpowers when they're cornered. Sometimes, yep. The circumstances differed, but the explanation was alike. They should drop it now. The party members didn't seem entirely convinced, but given my reluctance to elaborate, they let it slide. It was pleasant that everyone caught on quickly. We dispelled the confounded atmosphere and promptly moved on to the next chamber. The dried sewer room 2. This room is vacant. The second room was utterly devoid of anything. No monsters, no events, no objects of any sort. However, that didn't mean we should blindly assume it was empty. I instructed the party members. There might be something concealed. Search thoroughly. Despite looking doubtful, the party members dispersed and started scanning the room. Shortly after, "Ah, there's something here." Damien discovered something. Whoa, as expected of Farsight. I knew I could count on you. I dashed over to Damien's side, exclaiming boisterously. A small camouflaged door was positioned on one side of the room. Unveiling the door revealed a petite treasure chest within. Damien, who retrieved the chest, flashed a broad smile. "It's a treasure chest, Your Highness. You did well. But be cautious, it could be a trap disguised as a treasure chest." Before I could finish my sentence, Jupiter, who had rushed over, grabbed the treasure chest and hastily opened it. "Curse you, you money-sniffing crone. What if it was a trap?" Clank. Luckily, it wasn't a trap, but a genuine treasure chest. It held a modest collection of gems and gold coins. Heh! Jupiter, who had been admiring the gems with a slight sigh of appreciation, scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Her demeanor seemed a tad more subdued under our collective gaze. "Oh dear, I apologize. I can't resist when I smell money." Her gold fever trait appeared to activate whenever she laid eyes on a chest. I rubbed my forehead, sensing a headache brewing. How was I supposed to manage this elderly woman when traps were likely to be a common occurrence going forward? "Now let's return this treasure chest to you." Jupiter handed me the gems and gold coins. "Hold on a second, Granny. I saw you pocket a few." I chose to ignore it, collected the gems and gold, and proceeded to the next room. The dried sewer room 3. Eliminate the enemies. LV5 giant sewer rats. 12. The third room also spawned monsters. Despite the monsters' levels escalating, we managed to slay them all without sustaining damage, thanks to our careful engagement in combat. I don't want to use the Prince Punch twice. While carefully counting the number of slain rat corpses, I made a mental note. If it was up to me, I'd never use it again. All right, the final boss room is next. Before venturing into the boss room, we took a brief rest. I smiled at my party members as they leisurely sat and consumed their preserved food. "If we clear this, we'll return home, so everyone, hang in there." Everyone nodded, especially Lily, who was exceptionally enthusiastic, nodding her head vigorously with a determined expression. She really must be eager to get home. After exiting the third room and advancing a bit further down the sewer, a large door emerged. It was undoubtedly the boss room. Exchanging glances with the party members, I patted the shoulder of Lucas, who was at the forefront. Lucas forcefully opened the door. Kriak, with a screech that seemed to scrape against my eardrums, the boss room's door slowly creaked open. We filed into the room one by one. It was significantly more spacious than the previous rooms. The sewer pipes crisscrossing the walls were larger and sturdier, and the darkness and foreboding atmosphere enveloping the room were considerably more profound. Above all, the smell of blood. Upon entering the room, a potent stench of blood permeated the air. I instinctively covered my nose. What is that?" When I raised a lantern to survey the surroundings, I finally grasped the source of the bloody stench. The room was strewn with heaps of rat corpses. They were the giant sewer rats that we had exterminated in the prior rooms. Despite being rats, they were undoubtedly monsters, and hundreds of them lay lifeless. And amidst those numerous rat corpse piles, a rat. There stood a rat, back turned towards us, considerably larger than any we had faced before. Rats, they're unending. In each enormous hand, the gigantic rat grasped a blood-soaked sewer rat. With a forceful swing of its arms, the colossal rat hurled the sewer rats clutched in its grasp like projectiles into the distance. Thud! Thud. Fresh rat corpses augmented the existing heaps of bodies. This colossal rat was undoubtedly the culprit behind the sewer rat massacre in this vicinity. Must exterminate rats, must annihilate rats, must purge rats. Purify the lakeside kingdom. Clean, 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 the frenzied voice was undeniably emanating from the giant rat. Shaken by the scene, Damien stammered. The monster. It's articulating human language. Hearing Damien's voice, the colossal rat's ears twitched. What's that? It then slowly swiveled around. There were rats still alive. My party members drew in a breath as they locked eyes with the blazing stare of the colossal rat. Its size was genuinely daunting. Its stature seemed to exceed 3 meters, and its fur, drenched in the blood of its brethren, exhibited a dark red tint. Its menacing teeth and claws were as sharp as blades. I believe this chatty rat may be the boss monster of this locale. As I murmured, there are rats everywhere. Regardless of how many I slaughter, they keep multiplying. Damn rat bastards! The colossal rat exploded in fury. Its already monstrous claws extended grotesquely, and its tail, adorned with spikes, scraped the ground. Its blazing stare was nearly radiating light. "I'll annihilate you all." With a petrifying roar, the boss monster lunged at us. It charged like a biped, aggressively flailing its arms around. Ding! The system update flashed on cue. I hastily inspected it. The dried sewer boss room. Vanquish the boss. LV-15 Giant Ratman Sewer Manager Paleg. Sewer Manager Paleg. That seemed to be the Ratman's designation. I wonder why a Ratman bears a human name. There was no time to muse over such trivial matters. Thump, 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 thump. The boss battle was in full swing, and the giant rat was swiftly encroaching upon us. I must issue a command. I rapidly formulated a strategy in my mind, prepared to deliver instructions to my party members. But before I could issue a command, RATTTT. In a tearful frenzy, Lily unleashed a monumental flame faster than I could issue any instructions. Whoosh! It was the most substantial flame spell I had ever seen Lily produce. The flame was so intense that it made the skin on my slightly distant body prickle. Oh, it's hot. Eek! The ratman, charging towards us, was directly hit by the pillar of flame and instantly rolled on the ground wailing. Don't come any closer. In the face of such a ratman, Lily persisted in spewing out fire. F whoosh, F whoosh, F whoosh. Amid the horrific pillar of fire, the rest of the party members stood in awkward silence. Ha ha ha. Moments later, Lily, gasping for breath, ceased the fire, revealing a colossal rat that had been charred to a crisp. Crick, creak. Despite enduring significant damage, the boss ratman was still alive. The brute was still attempting to rise, his eyes radiating a deep red. However, Jupiter was already pointing her fingers at the ratman. That's enough. Time for a rest. A bright yellow magical energy congregated at the tips of Jupiter's fingers. Sweet dreams, Q-Wong. A bolt of lightning from the sky penetrated the body of the boss ratman. The rats must be cleansed. As he mumbled his last words, the boss ratman's face collapsed weakly onto the ground. I murmured in a hollow voice, "That was easy." The boss monster was taken down disappointingly easily by the combined magical onslaught of the two wizards. Like a typical early game monster, it had virtually no resistance to magic. Had we tried to defeat it using our standard physical attacks, it would have been a much tougher battle. Lily, having confirmed the boss' demise, clung to my sleeve. "We're going home now, right, Your Majesty?" Shortly. But you're kind of terrifying. There are rat corpses everywhere. Isn't that scarier? However, to exit this place, we had to traverse through the heap of rat corpses. We ventured toward the inner part of the room, beyond the mountain of rat corpses and the boss ratman. Lily simply shut her eyes tightly as Jupiter pulled her wheelchair. Yes, that would be easier for both of them. At the very end of the room stood a large treasure chest. When Jupiter, with a single sparkling eye, tried to rush toward it, I issued a succinct command. "Lucas, restrain Jupiter." "Yes, Your Majesty." "No, I haven't done anything yet, Your Majesty." "Hey, let me go. You should respect your elders, Knight Lucas." As Lucas held Jupiter back, I quickly opened the chest. Boss treasure chests never hold traps. They always contain reward items. What's inside? As I opened the box, a dazzling blue light erupted, and what emerged was, a longsword housed in a rugged sheath. As I peeked inside the sheath, I saw a saw-toothed blade. I scrutinized the detailed specifications. It would be great if it was a valuable item. Chapter 30. Out of the box emerged a long sword, its edges jagged like the teeth of a saw. I withdrew the weapon, carefully examining its detailed specifications. Rat Cutter, R LV-15, Category, Longsword Attack Power, 20-25 Durability, 25/25, inflicts an additional 25% damage when attacking rat-type monsters. Let's catch the rats, squeak, squeak, squeak. A certain sewer manager was it a consequence of clearing a dungeon infested with those rat devils that the equipment was themed around rats. This could come in handy. I promptly passed the longsword to Lucas. Among all of us, he was the sole character who could wield a sword, so it was the natural choice. Lucas, this is for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lucas, accepting it promptly, appeared awkward, but I already have my own sword. The sword Lucas originally used was also of R ranking. It wasn't a particularly exceptional weapon worthy of replacing his treasured blade. However, just hold onto it. You'll find a use for it. The unique attribute linked to this equipment could be useful. At my words, Lucas silently sheathed the new sword at his waist. It now appeared as though he was brandishing two blades. As I observed this with satisfaction, I reached beneath the box. There should be another item, right? Found it. My hand latched onto something. As I tugged it out, summon scroll. Automatic defense turret player skill, a single scroll, shimmering with a magical blue. That's the one, I exclaimed in delight. This was a guaranteed item drop from Exploration Zone 1. In fact, it would be no overstatement to say that I ventured here to retrieve this. Your Majesty, what's that? A magic scroll. Lucas inclined his head, studying the blueprint in my hand. I quietly stowed the blueprint in my pocket. You'll discover what this is soon. Having gathered all the rewards, there was no need to linger here any longer. Okay, time to move out. I gestured toward the back of the box. The door leading out of the boss room stood wide open. Hooray! Lily, her arms spread wide in high spirits, was the first to eagerly wheel herself out. Wait a moment, Lily. Don't stray alone, it's risky. Lucas and the remaining party members quickly followed, and I was the last to exit the boss room. Zone 1. The dried sewer, clear progress. Normal room 3/3 boss room 1/1 treasure chests acquired. 2/2 all clear. I had scoured all rooms and located all treasure chests. First exploration zone completion rate 100%. It was a promising start. With a spring in my step, I ambled along the following corridor. The sewer journey had come to a close. The narrow, damp path led to an expansive area. Zone 2, Hidden Alley, the second exploration region of the dungeon. I had reached the Hidden Alley. From here on, it was the Lake Kingdom proper. The party members who had exited the sewer ahead of me were all standing still. Holding torches in their hands, the members were surveying their surroundings. What on earth is this? Hearing Damien's unsettled murmur, I too began examining our surroundings. Bustling, it was a city street, teeming with life. The lofty buildings rivaled those in Seoul back on Earth. Beneath the towering skyscrapers, the roads were impeccably maintained, adorned with intricate patterns and embellishments. Even this mere back alley was so elaborate. A city fashioned by the zenith of magical civilization. That was the identity of the abandoned Lake Kingdom. Yet not a flicker of light could be seen in this thriving city. No signs of life were apparent. It was cloaked in an unending darkness, motionless as though dead. The city's back alley, paved with five-colored stone tiles, was also swallowed up by the pitch-black night. A lone street lamp illuminated a corner, providing the only source of light. Rustle, rustle. The soft sound of insects gnawing on something echoed from all around, the noise of the encroaching darkness. Sensing the presence of darkness, the party members promptly readied their weapons. The base is a safe zone. You all don't need to be so on edge. I calmed the party members and moved towards the street lamp. A stack of familiar-looking stones lay next to the lamp. As I laid my hand on the pile of stones, they rotated and ascended, eventually morphing into a teleportation gate. Ding! Connection to the Sector 2. Hidden Alley base established. The teleportation gate was linked. Simultaneously, you cannot proceed to the next area yet. A message appeared indicating that the next area was not yet accessible. I cast a fleeting glance at the alley enveloped in swirling darkness. I had no intentions of venturing further today. If we did, we'd be consumed. Great work, everyone. That's it for today. Clapping my hands, I activated the teleportation gate. Teleportation gate, please select your destination. Backyard of the Lord's mansion, Lakeside Pier, the dried sewer. I selected the backyard of the Lord's mansion. As the teleportation gate activated, the magical door gleamed. Standing before the path leading to the brightly lit house, I offered my party members a radiant smile. Time to clock out. Free exploration ended. Leveled up characters: Ash X LV91, Lily R LV21. First job change is possible. Damien N LV21 1 achieved equipment. Longsword Rat Cutter R achieved item. Summon scroll. Automatic defense turret player skill. Dungeon escape teleportation scroll at the location where Ash and his party had departed. In the darkness enveloping the hidden alley base, a man gradually surfaced. Dressed in the attire of a minstrel and donning a black hooded hat, the man stepped forward. The last player, ha! Cradling the grey flute in his hand, the man whispered quietly. So it has finally come to this. Squeak, the man breathed gently into the flute, causing the darkness to undulate. Creak, creak. Then countless red eyes flickered to life on either side of the man, spreading out like falling dominoes. As if a red galaxy, thousands of eyes sparkled in the blackness. Forgive us for our sins. Surrounded by a throng of sewer rats, the man bowed his head, all for the sake of the Lake Kingdom. By the time they made their way back to the crossroads, the shroud of late night had already descended. Whoa, worn out, Lily slumped in her wheelchair. We made it back alive. You did an excellent job, Lily. As I patted Lily's shoulder, I scanned the other party members. You all must be weary and drained. Rest well. I'm not sure if we can rest. Jupiter held a cigarette between her lips. To think that a city of such magical civilization is submerged under the lake, swallowed by that darkness. I can't even begin to comprehend what transpired. And above all that darkness, the tips of the old woman's fingers trembled subtly. That darkness, it was clearly abnormal. Do you have anything more to divulge to us, Your Majesty? All eyes fell upon me. I hesitated for a moment, but gently shook my head. Not now. Even though I had completed the game to its conclusion, the story of the game didn't explicitly disclose why the Lake Kingdom had ended up in its current state. We merely made educated guesses while collecting the scattered, fragmentary clues. But this time, I had a hunch. A hunch that I would have to delve into the heart of that city myself and unravel all the truths. So this was all I could tell the party members. Well, uncover it together as we press on. Jupiter lit her cigarette with a smirk. I don't think I can sleep sober tonight. I'll have to indulge in a drink. Me too, Lily raised her hand. Let's go together, Officer Jupiter. I can't sleep either unless I drown my senses. I don't mind, miss. I'll take you to a worthy spot. The two spirited women departed for the city together. They seemed remarkably close. I'll retreat to the temple. Damien gave me a faint smile. I am a tad frightened considering that darkness, but I think praying at the temple will grant me some peace. Okay, you did well, Damien. Rest well. The party disbanded. Even though all I executed was a single Prince Punch, I was utterly drained. Merely visiting a dungeon sapped your mental energy and stamina. Oh dear. Let's head back. We need to rest. Yes, Your Majesty. As Lucas and I retreated to the mansion, he turned to me with a question. Your Majesty, are we not heading back into the dungeon? Ha, we're not going until the next defensive battle. Why did he crave to revisit that daunting place often? Well, if they had some spare time, they could send parties to gain experience and farm in already cleared zones. Don't we need to ascertain what kind of monster will attack next? Do we not need to scout like the previous time? Ah, I see your point. Lucas was questioning if there was a need to scrutinize the monster hordes arising from the lake, akin to their actions in the previous stage. At that time, they had preemptively confirmed that they were dealing with living armors. But we've already conducted our scouting. This time, the reconnaissance was already completed. I flashed Lucas a cunning smile when I noted his perplexity. The monster horde that's going to strike next is the Rat Legion. What? Ah! A sigh tumbled from Lucas' lips. Monster legions are overflowing entities birthed from the Lake Kingdom's origin. These monsters that have overflowed first filled up the free exploration area beneath the lake, squirming around, and when they crossed the threshold, they surged out of the lake. These creatures crawled out from the lake and assailed the city. The monsters we encounter during free exploration are the ones we will face in the next defense. Indeed, it seems so. Although it is randomly determined each time, visiting the dungeon in advance gives us knowledge of the upcoming enemy. For the next defense, prepare to confront these rat monsters. Of course, it won't be simple. Nevertheless, they had a reasonable amount of time. While the rats were terrifying, they were simpler to tackle than the living armors. We can handle it. As I tried to maintain an optimistic mindset, I flung open the mansion's entrance. We're back. Is dinner and bath water ready, Ada? Oh my, the Lord is home. Ada quickly scampered out from inside the mansion. We have a significant issue, oh my. Ada appeared flustered. Taken aback, I blinked. I had been anticipating a warm meal and bath water, but when Ada suddenly began shouting, it was startling. What's the matter? Calm down and explain. We don't have reinforcements. What? What did he just say? His words were a piercing stab in my ears, which had stiffened from the shock. From the capital, and even from nearby cities. They claim they can't dispatch any reinforcements. But why on earth? Chapter 31. Side story. The Earl of Cross Frontier deciding to postpone the report until the following day due to the late hour, I indulged in a meal and took some time to rest. I reasoned that I would only fret the night away if I listened to a problem I couldn't immediately solve. Having spent the entire day engrossed in the dungeon, I succumbed to sleep the moment I lay down. No dreams disturbed my slumber, just a profound sleep. So come morning, I promptly summoned Ada to the reception room. What do you mean? There are no reinforcements? When I probed further, Ada, who had been anxiously shifting his gaze, responded while watching my reaction. Well, isn't the Empire presently at war with the enemy nation on the Western Front? And from the Central Command, they're claiming they're amassing troops on the Western Front, pulling all the reserve forces from various locations. Naturally, there are no reinforcements to dispatch to this monster front. I narrowed my eyes. Something was amiss. The Empire was always a nation in conflict. It was incessantly at war with neighboring countries, indifferent of day or night. But suddenly, they pulled troops even from the cities in this southern wilderness. Just when I happened to request reinforcements, while something ominously suspicious was afoot, it was a situation where I was powerless to intervene. I am merely the commander of this monster front. I have almost no authority over the Imperial forces. The most I can do is request support, so I must rely on mercenaries. What about the mercenaries? Are there any new recruits? Any mercenaries arriving at the Mercenary Guild are being hired without exception. However, not many new faces have turned up yet. Ada's voice trailed off. To begin with, only a few days had lapsed since the last battle. Expecting the guild to be immediately filled with mercenaries was unrealistic. I groaned, nursing a headache, my hand clutching my chin. What to do? Reinforcements were crucial for progressing to the next stage. Just then, Ada flashed me a subtle smile. What on earth? Is there a way to get more troops? Well, there actually is. You should have mentioned that Margravire. Why were you keeping it a secret? Elaborate promptly. But it might cause you a headache. Is my headache the issue right now? The issue at hand is overcoming the next stage. Say it quickly. Where can we gather more troops? With his subtle smile undimmed, Ada gestured towards the outside of the room. Very well. Then please follow me. Ada led the way, and I quickly trailed after him. Your Majesty, have you awakened? That's when Lucas, who unusually overslept, finally hastened over to join us. His hair was a tangled mess, this guy. I gave Lucas' disheveled hair a firm pat. Did you sleep well, Lucas? You seem to have had a good rest. I apologize for my tardiness, Your Majesty, the escort knight. What's with the constant apologies? Enough, let's go. Ada seems to be leading us somewhere. The three of us stepped outside the mansion. The morning air was rather crisp, perhaps owing to Margravy Spring. Ada promptly made his way to the stable and brought out 3 horses. We don't have to go too far, but we do have to leave the city. Lucas, who had quickly mounted a horse, asked, Where are we going now, Assistant Ada? To the former lord. Lucas and I opened our eyes wide in surprise. Ada repeated himself. We are heading to the mansion of Cross, the Margrave. What is a Margrave? Simply put, it's someone who safeguards the frontier. Traditionally, a Margrave was usually a local feudal lord who effectively governed the region. However, a Margrave possesses slightly more authority than a regular Margrave. That's because they're tasked with protecting the frontier from enemy nations, monsters, disasters, and the like. In other words, there are not just local feudal lords, there are also military commanders responsible for the region's defense. From the time people first gathered here at Crossroads, the House of Cross has ruled here. Upon leaving the city on horseback, we headed straight southeast. Ada continued explaining as we rode. The fortress name itself was derived from the name of the Margrave's castle. The Cross family built the road, and so the fortress built upon it was named Crossroad. It's a prestigious family that has protected this place since the fortress was founded. But why would a Margrave give up his lordship here? I tilted my head, not understanding. This place is a remote southern frontier far from the imperial center. Frankly speaking, the Margrave here has more authority than the Emperor. The ruler of this land is the Cross Margrave himself. However, he voluntarily abdicated his lordship and asked to be governed by the central authority. This vacant lordship is where Prince Ash steps in, which is the beginning of the game scenario. Giving up the land they've ruled from generation to generation. Why? There were various complicated circumstances. It's better if you hear it directly. Ada flashed a teasing smile, seeming to know something but not revealing it. Oh, come on, give me a little spoiler. We've arrived. This is it. After about a 30-minute horse ride, Ada stopped his horse. I glanced around, lifting my head. On a hill where a grove of pine trees could be seen in the distance, an old mansion stood. The mansion, with its faded, soft-lit walls, was covered with dense ivy, and its windows were so dusty that you couldn't see inside. It was evident at a glance that it wasn't well maintained. This place was originally built as a country house for the Cross family. The Margrave moved here after giving up his lordship. Do people still live here? Of course, I regularly send necessities here. I dismounted from the horse. Lucas and Ada also followed suit. I cautiously approached the old mansion. Why had the Margrave, who should have ruled this region like royalty, renounced his lordship and taken shelter in such a place? A storm of questions raged on. Just then, as they crossed the mansion's fence and stepped into the courtyard, a worn-out voice cut through the air. "What the hell are you doing?" Taken aback, they turned to find an alarmingly thin old man stepping out from the mansion, his face flushed as he barked out his words. "Do you even know where you are? Just strolling in here, huh?" He was a worn-out old man. His chin was hidden beneath an untidy beard, and his eyes were bloodshot. A powerful stench of alcohol hung about him, suggesting he had been drinking only moments before. The old man brandished an empty liquor bottle in his hand. "Get lost, all of you get out of my house." While Lucas and I stood, frozen in surprise, Ada quickly stepped forward. "Oh, my Lord Margrave, how have you been?" "I am Ada." "Hey, you're our aide, aren't you? It's been a while." The old man's demeanor visibly softened at the sight of Ada. But this Ada, how had he addressed this old man, Lord Margrave? So this drunken old man is the Lord Margrave of Cross, the former ruler of this city. Ada carried on the conversation with the Lord Margrave of Cross. "I was worried, so I came to see how you're doing. Is there anything you're uncomfortable with?" "I am doing well, but the booze you're sending is a bit sparse. Send one more cart full of booze from next month." "Oh my, you're already drinking plenty. If you drink more, it'll severely damage your health." "I've already decided to die drunk. Send more without arguing." After a brief squabble about the alcohol delivery, Ada changed the subject. "Now, Lord Margrave, more importantly, we have a guest. I've brought a guest." "What, a guest? Haven't I told you not to let anyone find me? Just have a little conversation. It's a very important and special person." Ada introduced me with a pointed finger. "The newly appointed Lord, His Highness Prince Ash, born Hater Everblack." At the mention of my name, Lord Margrave's eyes widened. Lord Margrave and I locked eyes, and I offered a slight bow. "Pleased to meet you, Lord Margrave of Cross. I am Ash, the youngest son of His Majesty the Emperor and the newly appointed Lord of Crossroad." Even if Ash is a wayward prince, he couldn't speak disrespectfully to Lord Margrave. It would be akin to a newly transferred lieutenant speaking casually to a senior officer, so I addressed the Lord Margrave with a somewhat awkward formality. "I have come to consult with you." "Get out." "What? Get out? Didn't you hear me?" With a stern face, the Lord Margrave gestured towards the exit. A dark and deadly intent swirled within his eyes. I stood there, bewildered, facing the sudden disrespect from the Margrave. This was crossing a line. The Everblack Empire was founded on a rigid hierarchical system. Regardless of how much Cross, the Margrave, professed to be the practical ruler who had overseen this place for generations, to dare to insult the crown prince at their first encounter. Moreover, to impose a ban on guests. You are insolent, Margrave. Let me remind you of the hierarchy between you and me. Clank. Just as I was about to speak, the Margrave unexpectedly hoisted something that had been resting at the mansion's entrance. It was an immense knight's spear and a shield. Despite his frail, elderly frame, he lifted it as if it was weightless. No need. I immediately backed away. What did the act of wielding a weapon toward a royal family member signify in the Everblack Empire, a strict hierarchical society? It meant he was a reckless madman, and the best tactic when dealing with a madman is to steer clear. This is an eternal truth, damn it. All of you get out. Cross, the Margrave, barked menacingly as he raised the tip of his spear. Get out while I am still asking nicely. Get out! Lucas was about to charge forward in rage, but I raised my hand to halt him. We will visit again, Margrave. I hope we can have a proper conversation then. I led the departure from the mansion. Lucas, with a disgruntled face, and Ada, looking terrified, followed me. As we retreated, the Margrave continued to holler at our retreating forms in a raspy voice. Don't dare to show up again. Leave me in peace here. Understand? Cross, the Margrave. Full name, Charles Cross. He had never actually featured in the game Protect the Empire. However, I remembered that old man because he was the father of Evangeline Cross, the strongest defender in the game. Evangeline was one of the most sought-after characters among the SSR heroes appearing in Protect the Empire. Her extraordinary capabilities made her an essential acquisition for players, consistently ranking among the top 5 most desirable characters. I desired her so intensely, I thoroughly scoured her profile, searching for any clues about her recruitment conditions. There were no hints in her profile, but it did contain the name of Charles Cross, Evangeline's father. Thanks to that, I remembered. I have to somehow deal with that drunken old man. Having been expelled from the mansion, I was deep in thought. Addressing the shortage of troops is crucial, but it might also aid in recruiting Evangeline. As with other SSR-grade hero characters, recruiting Evangeline was a challenge. Her appearance rate was low, and the success rate of recruitment was likewise low. Even in my most determined attempts, I hadn't managed to secure Evangeline. But here was her father. Perhaps if I play my cards right, it could trigger a recruitment event. Crossroad was now visible in the distance. I glanced back. But how is that old grouch going to help us solve our troop problem? Ada was quick to answer. Lord Cross has his own private army. They're elite soldiers loyal only to him. If you could sway Lord Cross, his private soldiers would follow you, greatly helping our troop shortage. I'll have to find a way to persuade him then. However, Lucas appeared skeptical. Do we really need to involve such a wild character? Plus, as a local, he could potentially disrupt your rule in the future. We need him regardless of the potential issues. We could tackle problems as they arise. Right now, survival was paramount. But how do I even begin? He didn't even let us hold a proper conversation. There is a method. Oh, what is it? Ada, wearing a self-satisfied grin, made a gesture like he was holding a drink and taking a gulp. There's a way to cozy up to a drunk. His meaning was unmistakable. I muttered an expletive under my breath, spitting out a harsh word. Damn it! I had hoped to lead a simple, diligent life, but this world just wouldn't let me be. Damn it all. Chapter 32. Side story, the Earl of Cross Frontier. 2. Late that day, I once again found myself on the doorstep of Lord Cross' mansion. Lord Cross, are you home? With a vigorous thump on the outer door, I stepped into the mansion's garden. Almost instantly, Lord Cross appeared from within the mansion. Don't you cherish your life? I made it clear. Stay away from me. As Lord Cross was on the brink of pointing his spear at me, he abruptly let it drop. His eyes had landed on the little cart I'd brought with me. What? What's that? What do you think it is? I smirked and yanked back the cloth that draped over the cart. It's your all-time favorite. The cart was chock full of alcohol. The bottles, basking in the warm glow of the late afternoon sun, shimmered like grains of white sand on a beach. Lord Cross, taken aback, continually shifted his gaze between me and the bottles. The character I'd taken over, Ash, was a real mess. Truly a debauched prince who indulged in rivers of wine and mountains of meat, a walking disaster. Such a man wouldn't have ventured into the countryside without ample supplies. Naturally, he brought plenty of premium alcohol along, but I had no fondness for drinking. Therefore, there was no need to hold back. I gathered all the costly drinks that Ash had painstakingly transporting from the capital. Let's share a drink, Lord Cross. I grabbed a bottle from the cart and gave it a little shake. The luxurious bottle housed a beautiful golden liquid that swirled around within. The sweet sloshing sound echoed in the air. To a seasoned drinker like Lord Cross, it was an irresistible proposal. Gulp. Lord Cross' dry throat managed a swallow. I shrugged and returned the bottle to the cart. If you're not interested. No, no. Who said I wasn't interested? Lord Cross flung open the doors to his mansion. Come in, Your Highness. Bring everything. Easily appeased. I wheeled the alcohol-laden cart directly into the mansion. Oh crap! I involuntarily muttered a curse as I took the first step inside. From the entrance right through to the interior, discarded bottles littered the floor. Good grief. I cupped a hand over my nose. Given the amount of piled-up, uncleaned bottles, the air was thick with the scent of evaporated alcohol. It was almost nauseating. This isn't just a drinking problem, it's alcohol poisoning. Avoiding the carpet of discarded bottles on the floor, I found my way into the mansion's kitchen. Lord Cross pulled out 2 cups from a cupboard. It's been ages since I drank with someone. Taking the cup offered by Lord Cross, I suspiciously eyed the bottom of the glass. Is this glass clean? The house may be a mess, but the glass needs to be clean. It's a matter of respect for the drink. Uttering some peculiar doctrine about alcohol, Lord Cross snatched the bottle from my hand. Well, let's see what kind of alcohol you've brought. Margrave Cross' eyes bulged as he read the label. Peacemaker Inaugural Royal Whiskey. Good heavens, this is incredibly rare. Peacemaker was the reigning emperor's middle name. Hence, it was a liquor concocted to mark the year the emperor ascended the throne. Furthermore, it was a specialty product, crafted right from the royal distillery. It wasn't merely the taste. The drink bore a deep symbolic significance. In essence, it was damn expensive. I've gifted you such a pricey drink, so start showing me a bit more respect. The message would resonate without having to spell it out. Margrave Cross cast me a complicated, contemplative look before uncapping the whiskey bottle without a second thought. The golden fluid filled our glasses. Then, too, I lifted my glass to propose a toast, but Margrave Cross was already bringing his own glass to his lips. I awkwardly lowered my glass. Margrave Cross down the whiskey in a single swig. Wasn't it a bit strong to drink like that? Was he all right? Phew. With a look of admiration, Margrave Cross studied his now empty glass. Truly a marvel. The smoothness is unparalleled. Can you fully appreciate it when you're knocking it back that fast? To fairly compare it to the cheap liquor I normally swill, shouldn't I swill this one too? That's the only way to give an honest assessment. Damn, my knowledge about alcohol is limited, so I can't tell if his logic holds water or not. Regardless, I wasn't here to chat about booze today. I quietly placed my untouched glass down. Anyway, Margrave, today we need to. Don't switch subjects. Interrupting me, Margrave Cross refilled his glass. Just drink up and leave. If you have something else to talk about, you can leave. Then at least provide me with some nibbles too. This soused old geezer was just pouring pure alcohol into his belly. In response to my grumbling, Margrave Cross begrudgingly opened a cabinet and pulled out a small bag. Here, eat this. What's this? Dried fruits. They're from the fruits harvested from my own orchard. The bag was filled with finely diced, dried fruits. I took out a piece and scrutinized it. Was it a mango or a grape? You have an orchard. Just over there, can you see out the window? It's right behind this mansion. It's a tiny plot. I tend to it as a hobby. All right, I'll try it. Spit what? I spat it out as soon as I put it in my mouth. What's this? It's extremely bitter and sour. How are you supposed to eat this? To spit out the fruits I've painstakingly grown and harvested. That's rather rude. Margrave Cross, wearing an offended expression, also bit into a piece of fruit. Spit what? And he promptly spat it out. You can't eat it either. This tastes like absolute rubbish. Even if it's fruit I've grown, this is just junk. Margrave Cross hastily swigged his liquor, swished it around in his mouth, and tossed me a bag of dried fruits. Here, a gift. Take it. Why would you give me something even you can't stomach? If I could eat it, I'd have kept it for myself. Why would I hand it over to you? It's simple. True, his logic was undoubtedly warped, yet strangely compelling. I grumbled under my breath and pocketed the bag of fruit. After all, it was a gift from the previous lord, right? I couldn't exactly just toss it aside. Margrave cross-sighed as he gazed at the remaining fruit in his hand. Crossroad is nestled at the southernmost edge of the continent. The sun beams brightly, the soil is fertile. There's no land better suited for fruit cultivation. So why does it taste so bad? Not just fruit, but all sorts of crops too. If you simply tend the field, it rewards you abundantly. His next words caught me off guard. If only the monsters wouldn't invade. Ah! The monsters ravage the fields and slay the farmers, which is troublesome, but when they die, they spew their corrupt magical energy onto the land. Do you know what that does? A bitter smile crossed Margrave Cross's weathered face. The whole region becomes tainted. Any crops grown there wither and die. The land becomes cursed. Margrave Cross stared at his drink with a complex expression. Golden liquor, brewed in the royal court, from grains and fruit that couldn't be grown in this region. That's why there are no fields around Crossroad. What good is sunlight and fertile soil if you can't grow anything? Even your hard work becomes worthless after a single invasion. This place is cursed. It was in the past, and it will be in the future. I gestured towards the window. So why do you keep the orchard? Doesn't everyone harbor at least one regret in their life? The old man looked towards the orchard with a far-off gaze, then closed his eyes and emptied his drink. That orchard is my regret. We sat in silence until the bottle was drained. I can't even get a decent buzz anymore, Margrave Cross grumbled, spinning the empty bottle around. I pulled out the next bottle from the cart, uncorked it myself, and refilled Margrave Cross' cup. Margrave, do you know why I am here today? Margrave Cross shot me a sour look. Didn't I make it clear that I wouldn't talk about anything else? Kick me out if you want, but I need to tell my tale before I leave. Thud. After filling the Margrave's cup, I placed the bottle on the table and began to speak. The monsters are becoming restless again, and it's not on a small scale. The last invasion consisted of 1,000 living armors. We managed to fend them off, but our walls were severely damaged, and our ranks of soldiers are precariously low. We're in dire need to bolster our ranks. Margrave Cross remained silent as he listened. I persisted. Margrave, I require the soldiers under your command. I don't command any soldiers. I came knowing there are mercenaries within your household. I have friends, true, whom I've chosen, trained, and battled alongside all my life. Margrave Cross exhaled a heavy sigh. But when I relinquished my role as lord, when I cast aside my spear and shield, those friends also laid down their arms. Now all of them have retired. I implore you, summon them once again. That would be in vain. Gulp, gulp. In a single swig, Margrave Cross emptied his cup and slurred his words. This land isn't worth the defense. What do you mean? No need to waste lives defending a front that's meaningless. Better for everyone to flee. From time immemorial to the present, the men of the family who had sworn to protect this land were now advocating for its abandonment. I was stunned by his words and fell silent for a moment. Tell me, your highness, why did you venture to this land? Margrave Cross gazed at me and coldly uttered his words. Everything on this land is just wilting. There's no hope or future here. This is advice from me, someone who squandered his life protecting this place. Leave here, quickly, before the curse of this land ensnares you. What had transpired in this old man's life? What had led him to renounce everything he had dedicated his life to? I yearned to ask him and hear his answer, but Margrave Cross turned away and waved his hand dismissively. You must take your leave now. I'm too weary for further discourse. I sensed this was the end of our conversation for today. I slowly rose from my seat. I will return, Margrave. I promise to bring better side dishes next time. The Margrave neither responded nor turned to look at me. He just stared out the window at his orchard. After a final glance at the old man's profile, I left his manor. As I stepped outside, Lucas was waiting with the horses. Your Highness, were you successful in persuading him? No, I failed, but I did receive a gift. The gift was inedible dried fruit, but a gift is a gift, right? Isn't this a significant stride? I shrugged and climbed onto my horse. Well, not everything can be resolved in a single day. So you plan to keep visiting him. If I succeed, I can recruit a seasoned squadron that has battled monsters all their lives. The effort is worthwhile. As I began to head back to the city with Lucas, a question surfaced in my mind. By the way, what happened to the Margrave of Cross? He seems to have gone through something significant. Lucas, do you know anything about it? No, I have no idea either. Lucas, like me, had lived his entire life in the capital of the empire before being exiled to the south. We had no way of knowing the detailed circumstances of this place. Ada told us to hear it directly from the Margrave himself. Ada didn't seem inclined to spoil anything. Damn that director. Anyway, persuasion is one thing. We need to do what we can in the meantime. Do what we can. Repair the city walls, prepare for war. No matter what cards I held, the monsters would come. All I could do was kill them as efficiently and effectively as possible. Looking out at the distant city, I muttered to myself as if making a promise. Let's return to Crossroads. There's much to do. Chapter 33, Side Story, Things I Can Do the Next Day dawned. As soon as the first rays of light sliced through the morning haze, I departed from the mansion. My plan was to supervise the preparations for our upcoming defensive clash by making a complete tour of Crossroads. The city walls were my first stop. There, I found the laborers glistening with sweat, toiling since the crack of dawn. They were all clearly putting their heart and soul into their work. Ah, Your Highness, the leader of the Stone Masons Guild, who was supervising the repair work, acknowledged me with a bow. I reciprocated with a slight nod. How is the repair work coming along? We just succeeded in extracting the giant sword that was stuck in the wall. Following the guild master's direction, I saw fragments of shattered metal strewn around. The Phantom Knight, the boss from the previous stage, had wedged his immense sword into our wall. At last, we had managed to dislodge it. Today, we aimed to clear all the debris and kickstart the actual repair work on the wall. No need to get rid of the sword remains. I motioned towards the open field beyond the wall. Scatter them in front of the wall. They'll serve as an effective barrier. The next wave of monsters was anticipated to be a swarm of rats. The sword fragments would provide a fitting greeting for these tiny pests, perfect as a rat deterrent. My eyes traced the part of the wall from where we had removed the sword. The impact zone was dreadfully damaged. The internal metal structure was bent out of shape, looking akin to a twisted candy cane. How long until the wall repairs are complete? At my inquiry, the guild master hesitated a bit. Your Highness, although you've arranged for extra workers and the soldiers have been aiding the repair work, we've discovered additional damage to the wall post the sword's removal. The situation is grimmer than we initially estimated. The walls of Crossroads were designed robustly to ward off monstrous threats. They were built with a skeleton of interwoven iron rods around which stones were stacked. Metal plates were then layered on top. This was the height of imperial construction technology. Thanks to that, our walls boasted an impressive level of defense, even against the Phantom Knight's massive sword. A regular wall would have caved in and crumbled. However, the complexity of the construction meant repairs weren't as straightforward as stacking a few stones. Cut to the chase, what's the projected timeline? Approximately 10 days from now. 10 days. I couldn't help but sigh. There was just over a week left until the next stage. Time was running short. Could we cut it down to a week if we inject more resources and manpower? I was ready to invest as much manpower and funding as necessary if it would help us gain more time. But the guild master decisively shook his head. There are limits to what just extra manpower and resources can achieve. It's a tough call. Surely there are some aspects that could be expedited with additional resources. Well, if we can bring in more workers and materials and work round the clock, we might be able to shave off a day. If we can save a day, that means we could save 2 days, and if we can save 2 days, we could save 3 days. I knew it was a tall order, but I persisted. I'll provide the manpower and materials. No matter what, complete the wall repairs within a week. The rationale behind my bold demand was straightforward. Enemy information, Stage 2, LV. 3 bodies, LV5 giant sewer rat. 3251 bodies. It wasn't a misinterpretation. Nor was it a misjudgment of what I saw. The enemy's data popped up as soon as I concluded the free exploration, offering this bewildering display. 3,000. Those rats, comparable in size to the large dogs I encountered during the free exploration, amounted to a staggering 3,000. Sure, their level was only 5. They were just oversized rats that even the average soldier could dispatch without much trouble. But there were 3,000 of them. Even run-of-the-mill animals, if gathered in a swarm of 3,000, could reduce a city to ruins, let alone these beasts, which were far from ordinary. The walls must stand. The walls had to be fixed at all costs. Without the walls, fending off such a horde of monsters would be an impossible feat. I gripped the guild master's shoulder, who was sweating bullets due to anxiety. He responded with a heavy nod. Understood. Well, give it our all. I gave the guild masters back a comforting pat. Thank you. Your hard work and everyone's dedication won't be forgotten. Surveying the laborers, I amplified my voice. Come on, we're tasked with protecting the world. Let's throw everything we've got at it. I'm heading to the alchemist's workshop now. After descending from the wall, Lucas and I proceeded towards the city's alchemist workshop. The day was becoming increasingly hectic. Oh my, your highness, you graced us with your presence. Ure here, your majesty. Upon reaching the workshop, the alchemist guild master and Lily came out to welcome me. As I entered the workshop, I immediately got down to business. What types and quantities of artifacts are currently under repair? We're first focusing on 5 of the simplest artifacts. Also, 3 artifacts used in the previous battle have been put back for adjustment. Halt all ongoing tasks and begin repairing the artifacts I will specify. The plan had been to fix the easiest artifacts first. But considering that the upcoming adversaries were over 3,000 sewer rats, it seemed more practical to choose and repair the artifacts that would most effectively eradicate the rats. I received the list of artifacts stored in the storage. Looking over the list, the items useful for the next battle are 3 flame-throwing artifacts. Prioritize the repair of these. It was a basic R-rank artifact that spews fire. Nothing was more effective against those rat pests than fire. Since there were 3 in the warehouse, I instructed for all of them to be repaired. After these priority repairs are completed, revert to repairing the artifacts you were working on before. Understood, Your Majesty. As per my command, the workshop commenced the repairs of the flame-throwing artifacts immediately. While the guild master was directing his subordinates on various tasks, I pulled out the next item. And this. I produced a blue magic scroll from my pocket. The item I held was the summon scroll, automated defense turret that I had found in a dungeon during my last free exploration session. Do you recognize this? What is this? The guild master of the Alchemists Guild squinted at the scroll in my hand, his face slowly morphing into a look of awe. Could it be an ancient summoning spell? Yes, specifically it's a scroll to summon structures, summoning magic. In the context of the game, it was a skill only players had at their disposal. This was one of the few aspects where the player, who usually let game characters handle combat, could directly influence the gameplay. There were 2 primary categories of summoning. First, the summoning of defense towers that could be placed on structures. Second, the summoning of boss monsters that the player could control directly. Even though one could only summon one entity at a time, the impact was significant. With a defense tower, a player could set up a network of overwhelming firepower, and boss monsters could be used to decimate enemy creatures. The conditions are quite stringent, though. To use the tower summoning magic, one needed to get their hands on the summoning scroll and then hand it over to the alchemist's workshop for deciphering. The tower summoning scroll was a guaranteed drop. By rigorously undertaking free exploration, you could accumulate them one by one. However, the research costs were steep, and the process took quite some time. At least the initial summon, the automated defense turret, had a lower research complexity, allowing it to be utilized relatively soon. The path to summoning boss monsters is more daunting. Upon their death, boss monsters would drop a summoning scroll, but this was an exceedingly rare occurrence. While you could utilize this without any research, the downside was that it was a one-time use item. However, the effect was guaranteed. Unlike a defense tower, it could be summoned anywhere. I was worried that my player abilities wouldn't translate since I've been transporting into the game, but luckily they do. This summoning magic, strictly speaking, wasn't a part of a character's abilities. It was a power of the game system itself. It's fortunate that I can use it as is, but it also makes me uneasy. Am I a character in this game, or a player? Or could I be both? As I was lost in my thoughts, the Alchemist's Guild Master, holding the scroll, looked utterly bewildered. Where in the world did you find such a treasure? I couldn't exactly tell him. It's a guaranteed drop from a dungeon crawl, so I simply shrugged it off. That's not important. Can you decipher it? Certainly. Although it's written in an ancient script, it still falls within our magical domain. I can absolutely decipher it. That's encouraging. I request that you do so as promptly as possible. Once the wall repairs are finished, I want to deploy the summon from that scroll. Understood, Your Highness. I won't let you down. The alchemist's guild master was bowing excessively, clutching the scroll to his chest. This was a relic housing countless extinct technologies, so his zeal to study it was understandable. And for me, his diligence was mutually beneficial. After watching the guild master scamper off to his office, clutching the scroll, I flicked my index finger towards Lily. Lily, come over here. Lily moved toward me, her face a mask of fear. Why? Why are you doing this? Your Highness. She seemed jittery, possibly worried that I'd burden her with another perilous task. I offered her a comforting smile. No, it's just. Thank you for your hard work. I'm counting on you moving forward. I do have a task for her, just not at the moment. After proffering Lily a gratuitous handshake of reassurance as she stood there immobilized, I exited the alchemist's workshop with Lucas. You're scheming to have me undertake another weird task, aren't you? Something dangerous. Right, Your Highness, Your Highness. Lily's outcry faintly reverberated behind us. I'm sorry, Lily, but that's the reality of being a public servant. Temple. As soon as I stepped foot into this marble edifice located in the city's northern region, a whiff of disinfectant strung my nostrils. I didn't announce my presence, instead, quietly moved further into the temple. Patient in bed number 3 is critical. We need more potions, holy water and bandages too. The interior of the temple was lined with beds, with the injured laid out, receiving care. Rank R healer Saintess Margarita, alongside other priests, was tending to the wounded with a hectic pace. Among them was Damien. I observed Damien from a distance as he sweated profusely while administering healing magic. Looking more at ease than when he was piercing enemies with a sharp gaze, Damien's tranquil demeanor, now changing the bandages of the injured, seemed fitting. There's nothing more I can do here. I quietly slipped out of the temple. In their own ways, everyone was battling for survival. Everyone in this temple was fighting to preserve lives. As their leader, I must exert my utmost. I tightened my grip. Annihilate the monsters, safeguard the people. That's my responsibility. Let's go. The Mercenary Guild is next. Understood. Lucas and I left the temple and charted our course for the Mercenary Guild. Approaching the Mercenary Guild located in the heart of the city, I took a deep breath before the entrance. May the Mercenary Guild brim with promising talents. I whispered a silent prayer and forcefully swung open the door. There's a new character, however. Shit, I already have this one. The once vibrant Mercenary Guild was absent of any promising new mercenaries. Instead, Jupiter, radiating a mesmerizing purple aura, sat alone, nursing a drink. I was thrilled, thinking a new SR rank character had surfaced. I clutched my aching head. Why was this old lady here again? Jupiter ambled over to me and offered a salute. I reciprocated with a nod. What brings you here, Jupiter? Do I have a home or any savings? I have no place worth calling home, so I've been living off the guild. Quite the braggart, aren't you? You could build yourself a house with the salary I've given you. Ah, what does a mercenary need with a house? We're not meant to settle down. Jupiter's lips curled into a cunning smile. Living where the wind takes us, going where our hearts lead us, splurging on good food and drinks, that's the ideal mercenary life. So you've decided to stake out here. I am officially discharged. I can't stay in the Empire's barracks, can I? And would I want to share a mercenary dorm with youngsters? The inns are too random for their price. I realized that arguing would only waste my breath. Shaking my head, I scanned the empty guild. It seems there are no promising new comrades around. It's too soon to be disappointed, Your Highness. Jupiter merely shrugged. I rolled my eyes. Did this old woman have a hidden trump card? Who am I? I spent 30 years in the Empire's army, and I've been in the mercenary game for years. Am I not the comeback hero, Jupiter? And so, comeback hero, what of it? This old lady has actually, quite a few connections. Heh. Wearing a mischievous grin, Jupiter declared with conviction, I've been spreading tales all over the continent, that the new ruler of the monster frontier is of royal blood and isn't afraid to splash the cash. Chapter 34. Side story, don't bother saving the world, I am stirring up talk across the continent. The fresh lord of the monster frontier is from the royal family, and he's not stingy with his gold. Jupiter proclaimed with a sly smirk, and once word gets around, the mercenaries will start pouring in. Um, it was uncharacteristic of her to take the lead without being asked. If rumors circulated that Crossroad promised handsome salaries and amiable work conditions, it would indeed draw mercenaries from every corner of the continent. Interestingly, in the game world, looking after the welfare of mercenaries did speed up their recruitment. For now, it's the pay, but I'll need to look at other factors gradually. It wasn't an immediate concern, but something I'd have to factor in eventually. Jupiter nonchalantly shrugged, her gaze sweeping over the vacant guild. However, it will take a good week for the gossip to truly take hold. The outcome wouldn't be instant. Likely, new mercenaries wouldn't appear until the next level. Yet, in the long run, the rumors would indeed serve us well. I nodded in agreement. I am relying on you, Jupiter. Spread those whispers far and wide and welcome the newcomers. Consider it done. Jupiter sauntered back into the guild, choosing a seat at the bar. She reclined comfortably, lighting up a cigarette. So I'll be hanging around here for a bit, spreading the word. Do what you will. Without uttering another word, I left Jupiter to her devices. She was showing consideration in her own way. As a mercenary, she was only required to work as much as she was paid. I decided to appreciate her gesture. Even though her treating the guild as her personal living room and idling around was somewhat vexing, after completing a circuit of the city. Upon my return to the mansion, I delegated several tasks to Ada. In particular, I emphasized investing all available manpower and resources into mending the city walls. Your command is my wish, my lord. Ada promptly sprinted off towards the marketplace. He had to sell the freshly quarried marble, acquire labor and materials. He would be swamped for a while. Let him have a taste of the struggle. The city began to stir. There was an infectious vibrancy radiating from the bustling inhabitants. Yet, despite the city's lively atmosphere, I felt a pang of unease. This place was a fortress city, a front line erected to hold back the monster hordes. If the city was bustling, it signaled the impending onslaught of monsters. The next stage was closing in swiftly. Later that afternoon, southeast of Crossroad, the residence of Margrave Cross. Margrave! It was early spring, but the southern region was unusually warm. My clothes were drenched in sweat from pulling a cart loaded with liquor all the way here. Wiping my forehead with the back of my hand, I shouted out again. Margrave, are you home? Squeaked the door of the aged mansion creaked open. Before long, the sour gaze of an elderly man peeked through the gap. I've returned, and this time I brought snacks as well. I revealed the contents of the wagon to him. A ham carved from the rear leg of a pig, a wheel of cheese, and several bottles of booze. I offered a knowing smirk to Margrave Cross, who was practically salivating. Let's share a drink. Somehow, I had to win this old man over and secure the Cross family's soldiers for my cause. This was a business drink, not leisure. Days passed in this routine. I spent daylight hours overseeing the fortification repairs, and when night fell, I journeyed to Margrave Cross residence to share drinks. Our interactions didn't involve much conversation, just the mutual exchange of drinks. The defense lines were steadily reinforced, while my liver took a hit. I wondered how much time I'd invested in pickling my own insides. After 3 days of our silent drinking ritual, Margrave Cross finally broke his silence. Do you have someone you hold dear? Caught off guard by his sudden question, I sat wide-eyed in surprise, drink halfway to my lips. I was taken aback not just because he'd chosen to speak, but also because the question was so unexpected. Excuse me, I asked if there's someone you cherish. As I froze, unable to answer, Margrave Cross let out a chuckle. Looks like there isn't. Well, yes. Even if there were, it would be my business. I wouldn't be sharing it with him. Consider it carefully. Is there truly no one? Margrave Cross' persistence prompted me to give it some thought. Someone I love. Back on Earth, before I began streaming the game, I was alone. I hadn't known love from anyone, nor had I given it. I merely existed alone. Then I started streaming, and as my audience grew, I started receiving affection from countless viewers. We love you, Big Brother Retro Addict. Heart fluttering. How much should I donate for you to twerk? I'll start with 100,017. You failed the mission, so strip as an apology, please hurry. As I recalled the perverse remarks in the chat from those masquerading as fans, I paled. No, that was a unilateral expression of love. They weren't the people I cared for. Even after giving it due consideration, I couldn't pinpoint anyone. I shook my head. There's no one. You've lived a sparse life, young man. Seems like a strange judgment coming from you, living as you do. Isn't it you who's living in seclusion, drinking alone in your house? Ha ha ha, Margrave Cross chuckled, a bitter sound. I scoffed in response. So, Margrave, is there someone you cherish? I did, Margrave Cross responded without hesitation. My wife, the only person I loved in my lifetime. He looked every bit the part of the hardened soldier, yet he was surprisingly sentimental, this old man. But his following words rendered me speechless. She passed away 3 years ago. She was mauled by monsters, right here in this orchard. All I could offer her was a funeral with an empty casket. The silence that followed was stifling. I found myself speechless as Margrave Crossroad drained his glass and poured himself another. Having refilled his glass, the Margrave began to speak again, his voice a slow rumble. There's an age-old superstition passed down through generations to the rulers of this land. Some call it a curse. A curse. A moment arrives when you must choose between this city and someone you hold dear. His tone was so even, it was as if he was recounting a quaint fairy tale rather than a dreadful curse. There were no exceptions. From my countless forefathers to my grandfather to my father, no one escaped this curse. And then my moment came. Margrave Crossroad raised his trembling hand to his lips, taking a sip of his drink. For the past dozen years, monster attacks had been sparse. The city was peaceful, but the downside was dwindling profits. The city's financial situation was deteriorating. I had to find a new way to generate income. He began to narrate his moment. That's when my wife made a suggestion. Let's cultivate the land south of the front line. Outside the fortress, the land north of the line was already saturated. The barren lands to the south were certainly alluring. Monster encounters had been rare, and magical contamination of the land was minimal. It seemed worth trying to cultivate. So, I expanded the farmland southward. Refugees, drawn by tales of fertile land, poured in, and the occasional monsters were easily driven off. For a while, things went well. Margrave Crossroads struggled to swallow his drink. This orchard was set up at the farthest southern point of those pioneering farmlands. As the Lord's wife, she took the lead in the most perilous location, planting trees and tilling the soil. Margrave Crossroad cast a blurry gaze out the window towards the orchard. I recall the taste of the grape she placed in my mouth with her dirt-stained hands. The fruits harvested here during the first year weren't much to look at, but they were the sweetest I'd ever tasted. For a while, I harbored a sliver of hope. Perhaps we wouldn't have to hunt monsters any longer. Maybe we could make a living by tilling the land and harvesting the fruits. Maybe these peaceful days could last. A bitter smile crossed the Margrave's face. Of course it wasn't to be. Gulp, gulp. Having drained his glass in one go, the Margrave continued his tale, his voice hushed. It was during the second year of pioneering. We received an alert that 100 sizable monsters had breached the frontline base and were approaching the city. I rushed back to the city. My wife, tending the orchard, waved me off, telling me to take care. The Margrave stared into his empty glass. Only upon reaching the city did I discover that they had split into two groups. A dozen monsters had split off from the main force and attacked the pioneering farmland. The monster's main force was already assaulting the city, and I was faced with a decision. Would I rescue my wife in the pioneer settlement or safeguard tens of thousands of citizens within the city? Margrave Cross-aged eyes met mine. What do you think my choice was? You chose the city. Indeed, as our family has done for generations. Bound by duty and tradition, I chose the city. I sealed the city gates and repelled the monsters. After a few grueling hours of combat, we managed to drive them back. But when I raced back to the settlement, Margrave Cross had dutifully carried out his role. The fields were ravaged, the pioneers had perished, hundreds of lives taken by just a dozen monsters. This orchard and my wife shared the same fate. In the process, he had lost what mattered most. The weak defenses of the pioneer settlement against the giant monsters. The overly ambitious expansion of the front line. Yes, those were my mistakes. But what haunts me most is that pivotal moment when I chose the city over my wife. Gulp, gulp. Margrave Cross methodically refilled his cup and drank. The ritual was a mechanical repetition. My daughter called me mad. She could never comprehend why I chose the city over her mother. A few days later, my daughter departed from this place. In the end, this is the outcome of my life spent defending this place. My wife is gone, my daughter has left, and I am here, withering away in solitude. I could only observe the shaking, frail hand of the old man, a mix of emotions clouding my eyes. This is just a cautionary tale, young lord. Thud. Margrave Cross, having drained his glass, set it down on the table with a sigh. You're aware of what they call the front line here, aren't you? A city upon a grave, is it? Indeed. This damned city, built atop death, will also force a choice upon you. Margrave Cross raised his wrinkled finger, pointing directly at me. There will come a time when you must sacrifice what you hold dearest to protect this city. It didn't feel like a curse, but more like a prophecy. It felt like the inevitable consequence of a series of actions being predicted. Our family has borne that sacrifice. My grandfather, my father, and now me, but no more. Margrave Cross closed his eyes tightly. I refuse to pass this cursed responsibility onto my daughter. I understand. Then it began to make sense to me. I slowly nodded. Margrave, you relinquished your position to avoid passing on the lordship to your daughter. That's correct. Margrave Cross conceded calmly. I wish for my daughter to escape from this cursed land, this damned duty, and live a peaceful, joyous life. SSR-rated tank, Evangeline Cross. The character I was hell-bent on recruiting, Margrave Cross was equally determined to have her retreat from the front lines of this place. Your Highness, you asked for my aid in safeguarding the city, didn't you? Margrave Cross grumbled in an exhausted tone. I've defended the city enough, even at the cost of what mattered most to me. I need to stop now. In Margrave Cross's eyes, mirrored in the glass of spirits, there was no lingering pride of a man who had guarded the front lines for his entire life. I yearned to draw my last breath here in this orchard, not atop the battlements. Instead, there swirled the regret of a man who couldn't stand by his wife's side in her final moments. That should clarify why I'm not inclined to assist. I'm being candid out of gratitude for your company thus far. Now be on your way, and when that moment confronts you, make a wise choice. Margrave Cross, raising his glass in a toast, chuckled bitterly as he poured the remaining bottle into his empty glass. Don't live a life filled with regret like I have. Chapter 35. Side story, Don't Bother Saving the World. 2. The sincere efforts to repair the wall had reached their 5th day. 2 days remained until the stage was set. Fantastic work, everyone, I shouted as I ascended to the site of the wall repair. Take a breather and grab some food. Trailing me, the Lord's mansion servants climbed onto the wall, distributing refreshments and snacks. The folks who had been laboring over the wall repair erupted in cheers. Hooray, grub time! Classic, Your Highness. You've got perfect timing. But Your Highness, where's the liquor? Quiet down, you rascals. Eat and get back to work, I hollered, which caused everyone to chuckle and snag their share. They all chatted animatedly, quenching their thirst and munching their snacks. I observed the scene from a distance. Though time was pressing, humans aren't machines. Without suitable rest, efficiency takes a dive. How are the repairs progressing? I queried the Mason Guildmaster as I offered him a beverage. Accepting the cup with gratitude, the Guildmaster beamed. Thanks to Your Highness' generous supply of manpower, luckily meet the deadline. The wall repair should be wrapped up in 2 days. Indeed, I had exhausted all the manpower I could amass. I had rallied all the laborers I could hire, even employing all the soldiers in the city. As you can see, the foundation has been fully restored, and we've installed new steel frames. Now we just need to lay bricks and attach steel plates, and the repair will be done. Excellent work. The toughest part of the task was behind us. I once again lauded the Mason Guildmaster and swiveled around. Among those tailing me was the Alchemist Guildmaster. You've been patient enough. Let's get it installed today. At my words, the Alchemist Guildmaster's eyes lit up as he drew a blue magic scroll from his pouch. At last, we can use this. A summoning magic scroll. A valuable artifact capable of setting up a defense tower, which I procured from the previous dungeon exploration. I intended to install it as soon as the foundation repair was done. Now that it was nearly finished, it was time to try setting it up. I received the deciphered scroll. Then, a system window popped up before me. Summons scroll. Automatic defense turret, do you wish to use it? Yes/no, naturally, yes. Whoosh. As I chose yes, the scroll in front of me ignited, leaving behind blue flames. Blue particles surged from the remaining flames and permeated my body. Ash X has acquired a player skill. Summon magic. Automatic defense turret. Score. The automatic defense turret is mine. With a contented grin, I beckoned the Mason Guildmaster standing behind me. Mason Guildmaster. Yes, Your Highness. Could you collect the materials I am about to list? They're all in the vicinity. No problem at all, Your Highness. Just give me the command. Shortly after, the materials I requested were stacked atop the wall. Stone and fragments of steel frame. Various bits and pieces left over from construction scattered about. This should suffice. Since I only needed to meet the exact quantity of the ingredients, there was no need to fuss over quality. The final ingredient is a magic core of R grade or higher. I drew out a standard advanced magic core R from my bag, an item I had won from a previous reward box. With this, all the ingredients were assembled. The location, maybe right here will do. Summoning magic, automatic defense turret, all necessary materials have been prepared. The level of the summon is the same as the level of the character who summoned it. Moreover, you can only maintain one summon at a time. Please specify the location to install. The system window exhibited the entire wall like a 3D blueprint, pinpointing locations where the turret could be installed. From these, I selected the nearest location. Perfect spot, Kukugang. All the stacked materials in front of me levitated at once. Not only the craftsmen who had been observing, but also the laborers and soldiers were taken aback and stepped back. Clang, bang, thud. The lifted stones and steel rods shattered into tiny pieces and then rained down onto the wall, coalescing into a single structure. It's like a game of Tetris. I mused to myself while observing the process of the small pieces fitting together to form a large mass. It was truly captivating. In just a few minutes, the construction of the automatic defense turret was finalized. Gazing up at the completed gigantic turret, I wore a gratified grin. Everyone gathered around gasped in awe, marveling in unison. The design evoked images of a naval gun mounted on a World War II battleship, from the absurdly massive gun barrel to the sturdy gun mount. Magnificent, I found myself clapping. Even without dining, I savored a fulfilling sense of satisfaction. This is the lost magic architectural technology from hundreds of years ago. The alchemist's guildmaster, standing behind me, uttered in a stupor. I nodded in agreement. I'll fetch more scrolls in the future, so please research them. At my remark, the alchemist's guildmaster bobbed his head enthusiastically. If you enjoy being directed like this, you might end up shedding some tears later. Everyone, thanks to you, our defenses are becoming more robust. I gently tapped the automatic turret in front of the onlookers and flashed a playful smile. I am counting on your continued dedication. Oh, everyone cheered in unison, lifting their drinks and snacks. The atmosphere was quite lively. I hope it remains this way moving forward. The blacksmith's shop. The heat billowing from the furnace was intense. Wiping the sweat accumulating on my forehead, I ventured in. Is it ready? As I inquired directly, the blacksmith's guildmaster bowed in my direction. I was simply awaiting your arrival, Your Highness. The guildmaster showcased a set of armor perched on an armor stand. Here it is. It was a suit of metallic armor emanating a translucent blue glow. I gulped and painstakingly assessed the intricate details of the armor. Phantom Armor, SR, LV30. Category, Armor Defense. 50-55 Durability, 12/12. The wearer's physical resistance is boosted by 33%. The wearer gains the Wraith Form ability. This armor was forged from the mana core of the Phantom Knight, a reward I garnered from the previous stage. The defense was decent, and the options were well adapted. It boasted substantial physical resistance and even the Wraith Form ability. Wraith Form LV1. For 5 seconds, you become impervious to interference. All attacks become ineffective, but the user also can't attack any other targets. In essence, you transform into a ghost for 5 seconds. You're immune to any damage, but conversely, you can't strike either. This proved to be more advantageous than I initially assumed. I'm not fond of the durability being as fragile as a glass bead. Despite its respectable stats, the armor's durability was critically low. If not maintained meticulously, it could shatter in the heat of combat. Lucas. After thoroughly inspecting all the options, I signaled Lucas. Lucas, brimming with excitement at the sight of the completed armor, promptly scurried over to my side. I smirked and presented the armor to him. Try it on. Yes, Your Highness. Lucas eagerly accepted the armor and proceeded to don it, reappearing a few minutes later fully kitted. Hugh, I caught myself whistling instinctively. The armor, when displayed on a stand, differed greatly from when worn by a knight. The moment Lucas adorned it, the armor's magnificent design became remarkably pronounced. How is it? Is it comfortable? There's nothing better. Lucas, clenching his gauntlet-clad fist, beamed. I will use it to the fullest, Your Highness. That's the spirit. I specifically ordered it for you. Ensure it's well utilized. I added a dash of grandeur. Ahem. I nodded appreciatively at the blacksmith guild master. Thank you for crafting such exceptional armor. I am honored to have worked with such high-quality material after a long hiatus. The guild master bowed deeply. The pride radiating from his eyes as he gazed at the armor was palpable. Please entrust us again, and well strive to exceed your expectations. Your frequent orders are most welcome, Your Highness. I will certainly do so. The blacksmith's crafting tools are instrumental for conquering the game. Naturally, he'd be a frequent visitor. Having already settled the costs and charges for the armor, Lucas and I exited the blacksmith's. The blacksmiths bid us farewell with respectful bows. Let's head west of the fortress. As I perused the final agenda of the day, I beckoned my valet. We have a crucial event to attend. That evening, on the western plains of the fortress, boom, rumble, a sorrowful cry resonating in honor of the fallen filled the air. A funeral was underway, a memorial for the soldiers who had fallen in the last stage. Newly crafted coffins were blanketed with earth beneath orderly arranged tombstones. The casualty count from the last stage hadn't been exorbitant. I found myself conflicted, unsure whether to deem this stroke of luck as a blessing or a curse. Hymns reverberated through the air, and priests blessed each grave with holy water. I inclined my head in respect at each freshly dug grave. Events had unfolded in quick succession. Post-funeral, I found myself atop a hill, the cemetery sprawling beneath me. Rows of graves, marking the final resting places of those who fell under my command, formed a grim tableau. Phew! A sharp, biting wind whipped past. I wasn't a smoker, but for a fleeting moment, I thought I grasped why some might seek solace in the habit. Allocating a significant chunk of the city's budget to funerals, an elderly voice echoed from behind me. Surprised, I swiveled around. Moreover, setting up post-death grants. Quite the princely magnanimity. Margrave. Margrave Cross was slowly making his way towards me. It expected him to be holed up in his dilapidated villa all day, yet here he was, traversing the distance on his own. Cross clucked his tongue at me, a twinkle of surprise in his eyes. But this place is a monster front line, young lord. Lives are swept away as effortlessly as debris in the rainy season. There will come a time when such benevolence won't suffice. Momentarily, at a loss for words at the former lord's sage advice, I deftly changed the topic. Did you trek all the way here to impart that wisdom? Or have you run out of booze? There's never enough booze. Sometimes I even come to buy it myself. But today I bear another reason. Standing beside me, Margrave Cross observed the grave with a detached gaze. I sought out my former soldiers, old comrades, asking if they'd rally in defense of the city. He was referring to the veteran members of the Cross lineage. Without thinking, I swallowed. And what was their response? They all agreed. They would once again stand guard over the city. Unconsciously, I raised both my hands in victory. Hooray! This is the most heartening news I've heard in a week, Margrave. With this, our troop shortage issue was swiftly resolved. Margrave Cross gave a slight nod, observing my celebration with a detached air. I don't know how much assistance those old friends can offer, but they're currently gearing up. I'll transfer command to you. Handle it wisely. They're all as old as I am. Thank you very much, Margrave, truly. When Margrave Cross obstinately refused to lend aid, I thought I was cornered, but he extended his support voluntarily. Truth be told, I was taken aback, but deeply appreciative. There's nothing to thank me for. Extend your gratitude to your new allies. Still, Margrave, your words kindled this flame. Thank you. I seized Margrave's hand and shook it with vigor. Margrave gently extricated his hand, appearing slightly awkward. That appears to be the extent of my assistance. Margrave Cross stared at the city with a distant gaze in his eyes. Preserve the city well, young lord. I wish you fortuity. Thanks for your support, Margrave. I'll strive to do my utmost. I responded with a mischievous grin. I'll be seeking your sage advice periodically. Advice? Just keep me flush with alcohol. Out of concern for your health, I'll make sure to send an abundance of medicinal herbs instead. Blast it, if you're planning on sending me things of that sort, don't bother at all. With a grin, Margrave Cross tossed a casual wave my way and began his journey southward. He was likely returning to his orchard. Part of me yearned to keep him here. Despite his advanced years, Margrave Cross was a seasoned commander who'd spent his life safeguarding this front line. His expertise would undoubtedly be invaluable in our defense efforts, but he had already sacrificed too much in this city. Therefore, I found myself unable to hold him back, choosing instead to silently observe his dwindling silhouette. I comforted myself with the thought that he'd have more opportunities to engage in discourse and garner counsel as a lord in future. Little did I anticipate then that next time would never arrive. Chapter 36. 2 days had passed. The dawn of stage start day arrived. At long last, the city wall repairs were finished. There were many areas where we had to hurry because of time, but it should hold up as a city wall. I laid a comforting hand on the shoulder of the Mason Guild leader, whose head remained bowed. You've done well. You've really worked hard. The morning sun rendered the newly refurbished walls with a radiant glow. Reflecting on the vast amounts of resources and funds used to mend these walls, I couldn't help but feel a deep respect. Clank, clank. Among them, the newly installed automatic turret moved its barrel with a menacing noise. I stroked the massive barrel as one would a puppy's chin. It felt dependable. We have ample resources. On the city wall, arrows and cannonballs were stacked high. We had more than enough to perforate dozens of monsters. We've also bolstered our ranks. I spotted soldiers inspecting their armor and weapons on the wall. The Twilight Brigade. These were the warriors of the Cross family, who, alongside Margrave Cross, had defended this city for a lifetime. Their original number was around 1,000, but the Margrave's retirement had scattered most, leaving around 300. This isn't just any group of 300. It was not merely 300 soldiers. They were veterans, more familiar with this front line and more skilled at slaying monsters than any other. In a time where every single soldier was a godsend, this was the most valuable reinforcement I could hope for. I decided to reward all of them with a generous weekly bonus. We've also completed setting up the kill zone. We'd upgraded the wooden fence wall, also known as the kill zone, which directed the movement of monsters. Further, we'd strewn numerous minor barricades and traps on the path to the southern city wall. The city wall was armed with a plentiful array of revamped artifacts, cannons, and ballistas. We are ready, I declared confidently. Come on then, monsters. During the countless resets and game replays over 700 times, it'd never been as prepared as I was now. Confidence surged. I felt certain that I could navigate the stage flawlessly, even in the face of unexpected variables. Thud, thud. Suddenly, a scout on horseback rushed into the city wall. He was part of the scouting party dispatched the day prior. News from the scout base. The soldier's voice echoed across the walls. The monsters are on the move. Simultaneously, a faint tremor stirred beneath our feet. A thick dust cloud billowed up in the not-so-distant horizon. It signified the approach of the monster vanguard. I called up the stage information window in front of me. Enemy information, Stage 2. LV. 3 LV5 Giant Sewer Rat. 3251. Start time. 10 minutes. The battle would commence in 10 minutes. They're almost here. Keep your eyes peeled. Yes, sir. My shout was met with a unanimous response from officers, including Lucas. Reassuring, aren't they? Their unyielding presence lifted my spirits. I allowed a faint smile to tug at the corners of my lips. That was when we completed our final military check and braced for the looming battle. Ah, my brows knitted in puzzlement. My gaze had been cast towards the south, a silent question lingering in the air about the impending arrival of the rat horde. From a distance, just beyond the horizon, a figure stood. I rubbed my eyes, second-guessing my sight, yet the vision persisted. Someone was there, leisurely stationed on the southern plains, where the rat creatures were expected to overrun soon. A man dressed as a bard, his pointy hat casting a shadow over his face. What's up with that guy? Lucas joined me as I continued to peer anxiously. Why the troubled expression, Your Highness? Lucas, do you see that person over? I had turned to Lucas, but as my hand stretched back towards the south to indicate the figure, I noticed. Ha! The bard in the pointy hat had vanished. Beside me, Lucas appeared baffled. I don't see anything, Your Highness. Damien! I beckoned Damien hurriedly. He had been tinkering with his crossbow on the other side and now dashed over. Did you summon me, Prince? Do you see anyone over there? Damien surveyed the area I was pointing at, but eventually gave a slight shake of his head. I see no one, Prince. If Damien didn't see anyone, it meant that there truly was no one there. A shiver slithered down my spine. Did I see a mirage? I hoped that was the case. But what if I hadn't been mistaken? What if someone had indeed been there? What was he doing? A foreboding sensation swept over me as a faint sound resonated. Thud, 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 thud. The ground started to vibrate. They're here. With clenched teeth, I directed my gaze back towards the south. Thud, 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 thud. A sea of grey unfurled. The colossal swarm of 3,000 rats finally came into view, surging from the south towards the city. Despite the distance, the stink of the sewer and the reek of the plague invaded my nostrils. My fist clenched tightly around my sword. I must stay composed. Regardless of their number, regardless of whether I had witnessed a mirage, there was only one task for me. Halt them. We had prepared to the best of our abilities. All we could do now was slay as many monsters as possible. Thud, 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 thud. The forefront of the rat swarm advanced towards the wooden fence wall of the southern plains. I raised my voice and hollered out. Artillery squad ready to fire. The artillerymen ignited their cannons in synchrony. With a determined sweep of my hand, I ordered, fire, boom, bam, 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 bam. The thunderous sound of firing engulfed the air. Wish the shells that sliced through the air eventually plummeted to the ground after a long arc. Boom! Raising a plume of dust, the shells decimated the front line of the rat horde. Enemy profile stage 2. LV. 3 units. LV5 giant sewer rat. 3154 units kill count. 97, close to 100 rats were blown apart by the first volley. Yes, surveying the fragments of the now shattered monsters, I pumped my fist. Annihilate them. These rat scum were nothing but statistics, nothing remarkable. Bang, crash. A wooden barricade was positioned in the open south of the fortress. The creatures faltered as they encroached along the barrier, their maneuvers becoming clumsy. We rained crossfire upon them. This was the killing field. The front line of the sewer rats couldn't evade this maze of death, and the kill count escalated dramatically. Their numbers are overwhelming, and they're a bunch together. In essence, if we unleash area attacks, we can wipe out a lot in one go. About 30 minutes had lapsed since the onset of the battle, and not a single rat had managed to escape. Enemy profile stage 2. LV. 3 units. LV5 giant sewer rat. 2327 units. Kill count. 924. Already, nearly 1,000 sewer rats had been obliterated amidst the crossfire. I was slightly apprehensive because the quantity of creatures was immense, but it seemed we had no issues at this pace. The moment I began to breathe easier while watching the lifeless rats being pulverized within the kill zone. Rumble. Ah! One segment of the wooden barricade wall started to tremble. Squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the shrill squeals of rats, giant sewer rats began crawling over the barricade. Taken aback, I swiftly hoisted my telescope to survey the area. Damn it! The interior of the wooden barricade was filled with rat carcasses. The remains of the deceased piled up so much that they overflowed the barricade wall. The rat legion behind them began to evade the fence by clambering over these corpses. Squeak, just like water overtopping a dam. Within an instant, they overwhelmed the barricade and began to flood out of the kill zone. Shit, I inadvertently let out a swear. Even if the kill zone was to collapse quickly, I assumed it would occur after we had eliminated more than half of them. I hadn't anticipated that they would scale the wall because too many corpses had accumulated. I hadn't even thought of it. We're still okay. I hastily directed the artillery unit to adjust their targeting and readied the ballista unit. We have a considerable distance from the kill zone to the fortress wall, and it's littered with all sorts of obstructions. We can secure a lot more time. However, I neglected one aspect here. Thump, thump, thump. It was the speed of the sewer rats. Those that spilled out onto the open plains were repulsively quick, and their size was merely about that of a large dog. In other words, thump, thump, thunk. The large, slow-moving bolts from the ballista simply couldn't hit their marks. Damn rat devils! We are missing. The soldiers swore and continued to bombard with cannon fire and arrows, but striking the surging horde that was spreading across the expansive field like a wave was no simple task. Squeak, squeak, thump, 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 thump. The nimble, small-sized rats twisted and turned their bodies, dashing across the field. Apart from the sporadic cannon blasts and the occasional arrow that luckily struck a target, they were closing the distance with almost no hindrance. Huff! Whoosh! Whoosh! Damien, standing by my side, tirelessly discharged his crossbow. The arrows from Damien's bow did manage to topple some of them, but it was far from sufficient. Naturally, I expected that the rats would reach the fortress walls. At this pace, far more rats than I anticipated would arrive at the walls. Just then it occurred. Hum clink. A beautiful, hefty mechanical sound echoed. Boom, 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 boom. With a gratifying firing noise that resonated in the ears, dozens of turquoise magic bullets were discharged. The magic bullets tore across the ground like soaring arrows, and large explosions erupted from the direct hit areas on the field. The magic bullets swept across the area like a lash. The rats in their path were instantaneously turned to dust. What an unexpected turn of events! I turned to the side, my face showing a near-moved expression. There I saw a thick-barreled structure moving with a clinking noise. The newly summoned automated defense turret. I tapped the heated barrel with my fingertips and gave a nod of approval. Indeed, auto turrets are the best for tower defense. Though the genre of this game leans more towards character defense, still, anyway. The automated defense turret continuously dispatched clusters of magic bullets like a whip. The shower of bullets, reminiscent of a bullet hell game, effectively swept away the rats. But it could not cover the entire battlefield, and the rats numbered in the thousands. Rats still streamed in beyond the range of the automated defense turret. Moreover, hum the automated defense turret, having used up all its ammunition, entered a reload sequence. Naturally, a gap appeared in the core of our defenses. Thump, 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 thump. The rats were now pressing towards the center of the fortress walls. Chapter 37, Far Too Many. An overwhelming quantity. As I observed the tsunami of rats surging towards the castle wall, I swallowed my dry saliva. It felt as though I were standing on a seafront rather than a wall. A seafront that was on the verge of being assaulted by a turbulent, rolling tide. Squeak, squeak. The grey wave of beasts hurtled towards the castle wall and splintered upon impact, akin to a wave crashing against a sea barrier. This was due to the concentrated barrage rained down from the wall. Fire! Launch! Soldiers, soaked in sweat, shouted continuously. Then a deluge of cannonballs and arrows gushed outward. Boom, bang, thud, thud, thud. The rats were consumed by explosions and skewered by arrows. They were small and swift from a distance, making them challenging targets. But as they approached the wall, our hit rate with cannons and arrows surged. And that wasn't all. The barricades were denser around the castle wall. The shards of the Phantom Knight's greatsword, which had been lodged in the wall and then extracted, played a substantial role. The sight of rats slipping on the metal fragments and tumbling was quite something. Not bad, but I moistened my parching lips with my tongue. We retreated the front line too quickly. The neutralization of the kill zone occurred too swiftly, and the rats crossed the plain to reach the wall too rapidly. Far faster than anticipated. Even if the neutralization of the kill zone was unexpected, it was my error not to properly gauge the speed of these four-legged creatures. Damn it. Nonetheless, the defense is holding up. I scanned the wall. Though the rat monsters arrived at the wall in an instant, the soldiers kept their cool and intercepted them individually, as trained. Thanks to their experience from the previous stage and the inclusion of battle-hardened veterans, the situation remained manageable. Pull yourselves together, rookies. Put some backbone into it. Don't exhaust yourselves too early. We've got hours to go. Go drink some water. You're discouraged because you missed with that damn cannon. Even a net shot can push the monsters back. Keep firing. The veterans were doing a fantastic job coaching the young mercenaries. Even without my issuing detailed commands, they were effectively combating the rats on their own. And as for our party members, left defensive line, the net is too low. What are you doing? Aim properly. Lucas was overseeing the front line. While I managed the overall front line, Lucas issued detailed orders based on my directives. Even when I, who was still unfamiliar with the mercenary techniques in this world, issued vague instructions, Lucas perfectly understood them and provided precise commands. What a proficient protagonist. Clang, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damien was picking off targets. Slowly but surely, he was penetrating the heads of rats nearing the wall. Damien's strength lies in long-range precision shooting, and while that skill becomes slightly less prominent in such a mass battle, it remains helpful. Even diligent, steady kill counts mattered. Hang in there. Gravity artifact number 1 will be down in 3 minutes. Please prepare gravity artifact number 2. Lily was overseeing the gravity artifacts at the scene. She raised her voice, bustling about. Her actions seemed to declare, look, I am putting in the work. But, I'm sorry, Lily. No matter how much you protest, if necessary, you need to be at the front line. It appeared Lily glanced at me with a desperate gaze, but I deliberately looked away, ignoring her. Finally, in our main party, the last member was Jupiter. Wow, everyone's working so hard. She was lounging. On the makeshift bed set up inside the fortress, she had stretched out her legs. When told to rest and wait, she was indeed resting in absolute comfort. Is this her bedroom? Oh my, oh dear. My back aches when I try to gather magic power. Oh dear. When I shot her a reproachful glance, Jupiter pretended to be in pain and clutched her back. I left without uttering a word. What can I say to such a precious magician? Damn, pull your weight later, Jupiter. Of course. Jupiter, who winked with her single eye, started sipping a drink through a straw. I truly dislike this old woman. In any case, thanks to the efforts of everyone but Jupiter, the front line was tight but well maintained. Thud, 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 thud. Especially, the power of the automated turrets was unmatched, despite the drawbacks of swift ammunition consumption and lengthy reloading times. They exhibited supreme power when activated. Low-level, weak creatures like rats could be entirely exterminated in hordes. Oh, so adorable, oh. I lovingly patted the automated turret that had entered its third reloading phase. Keep up the good work. In front of the fort, the bodies of the rats piled up, forming a small hill. I nodded, looking down at the horrifying yet satisfying sight. If it continues like this, we'll complete the stage with ease. Could we finally achieve a flawless victory? Just when I was entertaining this peaceful thought, something occurred. Something flickered at the edge of my vision. Surprised, I redirected my gaze in that direction. A man dressed like a bard with a conical hat stood there. On the southern horizon, no doubt about it. Standing motionless, he observed the fortress, the front line where rats were charging. So I wasn't hallucinating earlier. I activated one of my traits, map creation. The traits I brought to this battle were attack totem, defense totem, and map creation. This was a trait I brought along to get a precise understanding of the battlefield when it gets chaotic, and I used it without hesitation now. I had to find out who this mysterious figure was. A sprawling dot map unfolded before my eyes. I scanned the spot where the man in the pointed hat, the bard, stood. Typical monsters were denoted by a red diamond shape. Boss monsters were flagged with a red skull, and the bard in the pointed hat. He was indicated by a red circle. A circle represented an NPC character. Red signified he was an enemy. Damn it! Profanities spilled from my mouth without thinking. I had finally pinned down who my adversary was. An antagonistic NPC intruding. At stage 2. During the course of the stage, various events unfold. These variables brought life and excitement to the game. Hostile NPC intrusion was one such event. Whether it was an NPC from the dungeon beneath the lake or from another kingdom at odds with the Empire, all sorts of jerks tried to obstruct the progression of the stage. But now it was only stage 2. It wasn't the time for such occurrences. Damien! There was no game director to question about the game design. I quickly called out to Damien. Damien, who was loading the next bolt into his crossbow, promptly came to my side. I pointed towards the south with my hand. Do you see that man? This time, Damien spotted him too. Damien nodded his head. Yes. Are you referring to the bard? Shoot him, now. What? A puzzled Damien opened his mouth slightly. But he appears to be a person, not a monster. That's not the point now. You need to shoot immediately. It was clear that the NPC had arrived from the Lake Kingdom, and that outfit, that unmistakable bard attire. I had finally identified who my adversary was. I had come across him a few times while playing the game. We need to shoot him before he blows his flute. Grasping the hesitating Damien's shoulder, I shouted, "Didn't I tell you to be my trigger, Damien? If you don't want to see more people die, snipe him now, quick." But it was already too late. In the few seconds that Damien hesitated, the bard had already put his flute to his mouth. Screech and played it. Despite being a small flute, a piercing sound reverberated throughout the area. Squeak, squeak. As soon as the flute sounded, the rats ceased moving. Thousands of rats across the vast battlefield, all at once. Ah, what? The rats stopped. "What's going on?" Our soldiers, sensing the anomaly, were also perplexed. And the next moment, scream, a prolonged flute note echoed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Immediately after, the rats' eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, and their four legs pounded the ground. Those who had been rushing aimlessly towards the nearest wall suddenly began to swarm towards a single point in the wall. "They're concentrating on one spot," I shouted, clinging to the edge of the rampart. "Where? Where are those devils aiming?" "Right next to the castle gate in the center of the wall, that area is." Lucas, his face drained of color, left his sentence hanging. "It's the section we finished repairing today." Cannons erupted with fire, and ballistas launched bolts toward the enemies congregating from one direction. But we couldn't halt them all. Their sudden change in tactics was too sudden, and our defense line couldn't adjust in time. The soldiers quickly rotated the cannon barrels, and the ballistas also realigned their aim, but it was too late. Finally, the forefront of the devils, who had even crossed the moat, reached the wall. Thud! I was taken aback by the slight tremor seeping up my toes. What? What are they trying to achieve? Thud! The rat devils didn't attempt to scale the wall. Instead, thud, they rammed their heads. Thud! Against the wall they battered their heads. Right against the wall that had just been patched up this morning. Thud, 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 the rats headbutted the wall. Until their skulls cracked, they wore away at the stone wall with their bodies. The leading rats struck the wall with their heads until they exploded, splattering blood and dropping down. The subsequent rats did the same, and then the ones that followed. Insane, what are they doing? The soldiers, their faces pallid at this gruesome sight, mumbled in bewilderment. But then I finally comprehended their intentions. These unhinged devils. The wall repairs were wrapped up just a few hours ago. Everyone had put in their utmost effort in the limited time, but unavoidably, the condition of the wall was still less than ideal. We had focused solely on fixing the damaged sections. Inevitably, there were crevices, and these rat devils were burrowing into those crevices with their bodies. Thud, 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 they bashed their heads against the wall. They warped the metal plates with their claws. They gnawed at the stone with their teeth. They were undermining the wall in a way that no other monster could, a tactic only rats could employ. Creak, the sound of the metal plate encasing the wall splitting rang out ominously. Grinding my teeth, I glared at the southern horizon. In the distance, a bard with a hat, a piper, was leisurely pulling the pipe from his lips. I wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he seemed to be grinning. Chapter 38: Hostile NPCs. As the name implies, they were characters that posed a danger to the players. These devils would infiltrate the stage and put players through hell, mainly in two distinct categories. Firstly, the kind that directly engaged in battle. Just like playable characters, they boasted skills, special moves, and unique characteristics. Typically, these devils all had names, and they were alarmingly powerful. Secondly, the kind that vexed the players indirectly. They didn't join in direct combat, but these devils tormented players with their exclusive abilities. They varied greatly. Some manipulated the weather, others spread curses. That devil is of the second type. I gritted my teeth as I scowled at the hat-clad troubadour on the distant horizon. He controls monsters with his flute. Yes, I had run into him a few times in the game. However, I didn't immediately remember him, as he wasn't this troublesome in the game. He was an NPC from the Lake Kingdom. He lacked direct combat capabilities, but he was a bard who could direct monsters with his flute. The players dubbed him the Pied Piper. Except for a few special legions, the behavior pattern of most monsters is extremely rudimentary. They simply charge to slay the nearest human. However, when the Pied Piper appears, this changes. Monsters would target the individual indicated by the Pied Piper first. Damien, shoot that devil. Damien, Damien, with his crossbow ready, remained still, and the Pied Piper, stowing his flute away as if he had concluded his task, turned and vanished. I am sorry, Your Highness. Damien, gently lowering his crossbow, bowed his head deeply. But even if they are the enemy, shooting people for me. I lightly patted the remorseful Damien's shoulder. We can discuss this later. After all, Damien was a healer. He was a young boy whose primary role was not killing people, but saving them. In the course of fighting on this monster front, he might have slain monsters, but he would never have battled against humans. But there are plenty of humans among our adversaries. We will unavoidably have to combat humans. If he can't surmount this hurdle, Damien's combat efficiency will be halved. I swiveled my head and yelled at the soldiers. Artillery, archers, what are you doing? Concentrate fire on the center, annihilate them all. Yes, the focus of the cannons and ballistas shifted towards the center of the wall. Soon, the cannons and ballistas started to unleash shells and arrows. Boom, bang, a massacre ensued. In the explosive flames and hail of arrows, the rat-like creatures were obliterated instantly. But that lasted only for a moment. Squeak, squeak. The rat-like creatures resumed their advance determinedly, sheltering between the corpses of their comrades. The wall of corpses, amassed like a mountain, was becoming a barricade, obstructing our attacks. They're ruthlessly pounding the walls. The walls are taking a beating. Despite Lucas' frantic cries, I endeavored to stay composed. Don't fret. As long as the walls endure, we just need to eliminate them all. Regardless of how quickly it was patched up, no matter the deficiencies, it was a fortress wall. It wouldn't be easily broken through. Do you presume this fortress built by the Empire is frail, you rat devils? I spun around and hollered. Jupiter, it's showtime. Step forward. I thought you'd call, so I was gearing up. Crackle, crackling. Jupiter, who was already standing behind me priming her magic, hoisted her hand up. I thrust my hand forward and bellowed. Scorch them all. Jupiter also thrust her hand forward, echoing my gesture. Rumble. Suddenly, the dark clouds congregated in the sky and lights scattered. Flash. Numerous lightning bolts struck the ground. Kaboom. The lightning reduced the huddled rat devils to ash in an instant. It was an overwhelming power. But it wasn't over yet. I yelled at Lily, who was handling the artifacts. Lily, ready the flame emitter artifacts. How many should we deploy? Clearly all of them, at maximum strength. I pointed at the mound of rat corpses heaped like mountains. Incinerate them. Flame emitter artifact. Engaging. Following Lily's command, the alchemists activated the artifacts. After a few seconds, whoosh, flames surged from the artifacts positioned at the brink of the wall. The flames transformed the rat corpses, and the rats nestled in between them into ash. The battlefield, swept by lightning and fire, was ablaze. Everyone was gasping and staring at the spectacle. I spoke assertively. We're good. We can stand firm. I was slightly taken aback when they started to dent the walls, but it's uncomplicated. They're being directed to one spot. Just focus your volley on the point where they are congregating. There's nothing to be concerned about. We merely had to turn the area in front of these walls into a death zone. We need to regroup before their second wave approaches. I was about to issue that command. Ding! A system alert. It ominously chimed in my ear. Hesitantly, I glanced at the system window that emerged in front of me. Enemy information, Stage 2. LV-30 Ratman Champion Elite, 3 units. LV-5 Giant Rat, 1574 units. Kill counts, 1677. The names of the boss entities that had always been displayed as were disclosed. Ratman Champion, the top ranked among ratmen, characterized by its disturbingly robust physique. And the fact that this name has been unveiled means, scream, it means they have arrived on the battlefield. Leading the second wave of rats, 3 level 30 Ratman champions trudged onto the scene. The beast they stumbled upon in the dungeon bore an uncanny resemblance to a Ratman. However, its stature was double the usual size, nearly as large as an elephant. Ordinarily, they're just bullet sponges. It was a standard sacrificial creature. There was no intricate ploy. The strategy was simple. Concentrate your firepower and annihilate them one after the other. But what about the present circumstances? All the monsters were attempting to break through one specific spot in the fortress wall. Thump. The Ratman champion leading the charge pounded the ground. And with startling speed for such a colossal creature, it barreled toward the fortress wall on all fours. Halt it! Thump, thump, thump. Observing the beast close in rapidly, I shouted out. What are you gawking at? Stop it. Only then did the soldiers snap back to reality and began firing cannons and ballistae. Boom, whiz, thud. But the Ratman champion, brushing off the explosions and arrows, charged undeterred to the outskirts of the fortress wall. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. As the creature entered the range, the automated defense turrets sprang into action, pelting it with bullets akin to a shotgun. F-whack, whiz. The horrific sound of bullets ripping through its flesh resonated. Squeak. The Ratman champion, screeching grotesquely, stumbled and fell directly in front of the fortress wall. Its massive body stirred up a dust cloud as it rolled several times before coming to a halt. A fleeting sense of relief washed over everyone's faces, but this was no time for relief. I persisted to bellow. More are on the way. Brace yourselves, two Ratman champions. And the remaining 1,500 rats began their collective charge. Thump, 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 rat-a-tat-a-tata, the ground quaked. Unwittingly, I gulped. The swarm of rats converging on a single point wasn't merely a grey wave. This was virtually a tidal wave. We need to eliminate the Ratman champions first. I pointed at the second Ratman champion spearheading the charge. Fire! Don't hold back. Explosives and arrows were launched in unison, but the rats running alongside served as a shield, taking the fall and protecting the Ratman champion. Clang, clang. The automatic defense turret, having expended all its ammunition, began to reload. I clenched my teeth. These beasts were already extraordinarily robust, but with this, Jupiter. I am on it. Jupiter unleashed a second spell. Lily, activate the magic amplifier artifact. Target Jupiter. I activated the single-use damage multiplier artifact, the magic amplifier. A subtle buff aura enveloped Jupiter. Eat this, you rat devils. Jupiter, with a blue light radiating from her singular eye, thrust her hand forward. Dark clouds assembled, and dozens of lightning bolts descended from above. The lightning struck the front line of the surging rat horde. Kaboom! The power was undeniably immense. The area struck by lightning was charred black. However, the sheer number of rats was overwhelming. The throng of sewer rats at the front collided with each other, causing the lightning to scatter, and the Ratman champions, though struck by the magic, continued their relentless charge. Damn, was it not sufficient? Jupiter cursed, biting her lip. From the get-go, Jupiter was a mage known for her area of effect spells. In such a chaotic fray, striking a single target with precision was a near impossibility. Hence there was no other option. Lily, flamethrower. The flamethrower artifact is still cooling down. Then forget the artifact, release some fire yourself. I seized Lily's wheelchair and bolted towards the wall's end. Lily turned a shade paler, but dutifully began gathering her magical energy. I knew where'd resort to this. Here it goes. From Lily's fingertips, a tremendous fireball was launched. Boom! The fireball accurately detonated at the forefront of the horde. The leading Ratman champion was entirely charred black. But even in that state, it persevered, attempting to continue its run. Thump! An arrow lodged itself in his left eye. It was a crossbow bolt shot by Damien. The arrow that pierced his eye scrambled his brain matter like a kneaded dough. Kayak! Thud! The second Ratman champion also collapsed. However, the third Ratman champion trailing close behind was still brimming with vitality. He lightly vaulted over the corpse of his comrade and resumed his charge. Now, he was merely a few strides away from the wall. Ha! Swing! Lucas drew the longsword from his waist and flung it. The spinning blade lodged itself between the Ratman champion's neck and shoulder. Blood spurted out wildly, but it was insufficient to bring him down. In the heat of the moment, I called out to our marksman. Damien, quickly! Clank. Slow but steady Damien, who had loaded the next bolt, lifted his crossbow whoosh and let it fly. The bolt, flawlessly tracing a clean trajectory whoosh, pierced the right eye of the Ratman champion who was almost at the wall. We did it. He's down. Without even realizing, I cheered in triumph. But it wasn't so. I had misunderstood. Kayak. Despite sustaining a fatal wound, the Ratman champion used his remaining momentum to charge, hurling his hefty body into the opening. The gap that the first wave of the sewer rat horde had carved. He flung himself into the place where they had ripped apart the iron plates and gnawed at the stone. Boom! The impact ensued. The top of the wall quaked violently. All the soldiers screamed, clutching the wall to steady themselves. Your Highness! Lucas caught me as I teetered on the edge. Barely managing to stay upright, I glanced down at the base of the wall. Like sewage rushing into a drain, hordes of sewer rats were flooding into the thick cloud of dust at the bottom of the wall. I gritted my teeth. A sinking feeling overcame me. The wall, it had been breached. Chapter 39. On a barren hill, far southeast from the walls of Crossroad, stood a lone figure. An old man, seated on his steed, analyzed the defensive proceedings with a grim demeanor. This was Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad. A life spent in battle against monstrous threats and leading defenses had honed his instincts. He knew instantly this monster onslaught was unlike any other. It was unrecognizable compared to his own tenure as the Lord. The magnitude was mind-bogglingly vast, and the monsters were distinctively organized. They didn't emerge in a disordered jumble, but as a cohesive army. Something's off. And there was more. As the mysterious bard, who had surfaced from the lake, began his flute melody, the monsters' movements shifted dramatically. The battle flow against these monsters is different. Is Prince Ash truly leading such a battle for the third time? It was no surprise why the newly appointed lord, the youngest prince, Ash, had beseeched him for assistance. Even if he, the Margrave of Crossroad, hadn't retired and had continued as commander, these foes would have posed a formidable challenge. Prince Ash was holding his ground astonishingly well, almost unbelievable for someone who was once a capital's idler. Nevertheless, the situation hung in the balance. Should I intervene? The question formed unbidden in his mind. Beside his saddle lay the armor and weaponry he had worn for his lifetime, carried out of habit. No. Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad, eventually shook his head. He had retired, hadn't he? There was no call for his intervention now. He loathed this frontline. He abhorred this land. Even after a life of devotion, this barren wasteland that ultimately claimed his wife and drove his daughter away filled him with intense resentment. He no longer wished to safeguard it. I just need to die in the orchard. Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad, viewed this as his penance, his final act of contrition after neglecting his wife in the face of defending the monster-ridden frontline. He would draw his last breath in the same place his wife did. Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad, dismissed his watch over the defensive operations and started to turn away. He had come to inspect the situation due to its peculiar nature, but now it felt too late. What could he possibly do? There's no use at all. Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad, planned to return to his final sanctuary, the orchard. Just then, boom, a thunderous sound reverberated. Startled, he swiveled around to see the city wall trembling in sync with a massive cloud of dust. Along with thousands of rat-like creatures burrowing under the wall, the cries of humans were audible. The Margrave's eyes twitched. No, no, I won't fight anymore. The Margrave, gritting his teeth, guided his horse's head back towards the orchard. I must return to the orchard. If, by any chance, the front line were to fall, all the regions behind it would be preyed upon by the monsters. His orchard would be next in line for the monster's rampage. Hold on, my love. In that moment, the image of his late wife, her smile shining with joy, flickered across the mind of the Margrave of Crossroad. Her memory lingered, her face smeared with dirt as she fed him a grape, asking him, is it sweet? This time I will keep you safe. The Margrave of Crossroad envisioned his wife's grave, nestled beside the orchard. That's where he would meet his end. Thud, thud. Leaving the chaos of the front lines in his wake, the Margrave of Crossroad trod towards his orchard. Boom, boom. As the trembling and explosion ceased, I regained my footing and yelled towards the heart of the fortress. Report on the damage to the fortress wall. Moments later, the standby soldiers within the fortress answered. It's not entirely compromised yet, but it's only a matter of time. We can hear the rats gnawing at the stones inside the walls. Brushing my hair back, I shook with anger. Why on earth are they eating rocks? They need a more balanced diet. The fortress wall was a complex structure, layered with stone and iron plates. It wouldn't be breached in a single attack. The issue was the freshly mended part of the wall, now hopelessly cracked due to the Ratman champion's onslaught. Eventually, they would punch a hole in the fortress wall. I covered my face with one hand, deep in thought, and then growled in a low voice. Issue an evacuation order. Excuse me, Lucas, baffled, asked again. I shot back curtly. Tell the citizens in the city to evacuate. Now, do you mean? There's a high probability of monsters breaching the walls. Rather than getting caught and killed needlessly, all citizens should head north. This was, of course, a precaution for the worst-case scenario. We must be ready to fend them all off here. Ding, 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 ding. The bells rang out an emergency, the sound piercing my ears. It was a call for the citizens to evacuate. Hoping for a swift evacuation, I issued the next command. Except for the minimum required artillery and archers to operate the cannons and ballistas, everyone else skilled in close combat should head to the walls. I turned to Lucas. Lucas, you take charge of the infantry. Form a defensive line within the walls. Hold them back. Lucas looked at me, concern etched on his face. What about you, Your Majesty? Ill lead from above. It's dangerous, Your Majesty. Lucas pointed at my feet. The wall has already given way once. It could fall again. It's too risky. Indeed, the wall was visibly trembling. The soldiers, trying to reset the aim and stabilize the cannons and ballistas, were struggling. Are you suggesting we forfeit the defense from above and face the remaining 1,500 rats without any weaponry? Despite the imminent risk of further wall collapse, we couldn't afford to abandon the aerial defense. Without the supporting fire from above, our infantry would face heavy losses and the defense might ultimately collapse. Understood, Your Highness. Lucas nodded, albeit reluctantly. But if the conditions on the walls deteriorate, even slightly, you must come down straight away. Sure thing. Now quit worrying and get down there quickly. Even with the walls at risk, could it be as hazardous as the impending clash with the monsters at the ground level? Still, Lucas was concerned about me till the end. Only when I started my way down did he dash towards the ground level. His fussing was almost motherly. Jupiter, fight as you see fit, but try to take down as many of those bastards as possible at once. The team instinctively gathered around me. I met their gazes and handed out orders. Don't hold back on your magic. As soon as you have enough for a lightning spell, let it loose. Understood, Your Highness. As the situation intensified, Jupiter's expression hardened. Jupiter quickly clutched her yellow magic power with both hands and dashed towards the walls. Lily, which artifacts can be activated right now? Only the haste artifact for speed enhancement is available. The gravity field artifact and the magic amplifier artifact are on cooldown. They won't be accessible until the battle is over. And the flame spray artifact. There are 10 minutes left until it recharges. Use the haste right away on the infantry soldiers. The moment the flame spray recharges, use it. Understood. Lily raced off to activate the haste artifact. Finally, my gaze fell upon Damien. Damien. Yes, Your Highness. Damien stood bowed, his face clouded with defeat. He had failed to take down the man blowing the flute, and he hadn't managed to stop the Ratman champion. He must have believed that the current crisis was his fault. I brought my fingers together and lightly tapped on Damien's smooth forehead pop. Ouch! Damien's head snapped back as his eyes welled up. He looked at me and I smiled. You've done a good job so far, you little rascal. Yo, Your Highness. I won't hold a couple of small mistakes against you. So don't lose heart. A sniper who never misses his mark. Pretty much a cheat character. Just having Damien in my team significantly expands the strategies I can use. To me, Damien's presence was a blessing. Your mere presence gives me enormous strength. So, you should also trust in yourself as much as I trust in you. I delivered a hearty slap on Damien's shoulder, a bit harder than usual. Let's get through this crisis together. Okay? Yes, yes, Your Highness. Good, Damien, your role is the last line of defense. I gently dragged my foot across the wall, feeling the subtle vibrations. It's inevitable that the walls will be breached. The pests that break through will face our infantry on the ground floor. Indeed. But our infantry are human, not a wall. There will inevitably be openings, which could let some of these pests through. Damien and I both turned our gaze towards the interior of the walls. Smoke from baking bread painted a peaceful portrait of the town. If even one rat makes it into the town, the extent of the havoc they could wreak is incalculable. You mustn't let any of the escaped rats through and take them out. The boss monster, the Ratman champion, was already vanquished. All that remained were about 1,500 rats. Damien should be able to readily handle rats breaking away from the defensive line, as long as not 10 escape at once. Damien was an accurate sniper, but his slow speed was becoming increasingly evident. We needed to figure out a way to work around this weakness. I understand, Your Highness. I'll give it my best shot. With an energetic response, Damien hoisted his crossbow and sprinted towards the interior of the walls. That's good. Now, we had to trust that everyone would fulfill their roles well. Phew, I drew a breath and slapped my own cheeks, trying to look beyond the town walls. I wanted to verify if the kill zone had been re-established. Just then, the wall is broken. They're coming in. A cry echoed from within the walls. They're too quick, damn it. I gritted my teeth and peered inside the walls. The ground level was in the distance. The interior walls were trembling and then, thud, amidst a flurry of bricks and dust, rats exploded through the opening. Squeak, squeak, dusty rats who had made the hole attempted to charge at the humans ahead. Slash. But Lucas, who was positioned right in front of the hole, slit their throats with a single stroke. The saw-like blade in Lucas' hand, the rat cutter, shimmered with a sinister light. Lucas, unblinking and unfazed after taking down the rats, barked orders. The opening they're coming out of is narrow. Keep calm and take them down one by one. Yes, the soldiers echoed Lucas' command in unison, but Lucas had overlooked one thing. Indeed, the hole was narrow, but our opponents were rats. Despite the narrow opening, they pushed through, a ceaseless torrent. Moreover, it seemed as if they were broadening the opening, allowing an increasing number of rats to flood through. Watching from my elevated position, I was astounded. What kind of rats are these? They're more like moles. The infantry initially managed to hold back the rats quite easily, but as their numbers surged, fatigue started to set in. And it wasn't over yet. The flamethrower artifact. It's ready. Activate immediately. Arg. Lily, preparing to activate the artifact, let out a cry. Startled, I dashed to her side. What's wrong, Lily? The rats, the rats. A few rats were arrayed before the flamethrower artifact. Numerous alchemists, bitten and bleeding, had fallen nearby. Without hesitation, I lunged in and threw a punch. Prince punch. Smack. The moment my fist made contact with a rat, a lucky strike got triggered in my hand. Ding, ding, ding. The digits that popped up on the roulette wheel were 0, 1, 5, 15 damage. Smack. Though modest, these figures were adequate to dispatch a level 5 sewer rat. Retracting my fist, I quickly surveyed the area outside the wall. Have they scaled the wall? I had neglected them while focusing on the breached part of the wall. Some of the sewer rats had merely climbed over the wall. A few were assaulting the artifact. Shit, damn it. Lily released a fire spell, incinerating the remaining sewer rats. Afterward, Lily checked the wounded alchemists and called out to me. They'll live, but the rats have damaged the artifact. It needs to be recalibrated to activate again. Do it as swiftly as you can. We're running out of time. Given that all the forces holding back the surging rats had shifted to the ground level, the number of creatures clambering over the wall started to surge. The artillerymen and archers stationed on the wall had no choice but to draw their weapons and engage them. Arg! My hand, my hand. The ground-level defense infantry began to suffer casualties. The long-range interception unit needed to strike effectively in order to wipe out the sewer rats burrowing towards the infantry, thus easing the defensive burden and blocking the adversaries more effectively. However, currently, both sides were merely absorbing damage as they used their bodies to halt the influx of rats. At this rate, in front of Jupiter, who was panting as she prepared the next spell, I swung a lucky strike repeatedly. Damien, too, frantically fired his crossbow from my side, but his pace was sluggish. If this continues, the damage will spiral out of control. The worst-case scenario naturally painted itself in my mind. Desperately, I racked my brain to find a way out. Damn, isn't there anything? At that moment, one of the veterans, who was on the wall slitting rat throats with a dagger, suddenly widened his eyes. It was the veteran soldier who had served under the Margrave. As if he spotted a ghost, he turned towards the southern plains and murmured, Margrave. What? I looked in the same direction and quickly spotted what he was referring to. Clatter, clatter, clatter. From the distant side of the wall, I saw an elderly knight in tarnished armor galloping towards us. Chapter 40. Charles Cross had spent his entire existence battling something. He was born in a fortress whose purpose was to keep monsters at bay. Even before he could grasp much, he trailed his father to the front lines and matured amidst the gore of monsters attempting to breach the fortress walls. When his father passed on, when he inherited the Margrave's position, when he became the fortress lord at a tender age, every day he fought monsters. In truth, this was all he needed. Fighting monsters was his forte and the only thing he could genuinely comprehend. Eliminate the foe trying to kill me. The world was that straightforward and lucid. Greetings, my lord, until she arrived in town. What are you intending to sell in this place? Flowers, my lord, the female merchant who had applied for a business permit in the town centre. In her presence, Margrave Cross was stupefied. This is a monster frontline. We need swords and spears, arrows and shells here. What purpose do flowers serve? Thale just wilt promptly. Exactly because they're futile, precisely for that reason. Humans require flowers, my lord. This transient beauty that fades so swiftly, that's why flowers are beautiful. He couldn't comprehend it. So, initially, he was skeptical of her. He suspected she might be a spy from a rival nation. Margrave Cross frequented her shop, brimming with flowers and grass, daily, seeking evidence of her espionage. Each time he visited, she would beam and educate him about flowers. She detailed their language and familiarized him with their fragrances and hues. Margrave Cross learned to differentiate the colors and scents of flowers and memorized every kind of flower. Yet he still couldn't quite understand their beauty. A year later, Charles Cross proposed to her, and she accepted. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop, clippity-clop. Margrave Cross, dressed in armor and brandishing a spear and shield, spurred his horse towards the fortress wall. A lone rider, solo, without any escorts. What the hell is he up to? He was atop a shabby horse, encased in armor that had not been maintained and had rusted, carrying a massive shield and cavalry spear that seemed incongruous with his lean physique. And in that state, he was galloping solo towards the rats, still numbering in the thousands. This wasn't some Don Quixote charging at a windmill. What are you thinking, Margrave? You're inviting death. As if my cries fell on deaf ears, Margrave Cross continued his relentless charge. Ah! A raspy battle cry erupted from behind the helmet donned by the old man. One by one, the rats that were zealously trying to breach or burrow under the wall turned to look back. The behavior of the monsters, as I had explained dozens of times, was straightforward. Eliminate the nearest human. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the Margrave advanced, the rats glowered, their red eyes ablaze, their hostility palpable. Yet Margrave Cross didn't decelerate. He charged headlong. With a resounding bellow, a giant lance plunged into the core of the rat horde. And then, turn your gaze on me, you rat bastards. He activated his taunt, a widespread skill famously associated with shield knights. He was unsure of the precise level of his taunt skill, honed through endless frontline battles. But the sight of nearly 1,000 rats, formally attacking the walls, spinning around as one, it was too uncanny, too otherworldly. I stood there, speechless, observing Margrave Cross. What was he up to? Our eyes locked, mine and Margrave Cross. From beneath the shadow of his helmet, his deep, mature green eyes glimmered faintly. I attempted to decipher his motives, but I was utterly baffled. Squeak, squeak. The very next instant, a torrent of rats rushed towards Margrave Cross. Time had elapsed since the pair wed. Even after becoming a lord's wife, she continued to plant flowers and trim trees. From seeds blossomed new life, delicate stems reaching for the summer sun. Flowers blooming, fruits yielding, leaves falling, and then a daughter came into the world. Look, darling. Weary from childbirth, the wife extended a bloody bundle. Your daughter. It was a day the monsters chose to attack. Charles Cross, having hastily returned without even a moment to cleanse the blood and grime, gently cradled the tiny bundle. The baby was sound asleep, so petite and fragile it seemed she might break under the slightest touch. Evangeline, the wife whispered the infant's name. Our daughter, isn't she as beautiful as her name? Baffled, Charles Cross didn't respond. He still couldn't comprehend how such a small and brittle being, with a feeble warmth that seemed it could fade at any moment, could stir his heart so profoundly. Just moments prior, on the front lines, there was nothing he didn't understand about slaying monsters. Now he was utterly perplexed. Quickly regroup. Now, I hastily relayed the command. The rats that had penetrated the walls and the interior were all disposed of, mainly because there were no reinforcements. The rats were all pushed back beyond the wall. Single-handedly, standing tall and robust, was Margrave Cross. Don't deploy cannons or ballistas. Margrave might get hit. Use only crossbows and bows. Aim for the rats on the outskirts first. Yes, sir. The archers assumed their positions and began eliminating the rats one at a time. Lily, is the flame-throwing artifact prepped? It's ready to go. Char those within range. While the activated artifact was incinerating the rats near the wall, I hollered to Lucas on the first floor. Lucas, at your service, sire. Round up all soldiers proficient in hand-to-hand combat and storm the castle gates. We must save Margrave. No, your majesty. It's not a rescue. Lucas, having adjusted his helmet, sparkled his bright blue eyes. It's an ambush on those rat bastards from behind. We can wrap this up in one fell swoop. Well, wipe them out and return with Margrave. Make it happen, and make it quick. Yes, Carthunk. The gates swung open, and Lucas, perched on his steed, hoisted his sword high. Charge. Slay those bastards and rescue Margrave. Roar. Like a mighty wave, the soldiers gushed out in unity, bellowing at the tops of their voices. Veteran warriors who once served under Margrave spearheaded the assault. Don't be late. I tightened my grip on my fist. Please don't be late. Arg, Margrave Cross bellowed. Each time his massive cavalry lance sliced through the air, about a dozen rats spewed blood and rolled on the ground. Yet an army of rats far outnumbering that gnawed at his flesh. Even though his armor was worn out, it was top-notch gear. His personal skills also focused on boosting defense. Despite all this, damage piled up relentlessly. Even amidst the torment of being chewed all over, Margrave continued his outcry, brandishing his cavalry lance. I can't grasp it. Margrave Cross failed to understand why he was in this predicament, why he had chosen the city again when he had resolved to meet his end beside his wife. Lured by something about this damned city, why he was battling again. I just can't fathom. Even at his advanced age, the world remained an enigma. The fleeting beauty of flowers, the warmth of existence, the allure of the world, even his own heart. Despite devoting his entire life to understanding, Margrave simply remained clueless. But there was one thing he understood too well. Ara, Flowers, his daughter. Those frail and fleeting entities, he had to shield them from these beasts, and he excelled at slaughtering monsters. My daughter resides behind those walls. That's why he waged this war. A world where my daughter exists. Because he knew nothing else but to fight, he had to endure this foolish existence, this desperate struggle. Not one will breach, not a single one. Margrave howled again, striving to fend off one more beast from the wall. Dozens, possibly hundreds of rats simultaneously lunged at Margrave. Unable to resist, Margrave staggered back. His helmet, smeared with monster blood, hindered his vision. His aged arms could no longer muster strength. His legs, which had long since pushed past their limits, refused to budge. Arg, I knew it. Regardless of how fiercely I battled alone in the orchard, regardless of how many monsters I vanquished here, those days would never come back. The wife now gone, the daughter had left, the happiness lost, all of it was beyond recovery. Ah. But the man who knew no other way to exist but to battle stubbornly hoisted himself up, brandishing his spear again. And that marked the end. The moment he rose, swung his spear and thrust his shield forward. Snap! Something within Margrave Cross gave way. He felt nothing in his body, swallowed up with the armor. The pain that had exceeded its limits no longer registered in his brain. His sight was fading. Margrave Cross sensed his demise. Just one more. To escort his last comrade on his final journey, Margrave Cross clenched his teeth and held on. But it was tranquil. No more rats assailed him. Margrave Cross was perplexed. Why had the monsters stopped attacking him? Could it be was he already deceased? Margrave Cross. Then a clear voice rang out. It was the voice of the youthful knight who had been trailing the new lord. We have vanquished all the monsters. The battle is over. You can rest now. At those words, the cavalry spear clutched in his hand tumbled to the ground. Then, like a puppet whose strings had been severed, Margrave Cross collapsed forward.